Welcome back to the stream of the 24 hours of BUKC here at Teesside Autodrome. I'm Etienne Jones. This is Zed.
Berisha.
Barisa, I didn't want to butcher that. I'm so sorry. We are here for the next. I'm here for the next hour and a half to give you the commentary of this absolutely fantastic race that we have unfurling in front of us. If you just joined us from the previous stream, welcome. Any new viewers that might have got the notification, hello to you as well. This has been quite a fantastic event, and we've still got 13 hours, 31 minutes on the clock. So, let's run through your top 10 as we return. First place, number 15, the Lap Dancers. They are in for their mandatory service stop. Good to get that out of the way, but they still hold the lead. In second place is the 20 car of Paul Go-Kartney. Third place is the number 1 of Brumdog Millionaires, followed by fourth of the 14, Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast. Fifth place is the 42 of Rexy Racing with their fantastic Bigfoot. The 6 car, the number 30 of Never Overtake Sheffield, certainly not being overtaken by the other 48 drivers behind them, one of them being the 8 car of Cedar Squadron in 7th place. The 8 car losing quite a few places due to their service stop is the 47 of Baguette Motorsport. In fact, the number 8 is also in the pits. We'll find out why in a second, but 9th place is the 25 car of Imperial B, and rounding out the top 10 is the 49 car Mine Cars, 4 laps behind the leader. We've got a service flashing for number 38. I'll figure out who that is in a second. Baguette has dropped another place. That is a big service for them.
Yes, so Paul Go-Kartney have now taken the lead. They have finally caught up the 2 laps that they were behind for the last couple of hours. Paul Go-Kartney, not McCartney, now leading the race. The lap dancers currently holding on to second. We're expecting Brumdog Millionaire and Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast to overtake them shortly. However, none of them have been in for their service stop. So
it is the 38 car that's being called in is Luft and Loaded, the Loughborough car that is currently sat in 18th place. So that's good for them. They'll be able to work their way through the mid-pack. It has been a fairly eventful race, except in the last few hours it has begun to calm down. The 51 has now been called in. We can see it in front of us for their mandatory service stop. That is, I still have trouble reading.
There is also a contact warning for Nottingham Smiths Racing.
Oh, I'll be honest, that one's been going for quite a while. I think that might just be a little glitch in the system.
Okay, interesting.
That's been there for ages.
They have had quite a few contact warnings, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 contact warnings and 2 curb warnings. But it could be said no penalties.
Exactly. So, as the night begins to fall, we're just getting the last embers of sunlight beginning to dip behind the west horizon right now here in Middlesbrough. A quite fantastic track, and that'll be lit up by fantastic floodlights. It will make it difficult for drivers to see. From personal experience, it was hard for me in the wet last year. I'm yet to experience nighttime dry here at Teesside, but I know drivers out here will be confident. There's saying that 2 cars spin into each other. The number 12 from Leeds, who almost gets himself in the barrier, and another car at the hairpin. That hasn't been picked up on stream. My apologies. Easy to make mistakes in the night time, isn't it?
Yes, of course, especially when you're coming in through the S's with such speed. I will say that is where I had my accident. On my stint, wasn't too bad. We were coming out there. But yeah, when you carry so much speed through the S's, especially now as the temperature drops, the temperature now 17 degrees here in Middlesbrough in Yorkshire. The track will get cooler, the tyres will get colder, and it'll be just that little bit easier to lock up, that being the fastest part of the circuit and one of the harshest braking zones here at Teesside International.
Definitely looking at the lap times at the moment. Nobody's really setting the track alight. The fastest car I can see is the 12 car. No, the 12th place car, the 34 of ex-Swansea, who are setting 122.4s at the moment. Other than that, everyone seems to be, in the mid 122s. There's a few drivers of 123s, a few drivers of 124s. the field spread is quite impressive. There's only really 4 to 5 seconds between every driver out there at the moment, but as we know, little gains are the biggest round here at Teesside, especially in the night time, and you do not want to lose those little gains.
No, no. And I think also the weather has now stabilized. There was that threat of rain looming towards the start of the race. I think our lap, we were 27 seconds slower.
Yeah. All we've had is that light sprinkle of rain.
And then just the tiniest of showers. I think it was about 10-15 minutes into the first stint, but that didn't really affect the track too much, especially as it was getting rubbered in.
So we got you. Oh, there's a 3-car crash there at that left-hander. It's not going to cause anything significant.
Just after the S's.
Bit of a scuffle. We'll figure out who they were as they cycle back through. But we just had a few gas because it did look like a big pile-up, but I don't think people could see that on stream. It's fine now. Track is clear. Track is unblocked.
And I think, if I can see correctly, trying to be as impartial as possible, the Royal Holloway kart has now pitted, and we have got our team president, Alex Boxer, out on track right now. I believe that is him. Yes, coming down Sector 3. Alex, our team president for the last 2 years. We love Alex.
I've just seen the 26 car Finley Fitzsimmons driving that gorgeously leaded up eyes car. 27 car is Greg King. Everybody else, we don't have a clue. I'm really, really sorry. We'll do our best. 26 car. Actually, I just mentioned that the 26 car has now been called in for service. So that'll be the 22nd place car on track 10 laps behind being put in for service. They've got quite a gap to the team in 23rd. I still have trouble Reading. In terms of on-track battles at the moment, not many that I can see. Brumdog Millionaire are 5 seconds behind the lap dancers. Rexy Racing are 5 seconds behind. Gaslight Gatekeep go fast at the top, but other than that, there seems to be double-figure gaps between everybody on track. So we're kind of waiting for battles to develop across the circuit. In fact, the closest one I can see, 2.7 seconds between Franz Herman from Wish and Brumber Kart, who have been mentioned a lot. Won my stature. The 42 car has also been called in for service.
Yes, so we are currently 13 hours and 23 minutes of this race left. Currently in the pits, 2 cars, 1 piston cup. X's Icons, I believe that is how you say the name. Luft and Loaded. I still have trouble Reading, and Burger King's currently stopped over. A few moves because of those pit stops are being made on track. But as far as on-track action goes, everyone is spread out. Everyone is making their way around as we're approaching complete darkness here in the north of the UK. As we have said, no full course yellows in a while, no big accidents in a while, which is what you do want to see. Having said that, there have been just a few overtakes here and there, quite easy ones.
Yeah, we're kind of finding our way into the race now where everybody is beginning to calm down. You don't want to be having mega traffic issues, mega incidents in the night because you're tired, you're a bit ratty, you're exhausted, you want to go quick, but you're either finding yourself getting swamped, you're getting stuck in traffic, and it's just that everyone's got to find their happy medium, I think. I know when I'm out there, I'm going to be looking for just a bit. My hands are still hurting from my stint.
Oh yes, I've got blue tape all over my hands.
I'm really worried.
What I have noticed, I have been watching that last little hairpin in Sector 3. Those turns have been getting slightly wider. I noticed towards the end of my stint. I was out there for about an hour and a half. Towards the end, I was struggling to make that turn sort of cleanly and on the racing line. I guess this is coming towards the end of the stint for a lot of drivers. We should see some pit stops on the hour in about 20 minutes. And yeah, that line is being taken a little bit wider. And I guess they're sacrificing the speed on the front straight. So there are some battles brewing. One kart into the pits. There's a little bit of rivalry there just after the S's. The key spot for accidents on the stream at the moment, you're seeing the service carts there.
That would be the 26 and the 48 that were called in, getting worked on. Yeah, so mandatory, as we said. It needs to be a minimum of 3 minutes long. If not much is wrong with your car, they will just hold you there for 3 minutes.
Yes.
But everybody has to do this. It's not a scrutineering kind of thing. It's everybody gets the same changes at different times across the lap.
Of course. There was also a note in the briefing where if you are suspected to have been drinking, there will be a breathalyzer test as well, so that could hold you up. Having said that, I don't think that has been...
I don't think anybody is...
I think it was more a formality.
Yeah.
Having said that, we currently 20 minutes towards the end of this stint. I've seen a lot of drivers, I think they are doing it on the hour.
Yeah.
For just to make things easier for...
I'm looking at my stint plan here. Weird times. I'm on at 1:38 in the morning.
So we've currently, I think we've got a main and alternate strategy going on here. So on the main strategy, I would be on from 8 till 9:30 in the morning, but there is also a chance I will be on at 2:30 to 3:30. So that will be...
It's just making me tired to talk about these times, to be honest.
Tell me about it.
We're about 50 minutes from breaking into Sunday. We're 20 minutes away from hitting that 12-hour mark. We're not that long from halfway.
No, not at all. But it is much nicer here in the commentary box. I will say, I am considering maybe ending my racing career there. 4 BUKC races, 1 24-hour race, 0 wins. I think I've done okay for myself.
4 BUKC races?
That is correct.
You just done this season?
This season. So last season, a bit of lore here from Royal Holloway. We had a bit of an issue with licensing last year. So an email did go missing. We're not sure what happened, and we didn't actually get to even participate in the qualifying last year. We were then offered a space, but it was just too little notice. We couldn't get everyone organised and together for last year's qualifying, not last year's, last season's qualifying, back in 2023, which I believe was at Wilton Mill, if I'm correct. Yes.
Yeah, it was at Wilton Mill, yes.
That is coming back to the race now. That is the number one car.
Called in for their service. For third place car.
Yes, so they'll drop back a little bit. They've been going well, so it should be a relatively short stop. However, as you mentioned, they will be kept in for that minimum duration.
They also might be kicking themselves a little bit because they've been on track for 1 hour and 8 minutes already. And now they've been called in for their service. You kind of want this service period to come about directly halfway through. You don't want to be getting it towards the end or towards the start of your stint because you're going to lose time. You want it to be a perfectly balanced kind of area in your stint.
Yes, of course. Towards the end, it's not ideal, especially that's sort of when you're sort of getting in the groove. You've got those racing lines sort of ingrained in your head.
Yeah,
it's that point of the stint where instinct takes over. You kind of forget about the time, what lap you're on, what position. You just take the line as it comes. Especially in the night now, it's going to be more instinct rather than anything else.
Yeah. We kind of, again, I must have said this 3 or 4 times already. We kind of got to that stage in the race where we're just watching people filter through. There's not necessarily a stunning...
Oh, that was
wow.
nearly an accident there.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's not necessarily...
That included us. That was the Royal Holloway cart being just pushed slightly as they come towards the main straight. I say main straight, the mini straight before...
The little dog leg.
The little kink in the track.
I was going to say, there's not necessarily stunning wheel-to-wheel positional racing going on at the moment, but drivers are just finding themselves, especially those who are coming back out, redoing stints. But I'm looking at the time screen now, a lot of drivers are getting towards the end of their stints, so we are going to have a flurry of pit stops coming very soon. Let's have a look at the stream. Let's see how many people we've got watching. We had 90 people on the previous stream. It was absolutely fantastic. Thank you to everybody who is watching. Let me click on the stream now. We got 51. listening to our beautiful voices at the moment, as well as everyone
Incredible.
out on track.
Incredible. Well, we can inflate those numbers a little bit. How many people do we think are in the paddock right now?
Oh, we're talking like
Definitely over
200, 300.
I'd say more. You know, there's 50 teams, 55 teams participating. No,
53?
52. 52 teams participating. Multiply that by about 8 drivers. Is that an average? Is that a fair average?
Yeah.
That's 400 people minimum at the track. I'd say a good, including marshals. We really need to inflate these numbers. We need to make it seem like we're on par with the World Endurance Championship here. I'd say about a good 800 to 1,000 people.
Reading through some of the comments, have a go, Joe Jawan. Thank you. Shout out to Edinburgh Napier, especially my boy. You know who you are. Hope your luck changes. Let's hope so. Although, and then just to Shebas. Shout out to the marshals. I fully echo your words. Big help from all the volunteers here at the track today. It is absolutely superb that we have everybody helping out at the track. We'll keep an eye out on anybody else who puts messages into the chat. Hopefully you're watching this instead of Le Mans, because this is the superior endurance race. The 14 has been called in for its service. That is Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast, and the 17 as well. That is Pod Hub. 2 top 10 cars that have been called in for their service. So we're going to see that top 10 reshuffle once again. Paul Go-Kartney do lead.
Lap dancers currently in the pits, although not for their...
Oh, the lap dancers are back in the pits after 14 minutes?
That is not a service
To be fair, that might be a scheduled pit stop. We'll wait for the next couple of laps to unfold. Paul Go-Kartney do lead, though. They were setting electric lap times before. They have begun to slow down the pace, but to be fair, a lot of the field are doing that as well. We're looking at 123s across the board.
About 2 seconds off the pace from the best, which were set during the day when the track was warmer. Yeah. The tyres were in better condition, the brakes were in better condition, and the drivers were in better condition as well.
I know. You're making me very excited for my next stint. Very, very excited.
It's okay. We'll cheer you on from the very warm commentary box here.
I've got layers. I'm going to wear my Lucky Preston North End shirt, which I always wear.
I actually have been to a Preston North End game.
Have you?
I have been to one Preston North End game.
Which one?
I cannot remember.
Oh, fantastic.
This must have been back in 2022.
Who were you with?
So I was with a couple of friends who are supporters there. I just happened to be there, and I ended up just attending one of the matches.
I would have likely been there because 2022 was... We got very off topic. 2022 was... I've been watching Preston for a long time, hence why I wear the lucky shirt. In fact, anybody who's watching that might be a driver, do you want to tell us your lucky charm? That might be interesting. Do you have something in your go-kart that makes you go quick? Because in my Preston shirt, I've not really had any incidents, touch wood. I had my best race finish at GYG in it, P11 in the Inters. Granted, not amazing, but for me, a personal great achievement. So yeah, give us a bell. If anybody wants to come and talk to us in the comms box, you know where to find us, where the digi-flag is. We are the men in our ivory glass tower looking over you.
Looking over.
Pretending to be race control.
Pretending to be race control and just talking down the microphone, complaining about everyone when we'd be out there doing the same thing. In terms of lucky charms, some of our drivers have had matching socks. I don't know if that's
you kind of have to match your socks anyway.
I've gone for a full white and black here. I've gone for a full mismatch of colours. So Nigel from the chat, that's whose helmet I am sporting. Oh. The green retro helmet. If you have seen on track, that was me. I was the one in the barriers around 2 o'clock earlier. The one just down here. Yes.
The split one. Oh,
that was me. So
that was a big crash.
What happened there? What I think, because I wasn't really paying attention, it was the first lap. And what we think happened, we've been having issues with our right-hand engine. What I think happened is the right-hand engine cut out, and then I was only getting power to the left tyres, which then sort of pushed me off, and especially given how bumpy it is, I think the car just lost control there. So yeah, it was a weird incident. Obviously, it's an endurance race. I wasn't pushing on lap 1 either. I guess just one of those incidents that happens, and then You just have to deal with it. I did then have to come into the pits for a mechanical. It wasn't the longest. We have seen longer pit stops. I think there was someone out there for about 10 minutes. They would be towards the back. I cannot remember who exactly it was.
Yeah, there's been a few teams that have been very unfortunate with with mechanicals. You know, we had a team run out of fuel on track. That must have been because of faulty fuel line. But other than that, yeah, you break your car out there. It's either your own fault or it's something the car's doing.
Yeah.
It's just all part and parcel.
That is number 20 into the pits. That is Paul Gokartney for their service stop. That should now reorder the top 5, top 6 drivers. Paul Gokartney now go into the pits. That gives the lap dancers and Never Overtake Sheffield to come back. So they should come out approximately 5th or 6th is my prediction. Yeah, I think they'll come out in 6th place there. That gives the lap dancers the lead back as we are approaching the 13-hour mark. The 11-hour mark. 13 hours to go. There was a short yellow flag being waved on the straight before the main straight. Yeah, it's gone quiet. There's a few battles forming. There's a little train going on there. You're currently watching the service stop at the moment. The mechanic's working hard, powered full of coffee there. When you come back to the track action, though, there is a little bit of a train. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 carts all together. There's a few overtakes happening there. So when we do come back to the live stream, you will be able to see that they're just coming around the back of Sector 3 there. There they are. That is a brilliant battle. Here we go. On par now. They're two abreast there.
Right coming through. This is brilliant camera direction. You're going to see a massive battle, massive kerfuffle as they go through the chicane. You got 7, 8 cars.
Somebody's cut the curve there.
We'll get that number for you in a second, but they're going to come now down the left kink into the bend. Let's see
the
who
bumpy
goes past
section, as we called it.
Nobody dares move. No, they do.
They almost 3 abreast
there.
Oh my!
And we're going to see the outcome of that in a second. All the cars remaining sensible, remaining in single file.
I think they all made it through.
They're still
just
going
about.
side by
What
side
a battle here!
Through the corkscrew as they're going to work their way onto the back straight. Who can get the best run? Who is going to dare move into the flip-flap chicane? I know I wouldn't. Because it is a terrifying corner, but they are quite single file. We see a car jutting out. We see 2 cars jutting out, trying to get past the 48 car that jumped there across the curb before. We're going to see the outcome. In fact, we'll see the outcome now through our commentary window. Everybody does say single file, except we've got 2 cars side by side.
There was an overtake there.
There was a little touch there. The orange helmet, black suit that's racing down now. We'll give you numbers as they come past our commentary box, but they're all single file. They all look...
There's one overtake brewing there. I can't see exactly who it is. The number 52 cart is going to be called in for a service at the end of this lap. They're going to have an easy exit from this battle. No,
they might not want to leave it. The cars have
That's an
out
interesting
a bit more.
one. They'd want to be in that. I'd be gutted if that was me out there right now. That's a brilliant battle to be in.
Everyone has spread out a bit more now. You can just see on the screen, but they were 2 and 3 abreast before, but everyone's just begin to figure out who's quicker, who's not. The 48 car, I'd be surprised if he was bouncing across the curbs. He's lucky that car's not damaged. We've just gone away from that battle now because it has kind of calmed down, but we'll keep an eye on that.
There's another one brewing there, though. That's another battle there.
That's see that in the centre of your screen. The cars just go around the final hairpin onto the dogleg. You've got around 6, 7 cars in that tail. You watch them coming down now. It's through the last corner onto the main straight. I can't see any cars that will be looking for a move immediately, but maybe the Nottingham car might be in danger. That's the second car back in the queue as they go through the left kink down into rear bend. Different lines. There are 2 cars abreast now. The third car, the Nottingham car, which I thought was going to be vulnerable, has now been overtaken, I believe, as they go into the corkscrew and look to just begin to file themselves. Who's going to get a run? We can't see, unfortunately. There's 4 or 5 cars... 4 or 5 cars just behind the way, but everybody's coming now onto the back straight with the lights illuminate the track. Drivers look for a move. There's 1 car, a black suit, white helmet, now diving up the side. He's made the move brilliantly into the entry. I'm sorry, that was a Nottingham driver who's just gone a bit wide. He's got his corner exit all wrong, and now driver in the white helmet and black suit with red trim, a lead driver, is going to try and overtake him, but no dice as Nottingham driver sprints away, and that battle will continue as we go into the bank.
Yes, so they spread out a tiny bit. There was some really good track action there. They're all still really close together. They're two abreast. I believe that is... one of them is us, that is Royal Holloway, but there is another driver who is just on his tail, begging for that overtake, just looking for the tiniest of gaps. Although in our very unbiased commentary, we can't really say much there. I'll just keep quiet on that front. So we have got some pockets back as the orders come. Sector 3, we're seeing a few cars together. You'll see them just on the right of your screen now, coming towards the hairpins at the back. Reminiscent of China Turn 1, for those of you Formula 1 fans.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I like to think of it as. The never-ending corner.
Oh, I love never-ending corners. Oh, sorry, no, I'm just looking at a different message. I was just looking at my team's group chat then. I believe we've now been called in for the mechanical, which takes a bit of weight off my shoulder, because I don't want to be doing that.
So Team OC, number 52, and the number 27 of, we can say their name.
Endurance.
Endurance, we will say. Yeah, the Endurance team.
We got the nod of approval from Jason.
They were called in while we were distracted by the on-track action, which has seemed to settle down now.
You can't see it on the stream. You're looking at the mechanicals on stream, but there are
two abreast there.
Two abreast battles
coming onto the back straight, the second back straight.
We'll just watch this battle unfold. If everyone wants to direct their eyes to the bank, if you're watching on the side, there's a 6-car battle brewing. A 7th is about to be thrown into the mix, actually, as this really quick gaggle of cars begins to make its way round the 2 final hairpins, looking for a move into the dog. They all begin to spread out as they come down. You can see it on your screen, just racing through the final little sector. The 4-car leads that gaggle, the 42, the Rexy Racing, followed by the 20, and the 47. There is a mechanical for the 20. No, there's a technical defect for the 26 car. That was the UConn A team, who had just come in for their mechanical service. So that is going to be an unfortunate miss for them. The team who are... I will check later. P24, 10 laps down. So they're going to lose a bit of time. As the marshals just get prepared to wave Finley Fitzsimmons in. Who's coming around the dog leg now. We are just waiting for this humongous battle. In fact, I can see it happening down the bank now. We got 4 or 5 cars. They're much more spread out than they were, and that battle is surely going to settle down any second now. Looking for the rest of the on-track battles. Rexy Racing is being tailed by 4 or 5 cars in that pack. Rexy Racing themselves are sat in 8th place. They've been all over the top 10 whilst I've been sat in here, but they currently sit in 8th. Oh,
it is interesting.
Wow,
to
hold on a second.
Top 3 are all within a second of each other. They're coming round.
How have we not seen that?
We've just realised this on stream. That's the number 26 car being called in.
So we need to look. We need to look for the 20 car out of our window.
That is coming round the front now. They're just going to come past our commentary box now.
Are they in this gaggle of cars?
They are these 3 people here. There they go. On the main
wow,
straight.
Okay, so we
were
looking at a very important battle here. This, ladies and gentlemen, is your fight for the top 3. Paul Go-Kartney, the lap dancers, and Never Overtake Sheffield. I do want to say I think Never Overtake Sheffield might be a bit out of sync with their strategy. Nevertheless, we are in for a battle and a half here as the driver comes out of the pit lane. The 20 car is just tailing the Rexy Racing, which I believe is just a lap behind. We'll wait for the timing screen to update, but they're going to come on the back straight now. I'm so sorry, viewers, for not noticing this earlier. We were just watching battles happen all over the gaff. But we're watching 20, 15, 30... 26 is still waiting to be called in for their technical defect. But we're going to watch these cars. There's a dive up the inside. There's a dive up inside from one of the cars. We'll figure out who that is in a second. But I want to say, I believe the lap dancers have retaken the lead. But we'll wait for them to come across the line and confirm that as they race into the bank section of the circuit. Your fastest speed, holding on for dear life as you lean yourself into the car and push yourself into these final 2 hairpins where grip is all that matters. Rexy Racing holding up a car that I can't see, but we're going to watch them come through the dogleg, and we'll be able to give you a positional update. The 30 has been called in for a service. We'll get a name for you shortly. Rexy Racing being tailed very closely by what is the 47, so the 20 retains the lead.
Bumper to bumper there. Just bump drafting him down the front straight. We can't call this the front straight. It is a part of it. Yeah.
Sorry, Views. We just never think Sheffield. I was right. Has just come in for their pit stop. That was the car coming in for service. Okay, so
the
it's now a straight battle between Paul Gokartney and the lap dancers. Paul Gokartney must have made up time on their service stop. This is the beauty of the 24 hours. As we just crossed into 12 hours and 59 minutes. Perfect timing. I'm not going to go through the top 10 because, as you can see, the top 2 are closer than they have been for the past few hours. We are on the edge of our seats, and we're going to keep an eye here, as I believe the 20 has got past Rexy Racing, which is an absolute blessing for him. But Rexy is coming back. They might not be aware that these are the 2 leading cars and wants to make that lap back.
There's a really wide line for one of the cars. We'll see it coming around. Black helmet.
They're going to come round the banked corner now, and then we'll be able to get an insight on you. Viewers, you're going to be able to watch them into the first hairpin on your left, but we're a bit ahead of time here. So, I believe there's a lap card. The 7 is now being called in for its service, as it is the 47, the 42, the 20, and the 15. The 20 and the 15 are neck and neck, 0.5 across the line. Rexy managed to get past. So the back 2 drivers in this shot here are your race leaders. This is what you're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. As they race down into Rib Bend. 3 back markers in front. Rexy Racing, the 3rd car in that train.
There goes a move.
Up the 20. There is a move in front. The leaders want to be careful here. They don't want to lose this margin. This is very, very important for the race battle. As Rexy.
Oh,
Rexy,
there he goes.
No, it's not.
That is.
We'll get confirmation. I think it's one of the back markers instead who spun
That
it.
is Leeds, was it not?
Yeah, it was the Leeds driver. So, we're completely okay here. We're going to keep going down the front straight. We're going to see what happens. I think there's a bit more of a gap because the lap dancers may have just wanted to be cautious. They don't want to throw themselves into something that they can't afford to lose. But the 2 drivers are still neck and neck here. What lap times are they doing? They're looking at low 122.7.
So they've got a little bit faster. They've picked up the pace now. I guess they know that they're close to each other. That could have been either a call from the pits or they just recognize each other out on track.
This is by far the most exciting battle we've had so far, especially whilst I've been here. Let's keep our eyes on it. You can see just in the bottom right of your picture, racing through, going through that final hairpin before the dogleg, down the start-finish straight, where you'll see your timing tower update for you viewers. The 20 car is being very closely tailed now by the 15. No, the 15 has got by. The 15 is into the lead of the race. The lap dancers have overtaken Paul Gokartney. That is still such tongue. Apologies to our viewers on the stream. We were aware. We've just been unfortunately, of that leaders battle. We can only apologise for anybody that wanted to see it. Neptune 101, I think something big has happened. No. The lap dancers have managed to overtake for the lead of the race. 12 hours and 53 minutes in. Okay, probably the audio's gone. Neptune 101, we just tested the audio. The audio should be okay for you. Again, we can only apologise if you've had any issues. Saul Gregory, Paul McCartney. Oh my god, I'm so bad.
There's a yellow flag in sector 2. That is somebody stationary. After the S's, after that chicane, you can just see the yellow flag pulsating in the very corner of your screen, but you cannot see the stationary driver.
Oh yeah, I think somebody's had their engine. Yes, thank you. The audio is back now, Neptune 101. You're not wrong saying something big as... Oh yeah, sorry, my apologies. Yeah, there has been... I misunderstood that. My apologies again. Yeah, there has been a change for the lead. The lap dancers managed to sneak by, I believe it was the left-hand hairpin after the flip-flap chicane. The lead has now extended to 2.2 seconds. It was a very exciting battle. Again, very unfortunate for the viewers to miss it, but it was fantastic viewing. for everyone at the track.
The safety cart has come out there, I think, to help him restart or give
Yeah,
him a
it
little
looks-
bump
it-
draft
it's
there.
going to be a bump draft.
Maybe his engine's completely gone. That he should be coming into the pits then.
Yeah, it's not nothing major. There won't be a full course yellow, I imagine, but drivers will have to be aware that there is a car being pushed.
There are some, unfortunately, viewers, you are seeing the mechanical bay. There might be another problem with the stream, which we do apologise for. But
Yes,
there go the black flag.
Yeah.
It's not on the digiboard
so
yet.
it's the 21 car that's been black
21 that's been black
flagged.
flagged. The 21 being... We'll get that for you shortly.
Get that for you shortly. Mars Layfield, yes, 12:30 p.m. tomorrow. We have 12 hours 50 minutes left, so it's going to be more 12:35 p.m. But regardless, a full 24 hours will be completed here at Teesside.
Ringo Kart.
Ringo Kart. So
Do we know which university they are?
I do not. It's a brilliantly set of theme names, I will say. Paul Go-Kartney, Ringo Kart. But yeah, unfortunate for that driver. A black flag, and we don't know what for.
Do you have a favourite team name so far?
I don't know. I feel like most of them are brilliant. To be fair, it's nice to see teams be creative with their universities, or just be creative full stop. Because there are some rather names out there.
Yes.
So some that we obviously aren't going to say on stream, but you can see on the timing tower. So you can you can do your own deductions from that.
I do quite like the kart in number 3. I think it's quite an interesting one.
The number 3,
Uh,
Kart.
No, in third place.
Oh,
the communism team. That's an interesting one.
Black flag for number 23.
23, which is black flag. That is
That's
Portsmouth.
for contact. So that's 2 black flags in quick succession. The 39 getting very close up and friendly there with another driver. We're just trying to keep an eye out because the gap between the lap dancers and Paul McCartney have extended to 2.5 seconds. We're just trying to get a visual on track.
The number 43 kart, Coventry, has just made a move there.
Saul Gregory has just asked me what's at the end of Team O. I can't read it. I'm going to say the name of the driver it's based off. It's Timo Glock. You can take what you want from that.
There's a little battle brewing here on the front straight. Sorry to interject there. That is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sparks flying as they come off the curb. Just off the kink there. Again, you're seeing the mechanical bay, but there, every now and then we do get these little pockets of action as drivers come together, come in and out of the pits. Communism now into the pit, saying that that I believe is just a driver change and not a service stop. They've not been called in on the digipod by the race control, the team here in race control.
Linnea Drums, what's happened to Brumdog Millionaire? Their engine died at the second hairpin after the flip-flap chicane. They were pushed back by a cart, so we believe they've had an engine issue. They are in the mechanical bay as it stands. You can see that on your screen. That'll be one of the 2 cars there. So they have dropped down to 17th place. Hopefully to come out soon. They did need a push start, so it could be a lengthy stoppage there, which is unfortunate because Brumdog Millionaire were in the top 5 for the majority of the time that I have been in the box.
Currently in 17th now. Yeah, they were doing well. It is quite unfortunate. Let's see how long their service takes. Ringo Kart now in the pit, as is George Harrisman, as is Portsmouth for their contact warning, for their black flag, as is the Cambridge team, who have just been overtaken by the Iron Dames, a reference to the World Endurance Championship, which we hope you're not watching. We hope you're watching us. And if you can hear us, it means you are.
We have got Sophie watching the stream, and she's asked roughly how long are the mechanical stops. Now, I was told the minimum time the mechanical stops have to do is 3 minutes. So if the mechanical stops take quicker than that, then the cart will be held there. So 3 minutes, but as Saul Gregory says on stream, ours last year was about 10 minutes. You are usually looking at a time frame. It really does depend on what condition your cart is in at the time of the mechanical stop, which, of course, is randomised.
Yes, so I think on our team group chat, when we have our stop, which hasn't happened yet.
The majority of cars aren't had theirs yet.
No, so we've got a good few. I think we've had about, let's have a look here. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've had about just under half of the field. That is Ronald Godfrey doing jumping jacks in the in the just outside the mechanical tent. Ronald from our team, from Royal Holloway. That is also Hannah there.
I think they're trying to catch you out.
I think they're trying to catch us out. They've seen that the camera is stationed towards the mechanical bay.
Give us a wave.
There
if
they
you
go.
listen to us,
If you can hear us, give us a wave, Hannah and Ronnie. There they see it.
No, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
Hello, team. Good to see that you are still in good spirits at 11:47 at night. They've just gone out of frame there. Glad to see everyone's holding up nicely.
Exactly.
That was a little point there when I think everyone was just a bit out of it. It was just after the main couple of stints.
You have me for roughly 28 more minutes because I am going to be jumping on track very soon. I am, in fact, leaving here at 15:15. Not expected. I was planned to be jumping on at 1:30, but a man needs his sleep, so I swapped my driving times. That's not any important information to the viewers, unless you want to support the 27 car with me inside it, in which case that would be very much appreciated, as well as Zed here, who will be driving his Royal Holloway car very soon. And obviously, all the commentators support each other. So
yes.
The 30 Sheffield car, that was Adam before. He really wants you guys to support me. In fact, let's support everybody. We support a very equal environment here because we don't want anybody to have a bad race.
No,
everybody's here to have. Obviously it's competitive. It's some people take it serious. But everyone's here to have a good race, have a good time out there on that track.
No, of course. And, we were saying before the race, for a lot of us, especially us third-year university students who are leaving university this year and entering the big world, it can be a little bit emotional as well. This is, for a lot of people here, the last ever club event that people will be participating in. Of course, the university season has now ended. So from here onwards, we're all going to leave Middlesbrough at around 1 p.m. tomorrow and go our different ways up and down the country. And we're saying it is quite an emotional thing. It's the last time we'll ever be part of a university team. It's the last event that we're going to participate in. So it does mean a lot to a lot of people, especially myself included. I'm a third year. I'm leaving now. So it's a big thing. So I was racing earlier across all 4 of the BUKC races. I haven't had the opportunity to race against my good friend Aaron from Loughborough. We finally shared the track earlier. I gave him a little heart signal when I overtook him on track. That was a brilliant one. It was good to have shared the track with him. There's the 49
car that's been called in for service. That is my car.
They haven't come in then, so they were called about a minute ago.
They're just losing time for themselves, but I'm sure we'll see them roll in anytime now. Neptune 101, what helmet colour does Bump and Brump and Pass have? That is a white helmet for you, the number 3 cars. Obviously, that will change as the race goes on with different drivers jumping in the seat. But right now, a white helmet. They are, just to help you out, how far are they through their stint? 1 hour, 29 minutes. So that'll be the case for the next hour for you, going all well. For that Birmingham team, we are obviously into our 11th hour of this race, which is crazy because it does feel like we've already done 24 hours, but we've still got over half the race to go, which could mean anything for this result.
That was a point.
Apologies, Neptune 101. Number 2, I'll keep an eye out for you. I'll let you know as soon as I find out. But
there was a point there, I think, about 6 hours ago when it had felt like we've been here for the last 3 days.
Yeah, it's tiring, I think, for every driver involved. I know as soon as I'm downing this coffee next to me right now, I'm going to throw in a handful of Skittles, hope the sugar hits for that stint, and then crash before I return to the commentary box at 5:30 a.m. But yeah, it's just a long day for every driver, but it's something that they want to do, it's something that they've paid for, it's something that they've put presumably weeks of preparation into.
There is a little battle brewing there. They are close. There's two abreast there. That is the 23 and couldn't see the car behind him. They were bumper to bumper. They are just squirreling across the front straight. There's a yellow flag waving somewhere on the track. I couldn't figure out where. But there are just pockets of battles forming again as we are edging ever closer to the 12-hour mark, the halfway point in this race. The main four here that you can see on track, single file into the main straight.
Just to answer your question, Neptune 101, it is a black helmet for the two cars. Saw Gregory, have they resurfaced rib? I don't know. It definitely feels a bit smoother in my opinion, but it's rib bent. Anything can happen down at rib bent. You've got to get your line perfect.
You've got to get the line perfect, and on top of that, you've also just got to pray that you're not carrying the wrong amount of speed and bump too much, because the tiniest bump can unsettle that kart and unsettle your braking there, and mess up your line for the following corners. Of course, it's an uphill section after that.
Which you don't want to be bogging down on, because you
do not want to have low revs down there. So if you get that corner wrong, that will leave you vulnerable to the karts behind. On track, you're following. There's a little bit of dust being thrown up.
That was a big plume of dust there happening down at the corkscrew.
Just a little bit wide there.
Well, it didn't harm the driver. It just would have been a couple of tenths. But again, you don't want to be doing that. That's a nice. Oh, spin! Oh, spin there. That was a great pickup. We'll figure out who that is. Oh, that is the 26 car. Finley Fitzsimmons. He is furious.
Absolutely.
There, that is a spin out for Finn, which is unfortunate.
Absolutely
I'd say.
Livid there. He was not happy with that. With that little run of play. There is a car going much faster down the S's. You're not following that on our stream. Minecart and Coventry A currently in the pits. Yuki Spinoda up into ninth place.
Yuki Spinoda has been quiet in this race. I've not seen them
They've had a good stint here. Just coming under the barriers, under our noses.
It's worth saying that.
Let's hope they're not under the barriers. Although we never know with the commentators' curse. But let's hope not. Let's hope they keep it safe on track.
The number 1 and the number 21, that is Brumdog Millionaires and Ringo Kart, have now returned to track after their various issues. They are the number 1 kart is in 16th, and the 21 kart is in 18th.
So Yuki Spinoda up 2 places, up into 9th there. They were in 11th, where, ironically, is where Yuki Tsunoda finished qualifying in Montreal just a few hours ago. For those of you Formula 1 fans, there is a yellow flag out on track. That is somebody into the barriers at the S's.
Oh, that's a bit
quite a big behind the barriers there. The barriers just came on top of me. You can see the marshal just...
There was another driver going wide there.
There's another plume of smoke there. You can just see it in the middle of your screen there. If you can see the marshal jet just behind the flags, the BUKC flags, helping that kart out on track. He's now gone forward.
It's cleared. You can just see that if you're on the stream, you can see a couple of marshals just working on that barrier, dead centre of your screen. A car just piled off into the barriers there, but they are back underway. We'll try and figure. It'll be difficult to figure out who that car was. I'll be honest, because a lot
they
of
had an
drivers
accident and
are in black suits. A lot of the Bigfoots are beginning to blend into each other, so we'll keep an eye out for you. There's not been many major incidents that have happened. A lot of drivers are keeping their noses clean. There have been black flags for contact for various other reasons. The number 5 has also been now called in for its service.
That is the Iron Dames.
The Iron Dames team. So they are looking to have a quick one there. As we're just watching cars sail through now. The big battles have subsided. The gap between the lap dancers Paul Go-Kartney has extended to a lap. Yes. So I wonder what's happened there. There might have been a pit stop. Yes, Paul Go-Kartney was in the pits very recently. 6 minutes ago to be precise. So that leads that gap is now extended, so the lap dancers are your clear runaway leaders at the moment, but anything can change in that time, and we've seen, especially with Brumdog Millionaires, that can happen, because they went from fighting for the lead to 14th and 5 laps down. We are very close to midnight.
36 minutes to go. 36 minutes, and then
4 minutes to go till midnight. We're 30,
oh, sorry.
We're 36 minutes.
Oh, my apologies. It's,
That's how late it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Even us in the commentary box are getting tired. We're just sat here. I feel for the drivers out there.
And I'm
now.
out track next.
So, yeah.
It's going to be a long evening.
Very easy to complain up here. We've got nice padded chairs.
Oh, yeah.
No wind. As I was saying, I think I'm ready to call it a day. Yeah, I think I'll shift into commentary. So, out on track, as it is approaching midnight, we will give you a mini update of the top 10 lap dancers in the lead. Their fastest lap, a 1:21.6. That was set a long time ago now. An entire live stream ago. Paul Gokartney with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:21 flat. Currently second place, a lap down. Number one, having just completed 484 laps. BUKC Motorsports in third, Rexy Racing, 2001 Piston Cup, X1Z, the full team name, which we cannot say on stream. However, you'll be able to see it on yours. Imperial B in seventh. Gaslight Gatekeep go fast in 8th, never overtake Sheffield. Just made an overtake up into 9th place. Yuki Spinoda down one into 10th. And then there are 42 more karts to follow. Senna Squadron, the best of the rest at the moment. About 4 laps down from the leader there. There's a yellow flag waving in Sector 3. Somebody's gone off into the barriers. They are repairing the barriers now. No, they are taking him. They are taking him out there, trying to pull.
I think the barriers may have just been
pushed out. Yes,
yeah, pushed out by a driver who went off there.
Yeah.
That is in the set of final hairpins at the bottom of the track.
It's been
we're currently just pointed towards the back straight, the brilliant back straight that really sees your car fly, and then you go into the scariest corner of the track, which is the flip-flap chicane, in my opinion. But you can take it flat, as many drivers are doing, as another battle begins to emerge. The 4 and Rexy Racing getting very comfortable, very, very close to each other.
You can see them on the right of your screen coming up towards the huge hairpin at the back of the track there. There are still yellow flags. They're going to have to slow down just a little bit.
Yep.
As they approach there, single file, no overtakes. Being done, the yellow flag is now stopped. The number 21 is being called into service, which is Ringo Kart, not a part of that battle as far as I can see. But the pockets have started to emerge again, and we are still now seeing 2 abreast into that final chicane there.
Really some fantastic racing. Really some fantastic racing going on here. Here at Teesside Motorsport Park. I keep wanting to call it Autodrome. Am I right in saying
Is it an Autodrome? Because they have got a couple of names. My directions on Google
I always
Maps.
want to put Teesside International, but that's an airport. Although a few drivers are flying, but yeah, fantastic.
Let's have
I've
a
just
look
had
here.
some deaf guys. Yeah, it's just a big flashing light there. Warning for curbs. The 40 and the 19 have been given warning for curbs. The 21 car, Ringo Kart, is in the pits. It is Teesside Autodrome.
It is Teesside Autodrome. So they do have a few things here. They have the motocross track, which is just to our west. We're not racing on that, although it'd be quite funny. There is a warning for curbs for the number 40 and the number 19. Any more, and they would be racing on dirt. Might as well be racing on the motocross track slightly. There's a couple of marshals there running across the track, but not something you can see on the stream. So yeah, there's a few drivers having a little bit of a lonely race at the moment.
Yep. I can't see any massively close battles that are beginning to occur.
The main battles here is staying awake, staying strong,
yes,
and keeping on the lines. There's a move on the front straight here. A move was just made. I don't know who that was. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye. But on your stream, you're seeing a flurry of drivers one by one make their way down the back straight. It's quiet. It's not quiet in the mechanical tent. They're busy at work, as they have been for the last 12 hours. We've just crossed past midnight here at Teesside in Middlesbrough. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Sunday. We have a
Happy Sunday. I was zoned out for a very long second then. I am so tired. Yes, anyway, it's Sunday.
Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. We've got 12 hours and 30 minutes at this race remaining. We are so close to halfway point, which makes me want to cry and be really happy at the same time, because it's been a fantastic event that we've held at Teesside Autodrome here today. Everybody up on the grass bank. It's having a blast. There's loads of people willing, supporting their drivers. Loads of people down by the pit lane as well. And I'm sure drivers all across the track are willing on their teammates. We've got half an hour till we hit the 12-hour mark. So let's just go through our top 10 again, because we can't really see any significant battles occurring right now. P1, the lap dancers. P2, Paul Go-Kartney. 3, Baguette Motorsport. 4, Rexy Racing. 5, 2 Girls 1 Piston Cup. 6, X Swansea. 7, Imperial B. 8, Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast. 9, Never Overtake Sheffield. And 10, Yuki Spinoda. Quite a changed top 10, but again, we expected that. It's a 24-hour race. It's an endurance. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Of course, not a sprint. One of the teams called I Thought This Was a Sprint, clearly not getting the memo. The number 34 car.
No, they thought it was 24 minutes, not 24 hours.
24 minutes.
But I'm sure everybody out there is having a really good race. Neptune 101, we applaud your dedication in the chat. He says, I want to go to bed, but my brother asked me to record his times. So you're up with us, in for the long haul, as the 9 and 34 on that service board get imprinted into my lens. And you've also said happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, everybody.
Happy Sunday, everyone.
That goes to everyone at the track as well. Happy Sunday.
So hopefully...
No replies. I was expecting like a big cheer.
Do you think we could get a Mexican wave? I think everyone is a bit too tired. I think nobody's really paying attention.
I can see my team are smiling at me because they're all proper tucked up, ready to go to sleep.
Well, there is a little tannoy over there. So if you can hear this, give us a wave from the tents. Will we get anyone?
No.
No, they're too tired. They're concentrating on their
There's
teams.
someone thinking about it right over there. Someone thinking about waving.
Oh, there was a wave. There we go. We got one.
Hey.
We got one in the red tent.
Thank you.
Thank you to whoever that was.
You have me for 10 more minutes. Is there anything you want to discuss about what's going on track at the moment? Your battery's quite low, which is going to...
There's not much going on. There are a few people a little bit closer to each other, but I think everyone's now just at that point where it's too tiring. Nobody's going to risk a move that could send them into the wall or into the grass. There is a little bit of track action. I think we're going to see an overtake now coming onto the the second back straight towards the chicane. Is that going to be a move? No, it looks like they're going to go single file. We do apologize for the lack of track action. We are nice and cozy here in the commentary box, and yes, we are going to complain for these drivers not pushing that little bit more. There are no last of the late breakers. Having said that, though, there is a move. We can give you the cart number as they come onto the main straight. The person who made the move was the number 3 cart, which is Brumbacart making the move there.
They have been mentioned so many times whilst I've been on the stream today. They are chaotic. There is, yes, there's a spinner down at that hairpin, and the driver's gone really deep there to avoid him. That engine is not
gone. That is a yellow flag there. He's in the middle of the track. He's trying to push himself out. Unfortunately, you can't see this action. You are watching the mechanical tent. There is one cart in the mechanical tent.
I think it's the number 5 that has found itself in that position. The engine is not restarting. There's a marshal running over now to help him because he is stranded on track in quite a safe position if the drivers respect the yellow flags, which the majority of them are doing.
But they are still going quite fast into that corner, I will say.
as more drivers come in for their mechanical stops now.
I was quite hoping Royal Holloway would have their mechanical stop while I was on. It has not happened yet.
Yeah.
So if any of the marshals can hear, race control.
I have a feeling I'm going to be doing our mechanical stop when I'm on track, or it's going to happen at the worst possible time. Because I'm due on in half an hour.
At least you'll get a mini break. You can just sit down there on the side and wait.
So, we've just had a very vital message from Jacob. Can we have a request for Bigfoot photos to the BUKC Insta, please? So, if you've got a Bigfoot that you think is in it to win it, can you send it to the Instagram now? We want to rate your Bigfoots. Let's see the designs. There are some stunning ones out there today, but we want to find the best, the very best of the field. So please, the BUKC on Instagram, find yourself in the DM, send us a photo, and we shall rate them accordingly. There can only be one winner, just like this race, and the leader of that race is the 15, the lap dancers, 1 lap ahead of the 20 of Paul Gokartney. I finally got that pronunciation right.
And just a note as well, the Bigfoot Award will be presented at 5 in the morning.
Oh, no, I'm not then. I come on at 5:30.
So either you will have won or lost at that point, so you can go on having known that information.
Yeah.
So to keep you up to date on what's going on, there will be at 3 a.m. some sleepy photographs. I'm not exactly sure what that entails, but that is what is on our schedule. The Bigfoot Award will come at 5 a.m. The best team name final will be at 7. The best team name award will come at 9:30, and then there is something called the wooden spoon ceremony.
Who's winning the wooden spoon at the moment? Who's last? Is it Edinburgh Napier?
Edinburgh Napier is currently in last position. They are 47 laps off the leaders. 47 laps, lap being approximately 1 minute 20.
That's a shame for Edinburgh Napier. On the bright side, you are going to be gifted with the loveliest wooden spoon with the best ever calligraphy of BUKC 24hr 2025. I promise it's not in felt tip, and I promise it's not a £1 spoon from Tesco. As we just watched the 4 car, which is actually Edinburgh Napier, who have just gone across the curbs. It's the 4 dressed up as a Marlborough, the famous livery. It's going to win another trophy. Sadly, on the wrong side of the result. Unless they find themselves climbing up the grid, in which case, your wooden spoon contenders as it stands. We're looking at Leeds G, gentlemen. Guan Yu Zhou themed name, the 50 cart. Woo's Your Daddy, the 32. The 13 of Spin and Tonic. And the 4 of Edinburgh Napier. They are your current wooden spoon contenders.
Finalists. Let me have a look back at the schedule of exactly what is happening when. So that award will be presented, if you just give me a moment, at 11:30, an hour before the race finish, which is at 12:30, and post-race interviews starting at 12:32.
Oh, we've got the intervals back, and I've just noticed in a big battle between the 46 Edinburgh B and the 27 the company themed name from UClan. There was a gap of just 0.3 seconds. I'll keep an eye out for what is happening there, because that will be a battle to develop. I think that's the closest gap I've seen. Although Rexy Racing is only 1 second behind the Baguette Motorsport car in 3rd place. That's something to look forward to. 2 Girls, 1 Piston Cup have made their way into the pit lane. In terms of other battles, yes, it's just that 27 and 46 battle that is occurring. That is one you want to keep an eye on. I can't see many other battles that are that close, apart from Rexy Racing. If we can get a visual on that, that'll be perfect. I'm going to look out the window intently. Although I'm only here for the next 5 minutes.
I will be remaining for another 20 odd minutes. So I will see you through to the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll be on track by the time you come off. You might see me fly by.
What colour are your suits?
I'm a bright silver suit. I was famously picked out by peers at GYG for being a fireproof man. And yes, you could. It's very bright. You can't miss me. It's the number 27 car, and you'll know instantly. That is mine.
So
Here we go. This is the
there's a
battle I was
move.
talking about. The 26 is trying to make a move on a driver. I think it was the 46. It looked like 26. That might have just been my eyes telling a lie, but they're going to go battling into Rib Bend. That's not them. My bad.
Somebody's gone straight
behind,
over
but
the curves there.
This could be... This is the Rexy Racing battle that we've got our eyes on at the moment. This is the 47 and the 42. Half a second, there's a lot of dust being kicked up there, but here we go. Down the back straight, right at the back, you can just see emerging from the lights now. Rexy Racing, Get Motorsport, tied in with a back marker. We're going to watch him come through on our screens right in front of us as well. Rexy Racing right on the back, bumping him through the corner, and he goes by.
He makes that move.
He gets bumped. Part and parcel of the overtake, but I think he's got it. Rexy Racing moves up to third. Obviously, we'll wait for the confirmation because we're straining our eyes to look at this. I'm sure you are now. Right at the top, right of your picture, swinging round to the bottom.
They'll come down the bottom of your screen now. There they are. What a move that was. They were so nearly coming together there.
They know they're fighting for a podium, I believe. I think they know who they are fighting.
It's getting personal between them.
Unless the 47's right in front, we've got this wrong. The Rexy Racing has made that move. Yes, it is. Rexy Racing has moved up to third position.
Incredible.
Fantastic battling from the pair there. And obviously they'll want to hold on to that because there's a back marker right in front of them, which was also a fast car. I'm waiting on a development for that battle between the 46 and the 27. Cars too. I'm keeping my eyes out for that, but I don't think there's been any movement. In terms of other battles, 43 and 41, the Coventry R car and the Covionism car, a Coventry battle taking place. There's just 0.3 seconds.
There is a move being made. That is a move there. Again, at the S's, that's a brilliant overtaking spot that we've seen today. We'll give you the car number as they come round the front.
I think I may have missed that. I think that's the 27.
The orange helmet.
The orange helmet. Okay, don't know who that is, but I think the 27 is about to make his move on the 46. Greg King in that car. He dives up the inside. I don't know whether that's the car. He's got past someone. We are currently on the stream at the Rib Bend, but we're watching a battle begin to take place. He has not got that move yet, the 27. So they're still nose and tail across the start line. We're here at what I believe is corkscrew. It looks so different when it's dark.
It feels like a different
I believe
track.
this is the end.
Okay.
Of me being on stream. It's been fantastic presenting to you. I shall return at 5:30. It's been an honour to work with you.
Pleasure to work with you too. I think I'm on at some point, if our team strategy doesn't change, which it likely will, about 10 more times. There's a driver heading into the mechanical. I believe...
That is a Nottingham car.
Yes.
One of the Nottingham cars has headed in for its service. I am going to go ahead and get ready for track. So if you're listening to the sunrise shift at 5:30 in the morning, I will be one of the two taking you through it. For now, I'll leave you with Zed for the next 15 minutes, where he will then be replaced by Reeve and Jake Connellan. But for now, thank you very much. And I shall leave you with Zed. Thank you.
Been a pleasure. Good luck with your stint, and we'll see you on track very shortly. Okay, to update you, we are 12 hours and 18 minutes to go in this BUKC 2025 24-hour race here at Teesside, as we've now established, Teesside Autodrome, as opposed to Teesside International. I think we're getting a little bit confused with PF International, another track on the BUKC calendar this year. I will have a new commentator joining me very, very shortly, just getting ready. But to run you through, there are a few drivers quite close together, as we've been saying for the past 2 hours. Every now and then, we do see some pockets where you'll see 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 karts sometimes together, and some brilliant moves. You're currently watching the mechanical tent there. 2 karts currently in the tent. The team of Nottingham Smiths Racing and Franz Hammond from Wish, the number 31 and the number 33. We have our new commentator. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you very much. Fantastic to be here for the night shift. The
graveyard shift.
And the graveyard shift. Well, not quite. I'm glad I'm not in from 2:30, because that's going to be the real midnight shift. That will be quite nice with the sunrise, you'd have to say. Taking over from Etienne a little bit earlier than I expected. but I'm going to be here until 2:30, and then I believe Reeve will be taking over from you in about 15 minutes.
About 15 or so minutes, yes.
But until then, we're just having a little look down at the service stops, which are in full effect. Fantastic job from the engineers here at Teesside.
Both carts going out there, Nottingham and Franz Hermann. Franz Hermann a nod to the Max Verstappen Nürburgring. Was it the Nürburgring run, I believe? Well, it's something like that.
Yeah, Franz Hermann. So when Verstappen went to do a test day in the GT3, that was the that was the alias that he went under. Of course, he was found out almost immediately, but I guess it's to stop people from
media from preempting it.
From preempting him, exactly. I've had a few questions from some people on the paddock about the order in which these stops are being taken place. I don't quite have an answer for you at the minute. I was wondering if you could help illuminate the order that they're being pulled in.
So in terms of the service stops, it is completely randomized. The teams do not have any say on the service stops. I did try to sneakily convince Race Control to pull in my team's cart so I could at least commentate it, but there was no budge from Race Control there. Not that we were expecting it, just some humor to keep you awake at, what is it now, 17 minutes past midnight here in the United Kingdom.
Easy.
So yeah, the mechanical stops are in complete random order. The teams don't have a say on that at all. They will occur anytime from 10 till approximately 2, just depending on how much work those mechanics will have to do. Obviously, some teams will be able to go in and out as quickly as possible, having to only change quick things, tires, brake, stuff like that, brake pads. But some teams will have some more work to be done on their carts. Having said that, no carts can spend less than, I believe, it's either 3 or 5 minutes that they have to be kept in the pits for. So even if work is complete, they will have to stay. There is a minimum time that they have to stay in the pits to make that pecking order a bit fairer. As we now come back to the track action, there are a few battles brewing. There's 2 at Brest coming into the final hairpin. They've gone back into single file there. But Sector 3 is looking to be the place where so many different lines are being taken that they all seem to be bunching up there, making moves possible on the main straight.
Yeah, absolutely. Just going back to those service stops as well, we're seeing now a disparity between those drivers or those teams that have come in and have served those service stops, because even though they've now lost a few laps to the net race leader, which is still the number 15 of the lap dancers, they've led the race for the majority at this stage. They will be on fresh tyres compared to those teams that have been out there. Fresh tyres here worth about 2 to 3 seconds a lap at this stage of the race. But of course, it will all even out by the end, because obviously those tyres will wear out earlier than those teams that are going to stop later. Although it is a good... I do like the system of it being completely random here, because at other 24-hour races, they tend to do it in one of 2 ways, which is they do it in order of cart number. So, for example, it would go 1 and then 2 and then 3, regardless of where they were in the order. Or they would do it approximately from the first place cart all the way down to the last place cart. But just having it random allows a little bit more unpredictability. It means teams have to be a little bit more on their toes at a period in the race where not many team members are left on the side of or in the spectator area actively watching the on-track action. This is really the part of the race where it starts to get quite psychological when you're out there on your own. You're pumping in those lap times. You've got maybe one team member watching you if you're lucky. And you know that these laps that you're doing are probably going to be uncelebrated if a good result comes towards you at the end of the race. But nonetheless, they are as important, if not more important, than the laps that were completed earlier in the race, as we are just over 10 minutes away from the halfway stage in this race.
That means you've been watching us for 12 hours. We've had drivers on for as little as that is a 22 kart in. So some drivers, I've seen stints as short as about 30 minutes. And I have seen stints, I think there was one team, I can't remember who it was, who was on track for just over 2 hours. And having said that, it was one driver, they must have come into fuel because the karts won't actually have fuel for that long. But for one driver to do over 2 hours, that's an incredible feat.
No, that's indeed. Anything over a regular stint distance here, I mean, those of you who will have gone out and done a stint already today will know that the physicality, especially in the hands, you see a lot of people who perhaps don't do much endurance racing outside of this race every year, or perhaps don't do other sports that toughen up the hands, really struggling with blisters, really struggling with skin tearing on the hands, so fixing that in any way they can with tape and so on. But also from a muscularity perspective as well, when you get into your second or third stint, that long right-hander towards the end of the lap, going into a tighter right-hander really starts to play havoc on your muscular strength, both in your core and in your neck as well.
Yes, of course, especially down at Ribend, sort of midway through Sector 1, that is absolutely brutal on your hands, on your back, and also on your feet. It's very, very tough to pick a braking point there, especially how bumpy the track is. It's really, really difficult to find exactly when you need to stop, because if you mistime it even by a split second, you can end up spinning there, because if your kart is jumping up and down the track, that will disbalance, that'll put you out of balance and then completely mess up your braking zone. So people will be feeling it on their backs, just on the ribs, as you mentioned, on hands. And one thing that a lot of people haven't really thought about is on your right foot on the accelerator. Most people usually get a bit more tiresome on the left foot on the braking, but T-side does have some long straights. So you have about 3 or 4 long straights here. And your right foot does get a little bit tired holding that accelerator down, especially through the bumpy sections.
Well, not only that, but you do see a bit of wearing occurring to the outside section of the boot when it rubs against the side of the pedal for that long. You do see some wear, even if you have got a nice quality pair of boots on, pretty universal across all racing. But yeah, you're talking about the rib breaker corner down at the far end of the circuit, and that corner is hard enough when you actually nail the braking point, but it's also about nailing that turn-in point, because even though it has been smoothed out in recent years, you really need to nail how you take that corner, because if you get it too far on the inside or too far on the outside, you're going to get the grunt, the full force of that bump. If you nail it just right, you can sort of skim over it, and you can still definitely feel it, but it is to a point where it's manageable throughout the distance of a stint. I believe that was Nathan Morris from the number 38 Loughborough kart that was up in the top 5 earlier in the race. Nathan, I believe he suffered a mechanical issue that forced him to come in about half an hour into his stint, and then he stayed in the car and went out and did another full stint after refueling. So I believe he did about 2 hours 15 minutes in the kart. So putting in the long stints for his team.
Yeah, so a lot of the karts a little bit spaced out. There's a mini battle brewing just over a bend. You saw that just a moment ago. We'll see if they have anything as they come down the back straight, just about now. Have they gone past? No, there they are. They're very close to each other. Will we see a move? No. We might see it coming into the S's. They seem to have spaced out a little bit now. All of the drivers approximately, give or take, half a second from each other. So still brewing. Nothing out on track yet. There are a few pairs coming towards the end on track. What you can see, that is the back straight, coming 2 by 2 through the track. Similarly here at the hairpins, as they enter Sector 3. There's a group of 4 there. That's a move. He's just about made that move there as he comes down now the straight.
If I may, I wonder if you could pull up the live timing, because this is actually the first time in a long time in this race that the number 20 of Paul Gurkartny in the number 20, or in fact anyone, has been within a lap of the number 15 of the race leader of the lap dancers. So both of those karts having done the same number of pit stops, both of them having completed 8 stops, but the number 15 kart half an hour further into the stint. So they're going to be looking to pit for their 9th scheduled stop in about 20 minutes or so. So the Paul Gurkartny team, even though they are a minute and 20 seconds behind, I believe they have just unlapped themselves from the leader. So for the first time in quite a few hours in this race, we've got more than one kart on the lead lap. Rexy Racing still holding strong in 3rd, and such is the way that they've been able to stretch out the stints. Has that team? They've been consistently one of the teams who have been going the longest in their stints, that they've managed to pull out pretty much an entire pit stop on the lap dancers. So they're at pretty similar stages in their stints. However, the lap dancers have done 8 stops, whereas Rexy Racing has done 7 stops. I'll tell you, a team that's done a few more stops is the number 47 of Baguette Racing. 10 pit stops they've done, but they are only 1.5 seconds off of the overall podium.
As far as I can see, the team with the most amount of pit stops, the joint lead on that, is the Miles Shelby, who is in the pits right now. And
no, I think they have indeed been beaten by the number 32 in last place of Woo's Your Daddy, having done 15 stops so far in this race, which, to be honest, is actually less than I thought it would be. I was imagining something towards the 20s or so, but reliability, you do have some reliability failures, but it seems to be spread quite evenly across most of the teams. I don't think many of the teams, with the exception of a couple of our front runners, have gotten away scot-free at all. The lap dancers did have to serve a 1-lap penalty earlier in the race for instead of driving around the bollard on pit entry, they decided to drive through it for some reason. So they got a penalty for that, but despite that, they were able to hold the lead.
And as you can see now, we are just crossing over into 500 laps completed here at Teesside. That must take some... the kart must be taking some hits at this point, so hence why they've done the mechanicals from 10 p.m. till 2 in the morning. That is a lot of laps.
No, absolutely. But interestingly, despite what I said earlier on in the race, we're not anywhere near to the overall record for number of laps completed, or we're currently not on track to get anywhere close to that. I believe the record for the most number of laps completed in this race is 1,089 laps. But I might have to check the statistics on that, even though we have been green for a good proportion of this race. I will look up that historical data for you.
No, we did have a few full course yellows. I had one on my stint. There was one on the stint before. Those stints being from the Union flag at the very, very beginning of the race, and then at about 2:45 p.m. So we have been under full course yellows, I'd say, for approximately, about 15 to 20 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. I'd max that out in about 30 minutes. Do you have this historical data?
I do have some historical data. So looking back at the 2022 race, which was won by Trinity Uni Dublin, their A team, they completed 1,034 laps. So we're currently about 10 laps down from what the leader in that race was lapping at. So it just goes to show the difference. Their best lap time as well was a 1:19.9. So that just goes to show it was very, very fast conditions that year. The second place car also achieved a 1:19. There were low 120s and 1:19s scattered throughout the top 10 as well. But also, you've got to remember that some of these races are rain affected. So, for example, if we were to go to the 2023 24-hour, the winning team again, Trinity University Dublin A, only finished with 990 laps. So we are well ahead of that pace for the 2023 race. And if we, just for fun, if we have a look at last year's race, which was won by the very, how should I say, interestingly named Exeter Gently team. They only completed 908 laps in that entire race, so completing only about 454 laps in the first 12 hours on average. However, that race was notorious for being held in both wet weather and having quite a lot of full course yellows. So you're seeing that's a range in just a few years of 100 laps between the winners in each of these races. So this year's edition seems to fall somewhere in the middle for now.
Incredible. We are about to hit the halfway point. I will be leaving you in approximately 34 seconds. You might have you for a short while longer as we make this changeover. But to recap the top 10 at this 12-hour mark, the lap dancers completing 509 laps at the halfway point. Paul Gokartney just behind them, 1 lap down. Rexy Racing in third. Baguette Motorsport in fourth. Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Go Fast in fifth, going quite fast there. Never Overtake Sheffield, 6 people having overtaken them. 2 Guards on Piston Cup in seventh. Imperial B in eighth. Senna Squadron currently in the pit, so they should go down at some point, but currently holding on to that 9th place. And X Swansea in 10th place, as we have just crossed over into the second part of this race. We have hit 12 hours here at Teesside. So that is my commentary stint over, although there is nobody else in the commentary box, so I will be sticking with you for just a few minutes until we do make this switch over.
But we now have crossed over into the second half of the race, so there is more of the race behind us than there is in front. So now that is the full hour mark, I think not only the top 10, but let's run through the entirety of the order then. So you went down into 10th place. Brumdog Millionaire, they were flirting around the top 3 places for a good proportion of this race so far, but they currently reside in 11th place. And it's Podhub in 12th, Cov Unism in 13th, with Minecart 14th and Coventry A in 15th. X-Icons, Team O'Cock, Yuki Spinoda, Lufton Loaded and Ringo Kart round out your top 20, with Late Breakers Anonymous, Doing Your Mum, Edinburgh A, I Still Have Trouble, Reading, and We Thought This Was a Sprint in the top 25. Then comes Burger King's Nottingham Smiths Racing, who have actually just got ahead of Burger King's as Burger King's come into the pit lane. Then come Portsmouth, George Harrispin, and the Iron Dames Racing Team. Then comes Brump and Pass, Cumbridge, Endurex, Brump Bacart, Reading Between the Lines, Coming Bad, Imperial A, Edinburgh B, Metal Gear Box Solid, and Automobile Leasters round out the top 40. 41st is John Lemans with Gurney's Gang, France Herman from Wish, DM Useless, Chick Flicks, BUKC My Life, Show Us Your Baps, just being overtaken for 47th by Leeds Gentlemen. The Miles Shelby Squad, Spin and Tonic is your top 50, with Edinburgh Napier and Woo's Your Daddy battling out for the honour of not being awarded the wooden spoon. But I will very shortly be joined in the commentary box by everyone's favourite commentator, Mr. Reeve.
So I will be leaving you at this point. I don't know when I'll be back. I'll be back at some point, dependent on our race strategy. Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening to me. I hope I haven't bored you to sleep. Although, we do hope that bedtime story we read at approximately 11 p.m. was okay. There are a few track battles, so I will keep this brief. Thank you for having me. I'll be on a bit later. It was a pleasure commentating with you. And I will see you in a bit.
Thank you very much, my friend. Pleasure to have you with us as well. So there we go. And actually, pretty good moment to look back onto the circuit, as we've got the Battenberg flags are out. I believe we might be under a full course yellow period. Indeed, the full course yellow boards are out. It'd be interesting if we can get eyes on what has caused that incident. The drivers being instructed by race control to slow down. Just because we are operating at night doesn't mean that these flags and boards should be adhered to any less than they are normally. But as we have approached a section in the race where there are really no such thing as pit windows anymore, each team running to their own race plan, this could be an opportunistic moment for one of these teams, and indeed the number 42 of Rexy Racing immediately dive into the pit lane. So they were approaching the end of their stint, and we can see the recovery vehicle making their way out onto the circuit. Still need to get eyes on where this stricken car is. We got eyes on the back straight as it currently stands. My co-commentator just getting himself fueled up on some energy drink before we head into the first of the 2 witching hour shifts, it has to be said. But I'm joined here in the commentary box by Mr. Reeve. How are you?
Hello there, I am ready to go for 2 more hours of commentary. We are past the 12-hour mark. As you say, it's the witching hour. Let's go racing. Well, I was about to say let's go racing. Let's not go racing because it's a full course yellow. Let's go slowing down, everyone.
Let's go slowing down, nice single file, no one overtaking anybody else. Chill out, have a coffee. Nice and gentle heading round. Still trying to see where this stricken car is that has caused this full course yellow. It's at the bottom of the hill, apparently, according to our race director. See if
He's actually very handy being sat right next to the race director, isn't he? You get
I know, it's fantastic. It's like a cheat code.
Insider info, yeah.
Just relay us all of the stuff that we pretend to know about. So how's your experience been since you left the commentary box at this year's 24-hour race?
I returned back to my 3 Series Coupe, which had been converted into a very small camper van, and it had a nice little sleep. So
I would probably say, in addition to being the BUKC 24-hour race, this is also one of the UK's largest collections of converted camper vans, in quotation marks.
Yes. Saw a Smart 4.2 before. That was impressive. Someone's actually sleeping in the back of a Smart 4.2.
Well, you know, there is merit, actually, to some of these smaller cars. You will get a little bit more space in them than you would in something perhaps like a VW Golf, because the seats don't fold all the way down.
Very true. We did also, we cooked a few tins of beans on my exhaust.
Oh.
Worked very well. Only cost about a tenner. Either way, yeah, so full course yellows at the moment.
And it only costs about 15 quid's worth of fuel to rev it up to the temperature, of course. But you know, it's all about the act of doing it, isn't it?
Yeah, good fun. Plenty of camaraderie around the paddock here for our TSI 24-hour race. Interesting to see, actually, once again, haven't been keeping up with the timing system, must be honest. Paul Gokartney back in the lead of this race. A very up and down race for them so far. Is there anything major I've missed out on track while I've been away?
Oh, well, where's there to begin? I mean, throughout the race, we had the 47 of BUKC Motorsport as we now get back under green flag. That stricken cart now being cleared away. We had the 47 of BUKC Motorsport leading in the early stages before suffering a couple of mechanical failures. And then it was the lap dancers team who have been leading since then. So they've been leading for about the last 7 or 8 hours or so. And the Paul Gokartney team, they were sort of hovering around the bottom end of the top 10 for the first quarter of this race, but they've just very slowly utilized that 1 lap pace that cart has. They do currently hold the fastest lap of the race still of a 1:21.0, which has, it has to be said, not been challenged for a significant amount of this race. But after the lap dancers have peeled into the pit lane, we actually had it in the last 20 minutes or so. It's been the first time in about 6 hours where the number 15 team of the lap dancers have someone else for company on the lead lap, which has been the 20 team. So that is how it currently stands. The 42 Rexy Racing team really showing a masterclass in pit strategy, managing to mix it in with the leaders, despite having done an entire pit stop less than the others and still being in the same section of the pit cycles. And obviously the 47 of BUKC Motorsport making their way back up from being in 11th place, I believe, after their mechanical issues that they suffered from the lead. So that is a brief overview of the first 12 hours of this race. But of course, everything's still to play for.
Exactly, it is. We're still only just crossing the halfway mark. They're impressive from Rexy Racing, you mentioned there, to see that they've managed to extend the stints well enough to basically give themselves a free pit stop, in effect, to take away one stop in this race. That gives them a few more options to play with towards the end of the race. We'll see. You know, you never know what's going to happen out on track towards the end of running in the final few hours, so we'll see how they play with their strategy options that are available to them. Never overtake Sheffield, another driver you mentioned, or another team you mentioned there. Again, a bit of an up and down race for them so far, but finding themselves in a good position at the moment. The Gaslight squad we saw in the midst of battle with the Brumdog Millionaire team fighting for P2 for so long in the first quarter of this race, and we saw that battle come to a bit of an unfortunate end in the pit, but we are back under green flag conditions here for our 24-hour race, seeing the service flags being waved aplenty as we get karts in lap by lap to get them a bit of a check over, get a fresh set of front tyres on them, and make sure they're good to go for the final 12 hours of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing the service flags being coming out for at least the last hour or so. Cars being pulled in a random order, just keeping the teams on their toes. Those drivers who will have raced in the Buckmore 24-hour, for example, they'll be used to having the service stops in a predetermined order, whether that be in ascending kart number order or in terms of where they are in the race. But that's just an overview there of the top 10 that we had previously run through. Don't know quite how the lap dancers are a lap behind those in 11th that still managed to get ahead. But the lap dancers, what kind of pit stop were they able to achieve? Seems like actually they've lost quite a lot of time on that last pit stop. So let's have a little bit more in depth.
Yeah,
a
that was
9-minute
huge pit stop for the lap dancers there. Could be a botched driver change. Could be mechanical issues with the car.
I think that has to be a mechanical failure for that team. It just flew under the radar, that one, because it sort of coincided so nicely with that full course yellow and also when they were planning to come in anyway. So I wonder if they've suffered a mechanical failure, or perhaps maybe they were the kart that caused that full course yellow in the first place. It might be one of the two of those.
Yeah, very possible indeed. I know, for example, the lap dancers, they seem to be going quite big and quite bold on their strategies. Hearing reports of drivers triple stinting in that team. So if your drivers, obviously you've got experienced drivers in the kart, by all means they can do it, but cracks are still going to show. There's still going to be small slip-ups there, and if they are being particularly brave and bold, you do run a risk. Yeah,
absolutely. The optimum number of drivers you want in a team is about 5 or 6. I mean, once you get to more than 7, there's a lack of cohesion in the team. People sort of drift in, drift out, maybe not take it as seriously. But then once you get to 4 or even 3 drivers, you're asking those drivers a lot. I mean, 6 or even 8 hours around this track for each drivers, as well as, combined with the lack of sleep and having to think about strategy, it really takes a toll on you. So yeah, I would say 5 or 6 drivers is what you would want to aim for. But a couple of our race leading teams that you previously said, including BUKC Motorsport, I spoke to Tom Fox, who's a member of that team earlier on today, and he said that there were only 4 of them in that team. So yeah, for them to be running up in the top 3 is very, very impressive. But of course, very experienced, a lot of those drivers. And it seems like I'm a bit of a bad luck charm in the commentary box for whoever the race leader is, because the race leader has only changed in this race while I've been sat in this commentary chair. So it was originally held by the BUKC Motorsport after the first hour, and then the lap dancers have led us since then. But now Paul Gokartney in the number 20 lead outright.
They
so
do.
They are your new race leaders.
They do indeed, but as you say, yeah, the commentator's curse seems to have been pretty strong here. We noticed when we had Molly in the box as well. Basically, if you're a commentator and you're affiliated with one of the teams, that team is not going to do well. We saw it with myself with the likes of Paul Gokartney and Ringo Kart. The lead squad were having a few difficulties while Molly was in the box as well. So hopefully we've got rid of all of our commentator's curse in the first half.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Black flag actually as well for the number 37 of Late Breakers Anonymous. That's for a ABC advantage by contact incident, which has happened somewhere out on the circuit. That team currently running just on the fringes of the top 20. So not an ideal circumstance for them, as we see more drivers coming into, actually that's the 37 coming in to serve that that penalty. So again, we can see the engineers here at Teesside conducting those service stops, getting having a proper check over the brakes, getting a new set of tyres on there as well. This was something that we talked about earlier, just before you got here, Reeve, in the fact that once they've got the tyres changed out, a new pair of tyres here is worth about 2 or 3 seconds a lap. So you might see quite a bit of disparity between those karts that have actually been in for a stop. For example, the number 34, I believe, the Swansea team, who have just done a 121 on that last lap. Baguette Motorsport 121, compared to the race lead-in karts, which are in the 123s.
Yeah, it can make a big difference. One thing that really catches my interest as well is the disparity between having a fresh set of tyres on the very start of the race versus what we have in the service stop, which is just a fresh set of fronts. So you've got to bear it in mind that the balance of the kart is going to be very different. Those rears obviously aren't getting hammered quite as much as the fronts, but they're still not going to be at their best. And something that the drivers have to be aware of is just how much extra grip comparatively they might have in those early parts of the stint after service on the front end.
No, absolutely. And actually, as the race progresses, I can tell you this as a driver, the balance on the rear just gets looser and looser. During the night, it's mainly due to the track temperature being lower and obviously the tyres already having quite a few hours being put into them. But then again, especially what we'll see tomorrow morning is that once the temperature starts to go up again, those tyres will be very worn, and then the track temperature is then going to start to increase as well. So those tyres are going to be operating at a high operating temperature. Rear tyres here not doing an abnormal amount. There's not a huge amount of crazy acceleration zones around this track. It is normally the fronts that do most of the work, hence why they're the ones that are being changed. However, you do find that towards the end of the race, you've got a very slidey rear to your kart, so absolutely the balance does change throughout the race.
Yeah, it's very entertaining to drive. It's not the quickest way to head around the lap, but it's great fun there. If you're feeling a little bit bored late into your late night stint and you're after a bit of fun,
I mean, absolutely. If you're running in 42nd place, I mean, you know, if it's the difference between, you know, being cold out there on your own, I mean that's something else that we've not talked about. Is I know it's the middle of summer, but it is a bit chilly out there.
Absolutely,
which does take its toll on not only the drivers but also the supporters. Maybe people being a little bit snappier with each other than they would normally be. There is that mental side of it as well, which is why we say that the night is all about the mental game, staying positive, making sure everyone has enough rest, has everything that they need to get through it. But obviously this race being run over the summer solstice weekend, so it will only be about 2 hours 40 minutes until we see the first bits of daylight again.
Yeah, which is great news, because when we have had daylight, the weather's actually been pretty glorious, all things considered, for this race, particularly for a Teesside 24-hour. It's been remarkable, in fact. We had a threat of rain very early on within the first hour, and then other than that, it has been pretty clear, so I'm sure the drivers are looking forward to that. That will take it out of the drivers a little bit more in terms of their physical state after that, because we've had so much strong grip on this circuit where everyone's neck's going to be just a little bit more sore compared to, say, last year, where it was pretty much rain coverage for most of the event, seemingly. Physically, it's going to be a lot more hard-wearing, I'd suspect. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, especially at night when you do see, on average, faster lap times than you see during the day. And actually, as you head in towards the end of the race as well, once you're into that third stint, and you're going around this long right-hander that you can see at the bottom of the screen, you're heading into hairpin number 3. Your neck and your core and your biceps and your hands are just screaming out they're ready to stop. And at that point, perhaps, if you're not really fighting for anything, go-karting doesn't really seem that fun anymore. But, it is all part of the experience of doing a 24-hour race, and it does make any success that you might run into, even if it is just overtaking that person that you've been chasing down for half an hour, 40 minutes, just makes it that little bit sweeter as well.
Seeing a few more cars coming in for their service stops. Most recent one, Reading Between the Lines, reading between the lines. One of the Reading teams, of course, having a great day out in terms of their Super Bowl performance, but fortunately a bit of a race to forget overall for the rest of the hours running.
Yeah, absolutely. The other Reading team, actually, the 51 that I still have trouble, Reading team,
yeah.
They were in the top 3 for a couple of hours earlier on in the race, but I believe they've actually suffered with quite a few mechanical failures in the sort of second quarter of this year's 24-hour race, so they are pretty much out of it by now. But what this does mean at the top of the standings is that Paul Gokartney, they will be coming in about 20 minutes' time to serve their pit stop. And crucially, the 47 of BUKC Motorsport, they're only about 16 minutes into their stint. So it would seem that the BUKC Motorsport team is more than likely going to reclaim this race lead in the next half an hour or so, which, and actually we've got if we quickly just go away from that, we've got a mechanical flag for the 22 kart of George Harrispin, which I believe is quite far down the order, but nevertheless not a flag that you want to see. But it has been one mighty comeback from the 47 team. You would think after that mechanical that they had earlier in the race that they do well to get back into the overall podium, but here they are back in the race lead, and that's the kind of comeback that can only really happen in a 24-hour race.
Yeah, as we say, it's been a real rollercoaster for quite a few drivers. I mean, even for the Liverpool squad themselves, they've got one car in the lead, and then I know the number 22 have had plenty of issues. I've seen them diving into the pit at various times there. So they'll be hoping just to pick up pieces, I'm sure, and just try and get to the race finish, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see a few more karts now coming into the pit lane for scheduled stops, I believe. The number 5 of the Iron Dames in that. The Iron Dames, of course, the most notable part of their race was when they actually ran out of fuel at an earlier stage in this race, despite being only about 75 minutes into their stint. We'd normally expect these teams to do at least 90 minutes in their stint, but it turned out that one of their engines was running much richer than it should have been, and hence they ground to a halt about 15 minutes before they were expecting to come into for their pit stop. So really unfortunate for them.
I was wondering about that one because it was very early. I was thinking, obviously the fuel gets chucked in the car for practice quali, and then obviously that first stint. And I thought they must have been running really aggressively in qualifying to see that amount of fuel usage early on, but that would very much explain it there as to why we saw after 75 minutes they're running out of fuel. It started a bit of a panic, I think, in that first stint. I think a number of teams erred on the side of caution after that, fearing that maybe the fuel usage might be quite high this year.
Absolutely, and it does vary by the machinery that you have, but that's also the responsibility of you as a team, is that you need to utilize that 2-hour practice session to work out what kind of machinery you've got underneath you. You need to work out what kind of distances you're able to achieve. But one good thing, though, about this being the night shift is that the voting for the Best Bigfoot Award is now underway on the BUKC's Instagram, or at least it should be. Hopefully Jacob has put it on. Otherwise,
if not, this is Jacob's reminder. Oh no, he's actually just left the track, has Jacob? He's heading back to his hotel to get some well-deserved rest.
Well, here we go. Let's check in real time whether or not that is actually on the.
Well, we have
Instagram.
opened the competition and we have some entries in there at the moment. I can see the lap dancers in the mix there. The number 43 kart of the Coventry A team there with
Coventry I believe.
Yeah, Coventry yeah. I've seen a Lightning McQueen theme. It seems to be shining through quite a lot this year.
Well, I believe that's Coventry's theme for this year. Is that they've got sort of
we got Chick, we got Lightning.
Yeah,
and we got
absolutely. Very clever idea. One that seems so obvious in retrospect.
Yeah. And then the lap dances we won't talk about. It's creative.
No, but I mean, I don't know about you, Reeve, but there has been just the one Bigfoot that has stolen the show for me, and it is the googly eyes.
Oh, it's
Yeti.
all, yeah, the Yeti.
The fur. And I thought it looked good in the daytime. I thought it was unique. But the moment those eyes started to glow,
see them, actually. I'm yet to...
started to glow bright blue as it got darker, that really cemented them as the one for the win. Obviously, you can vote for who you want on the Instagram, but as someone whose opinions are never wrong, I would highly recommend that they are deserving of your vote.
Yeah, we like
the
to
Yeti team.
We pretend these are democracies, but, you know, we make the decisions, really. You've decided that it is the Yeti. There it is. That looks brilliant. It is the Yeti that will win that. I've decided that it is Paul Gokartney that will win Best Team Name, and that was thoroughly undeserving of its catastrophic loss in the votes.
No, the Doohan team is the one that won it for both me and Molly earlier, so we were pretty united on that one. But, you know, to each their own. I wonder if that's actually... I believe that's actually the same team, the 26. The Doohan Your Mum team is the Yeti Bigfoot design. So they would...
Plenty of Jacob Harris's tats to be taken home then.
If it was a dictatorship with me at the centre, which shame it isn't, but if it was, then they would definitely win an unprecedented double in terms of best team name and best Bigfoot. Don't know if that's ever been done before in the history of the race, but we were looking at actually going back to discussions of the distances that these guys have covered in the first half of this race. Lap times a little bit slower than what we've seen from a couple of years ago in the 2022 race. Those drivers achieving, or the winning team from that achieving 1,034 laps. But then again, the best lap in that race was a 119.9 as opposed to the 120.9 that we've seen today. But the estimated distance for this race is going to be, I would estimate, about 1,015 laps if I had to put money on it, which would put it right in the middle of what we've seen. The winning distance from last year's race, Reeve, only 909 laps. So
yes, with all that wet weather, wet weather running really slowed us down on that front. Just done some quick maths there, and it looks like we've passed well over 1,000 kilometres already covered distance-wise in terms of number of laps at this 2.5 kilometre circuit, which is really impressive stuff. See, we've only just covered the halfway mark as well.
Absolutely. We've gone to the stage in the race now as well, where the drivers out there, they'll know the deal. They'll have been out for a stint already, and they're not going to defend unless they have just gotten bored and would like to start defending again. But each driver, they're aware of the pace that they've got, and they just want to continue pumping in those lap times, because the worst place that you want to be is in the pit lane, not for a scheduled stop. So that's really where the difference is made in this race. You can gain 10-15 seconds over a similar pace kart over the course of an hour and a half, but you can lose 15 seconds very easily in a pit stop, especially at this stage in the race where most of your team is asleep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a strange... I was discussing with Mon before. It's a strange feeling, I think, for all the teams at this time of night. It's almost a bit peaceful, isn't it? It was just how a bit of quiet descends. The only real noise you get is just the cart driving past ever so often. Hello to Neptune in the YouTube comments there, who asks, could you tell me when the Brumpen Pass squad are in the pits? I tell you, it's right now. They're currently in the pits, getting their cart looked at, getting their cart serviced. So they should be back out in a few minutes' time. Of course, a minimum time on the service for anyone. Let's just make it a bit more equitable to make sure that no one who might need a bit more attention to their go-kart gets an unfair go of things there. So they'll be out in a few minutes. But yeah, keep those questions coming in, and we'll try to check up on as many of the carts as possible.
That's very good audience interaction there. had it ready to go.
Got to keep the enthusiasm up. I'm not going to ask the gazebo to do a Mexican wave like I have done a number of times now. It's a bit too late in the night for that, especially if there's only about 2 people awake there at that point. Then not much of a Mexican wave, really, is it?
Nah, absolutely. It's gotten. It gets to the point now. You were talking about how peaceful it is. That it almost feels like a sort of midnight test session with everyone out there at the minute. It doesn't really even feel like a race at the minute. It's so far since the start of the race, and we've still got so far to go until the end of this one. In fact, some drivers who completed stints just a couple of hours ago in some of the teams, definitely not talking about Adam Nather, will be in different countries by the time this race actually finishes. So it just goes to show the duration. It'd be an interesting dilemma for Adam, though. Imagine if his team was winning by 10 laps. Do you reckon he'd still take that flight?
Oh, I'm not too sure. Yeah, that would be a tricky one. I mean, is he flying or is he driving? Because you can always jump on the next shuttle, can't you?
I think he just said that he would be in a different country. So the method of transportation he wasn't specified to me. But that would be a dilemma. The worst thing would be if you stayed and then you got caught and then you went down to like 4th, for example, and you just ended up with nothing.
Oh, yeah. That would be terrible. Looking on at the cars having a bit of servicing there. I think we're seeing one that might be having either worked onto its clutch or they've discovered a bit of a hot break, I suspect. There we saw the old water pouring onto the disc technique there. We saw steam billowing out of it. So a bit of work needed on that one, perhaps, but a big thank you to our mechanics working very hard throughout this entire 24-hour weekend to make sure the fleet are in as good a condition to go racing as possible there, and the work never stops really until the end of the race.
Look, the oldies are goldies for a reason. I mean, you've got to, if water on the brakes, there's a reason that people do it. It's because it works. So sometimes the most obvious answer is the one you go for. It'd be great to see a little bit more on-track action as well as these guys are doing. Oh, we got a yellow.
There we go. As if by magic.
Commentator's curse. Must be psychic. And the side of Reeves' face lit up in a very ominous yellow glow by the massive digital board that's just outside. You can actually see it there bright, on the live stream, just on the left of shot. There we are. I wonder if I can wave, if they'd be able to see it. No, not quite.
We're just waving at all the drivers. Hello! If someone has got some crazy stuff going on in Discord and they can hear the stream while they're in the car, obviously people have got various comms solutions going on.
Well, I spoke to a driver driving for Loughborough actually earlier, and he said to me that he'd found a way to rig up his Spotify to the radio inside his helmet.
Yeah.
So going around listening to music. I asked him what was on his playlist. And I'll give you a couple of the songs. The Chain, by Fleetwood Mac, of course.
That's the type of song which you might go a little bit slow for the first few laps,
absolutely.
And then there's one lap where you're just setting a 48-second lap.
That was literally what I said to him. I questioned if Shut Up and Drive by Rihanna was on there, and he said, of course. So you've got to have some of the oldie Top Gear songs on there as well. Like the,
absolutely,
Don't Stop Me Now by Queen. Of course, got to be on there.
A bit of Meatloaf, perhaps. Yeah, do let us know. What would you think, Watch It Along? What would you think would be an ideal 24-hour karting soundtrack? What do you think would be on your list there to keep you going, to get those fast laps in? Darude Sandstorm.
Darude Sandstorm.
There we go.
Just Darude Sandstorm.
Just on loop. As some type of torture method to make sure you can't get out of the kart until you've won, and this is going to play until...
A torture method that the faster you drive, the sooner you can get out and cease listening to Darude Sandstorm, absolutely. Or I Like the Way You Move by the Body Rockers. That's one that could be in there.
Hearing one of the sounds you don't really pick up on until you do get to the late part of the evening when the Yeah, it gets a little bit cold as well. The backfire that you start to hear more and more from the kart, as well as they lift off the throttle heading through that chicane there, trying to make sure you don't scrub too wide. Yeah, it's a nice little noise.
I wondered at the start of the race, speaking of noise, whether we would become quite unpopular in the spectator area from people trying to get some sleep, whether or not our voices would continue to be broadcast on the stereo. Luckily, they have been spared of that annoyance, but you know, still got the sound of 52 go-karts out there going round and round. So,
well, we should have put them to sleep now, because apparently a bedtime story was read. How was that? What was the story?
I wasn't here, but I wish I was. I wish I had been.
Because all I saw on the notes was bedtime story in brackets, do the voices. So I'm wondering what that was.
Indeed, I wonder. I'm sad that I wasn't allocated that slot, because I would have absolutely loved to read out that bedtime story. But very possible that at this section, you know, people who leave YouTube on autoplay when they go to sleep, and then they wake up at 7 hours later, and it's on some random video.
Some absolute fever dream. Yeah.
No, absolutely. This is the kind of thing that would end up on that at the end of that, just watching this live stream as we see another driver going straight across the curb. Sparks coming from underneath the car.
Actually seeing a contact warning coming in for the number 1 car, Brumdog Millionaire there. So imagine a bit of traffic management coming in to play here. That is all still going on in the background. While obviously all these service stops are happening, the order just continues to get jumbled up as we progress lap by lap.
Well, that's something that we haven't actually considered for the top few drivers, of which of those teams have and have not had their service stop yet. As Reeve scrolls down, it'll be very difficult to tell.
So our race leaders have had their service stop.
That is useful information to know, actually.
As have BUKC Motorsport. They were, in fact, the first to have their service stop by the looks of things. And then we go on to Rexy Racing, and they have also had their service stop. It looks like a lot of our leads, and in fact, a lot of our karts at this point have had their service stops.
Yeah, I doubt there's many out there who have yet to have them at this point. They are only scheduled to go until 2 o'clock at the latest.
There are 4 more to go to jump in for those service stops there. We're getting some more instant information there from a race director, so thank you very much for that. Yeah, 4 more stops to go, so pretty much complete, as you say.
Yeah, very efficiently done by the team down there in the pit lane. But so that means that, especially in our top 5, this is as they are. However, the Paul Go-Kartney team currently 1 hour and 19 minutes into this stint, compared to 32 minutes for BUKC Motorsport. So we will be expecting a stop in the next 15 minutes or so from the number 20, and they will more than likely cede the lead to the BUKC Motorsport team. Whether or not they also give it away to Rexy Racing, who are pretty much in the same part of the stint as BUKC Motorsport and are only 7 seconds behind on track at the moment, Reeve. So these top 3 pretty much in a class of 3 at the minute at the top of the leaderboard. Then quite a big gap to never overtake Sheffield. However, they're in a similar position where we are expecting a stop from them in the next 10 minutes or so. So they will cede the position to the 34 kart in just a matter of time.
Yeah, as we go further into this race as well, the more crucial the pit stops get, because you're given less opportunity to make amends for any mistakes that might creep up as you are changing drivers, getting the kart ready to go back out. I mean, for some of these squads now, who are especially going longer on the driver, on longer stints rather, we might be seeing only a couple more driver changes really until the end of this race. So need to make sure that every pit stop is executed to perfection here now for these drivers battling for the lead, especially as you say, there's some very close margins, simply 8 seconds separating our drivers battling for P2 and P3. They cannot afford for any major mistakes at this point.
No, absolutely. It'd be interesting actually if we could get the gaps between each of the karts relative to the kart in front of them on the live stream, rather than just having the laps, because then we'd be able to see it changing lap by lap, the gap between second and third.
It's about 8.3 seconds for Rexy to Baguette, and they've just gained, or they've just lost, rather, have Rexy about 0.8 of a second as well. So the gap has expanded ever so slightly.
Well, that was anticlimactic. But
sorry, what I meant to say was actually
they're reeling them in by 2 seconds a lap, and we're gonna get an on-track.
They're actually attached
for second.
They've actually had a massive incident
for the net race lead. Yeah, absolutely. But no, the still plenty of time left to go.
There we go. One of the remaining few karters needing to come in and get their kart serviced, being signalled to do so. There, the number 44 of the lead gentleman there, the grad squad there.
Yeah, I was speaking to Yorgos Meliotis actually of that team just before I stepped into the commentary booth. He said they'd had 9 mechanical failures so far during this race, which at a certain point you'd have to wonder.
Stay away from the curbs, folks.
Indeed, but they've said. But in the same breath, he said to me that it was the most fun 24-hour race they participated in. Because when you're not fighting for any significant position, you can just go out there, have a bit of fun.
Yeah, just chill out a bit.
Run your own race, chill out. And obviously, all of those Leeds grads, they're not fighting for a space in any sort of BUKC team. So they're just doing it for a little bit of fun.
Absolutely, I do like seeing some of the grad team names. Leeds G, and then in brackets Entleman. That's clever. I partook in the University of Liverpool retirement home squad last year. That was another strong showing in terms of name.
Well, another good one was the Loughborough Legends team.
Yes,
that participated in the Butmore 24 Hours. That was, I believe, comprised of the team that had won the Prem title the previous year. All of them grads at that point. Decided to enter into that race. Finished 3rd overall, I believe, in what is a very competitive field. So well done to all of them.
Yes, I remember that. I was commentating alongside a Mr. Yusuf bin Sahel, who is getting poised and ready to jump into a kart here at Teesside as well in a few hours for his triple stint.
Wow.
Only Yusuf.
Only Yusuf could do that. Only Yusuf could do that.
Would attempt it, yeah.
Only Yusuf could do that and stay smiling while doing it.
He probably has to do a quadruple.
He's probably a little bit less. He'd probably be a little bit less enthusiastic to do a double or triple stint now. Granted that he was in the number 15 lap dancers team.
Yes.
There is a difference between jumping into the race leading cart versus jumping into a cart that's 5 laps down. So
that is very true. That a real turnaround of fortunes there, as we do have the collapsed sun beaming down upon us once more to let us know that there is a danger out on the track. It has gone away quite quickly though, so issue sorted out very quickly there.
We got another driver in the pit lane, I believe, further down. The 22 of George Harrisman has made their way in.
Yep, not looking that far into the stint actually, so interesting to see what that is for. I think we're just going to, everyone's going to get home back to Liverpool and just pretend it didn't really happen, I suspect.
Well, we're coming up to an important part of the race now because we are expecting this pit stop from the number 20 car in the next 10 minutes or so. So where they filter out is going to have a big impact. We were talking about how important those pit stops were. Typically, you'd expect a lap with a pit stop to be, well, the general consensus from speaking to many of the teams is that anywhere about a 2-minute 40 lap, including a pit stop, is pretty good going. The Baguette Motorsport team achieved a 2:27 pit stop earlier in this race. So they definitely have it in them. They're a very slick outfit, comprised of multiple BPEC drivers, of course, so they will know how to get the most out of a pit stop. But it'd be interesting to see if the Paul Go-Kartney team has that same kind of experience in delivering slick pit stops, because these top teams, at this stage in the race, they'll know what to do in those pit stops without even thinking about it. The stuff that could go wrong is stuff that is basically out of their control in terms of an engine not restarting or coming in underweight, that kind of thing, and having to reweigh to double check.
Absolutely, yeah. And I know for a fact as well, Liverpool were putting some effort in terms of getting their pit lane strategy sorted. There was a bit of contention between the A and the B squad there. The B squad also wanting to go for the win. It has not gone their way, so I imagine a few resources probably now being diverted to that A team. Everyone working together now realise, come on, let's go for this win. So they really should be aiming for some fantastic pit stops at this phase of the race. We have just also had confirmation from Mr. Adam Nather that he's actually flying, not driving, to Germany. So important update there. So he is taking that flight. He said flying. Luckily, you got to drive to Germany. You got to hit some autobahns. You got to have some.
Absolutely, that's something on my bucket list, is go to the Nürburgring. Last summer I did the NC 500 around Scotland.
Lovely, yeah, I've done that myself.
Although the crucial mistake we made is trying to do it in one day, which wasn't quite achievable. So we made it about 3/4 of the way around, and then we went, okay, let's find somewhere to stay. But it was still a fantastic experience.
Yeah, very brave indeed. I'm heading to the Nürburgring myself in a few weeks. A lot of the drivers in the Liverpool squad, and I'm regretting booking Airbnbs now, because that camper that I've accidentally built is so comfortable. There's no need for a hotel.
Well, you can tell that Adam Nather does Club 100, because he must be doing okay if he can fly to Germany. So should ask him to lend me some money if I ever get into
selling out, abandoning us to fly to Germany in first class in his private jet.
Unbelievable. Sheffield, of course, the financial heart of the United Kingdom. Everyone knows that.
We can say that from Teesside. Either way, a few more carts coming in for the service stops as well. Spin and Tonic, strong name there, strong contender for best team name overall. And then the number 32 cart jumping in as well. And I think this will mean, I think we might have one left. If not, we are done.
Indeed, the service stops being done in short order. With the Woo's Your Daddy team, I believe, are current placeholders for the wooden spoon.
Yes.
However, they are just one lap behind the Spin and Tonic and Edinburgh Napier teams. So the battle for the privilege of not receiving the wooden spoon is.
What do you mean privilege? Here's the thing: if you're aware of the award of a wooden spoon, and you're running in last, and you're approached with the horrible threat of maybe overtaking someone, do you back off? I think I back off.
It all depends on what your goals are, I guess, for when you come in. If your desire for a wooden spoon with which is currently in my hand, or with having BUKC 24hr 2025 hastily written in Sharpie on it, outweighs your self-awareness of not being last, then I guess
I think I'd take the last.
I guess you'd have to go for it.
I'd take the wooden spoon, especially if it was late on in the race. Don't go for that overtake. Go for the wooden spoon.
Because then you leave here with something.
Exactly.
Then it would all be worth it.
And then we still. It's been bugging me for quite a while now. This balloon, we need to determine a use for it.
Ah, yes, the giant dino unicorn balloon.
Yes.
That can be a.
I might do a lap.
We can blow it up, and it can be our commentary booth mascot.
Yeah, I might do a run around the outside of the circuit there.
Black flag for the number 52 of Team O'Cock. They were just running on the outside, on the edges of the top 20, and of course that's not an expletive if you think of it as a male hen.
That's what they were intending. That's 100% what they were intending. Brumdog Millionaire jumping in to the pits as well. They're coming to the end of their stint, as are the number 36 cart there. But they're quite early on in the running, so interesting to see why they've needed to jump in.
Well, no, the Brumdog Millionaire cart, their stint's actually an hour and 33 minutes deep, so that is a scheduled pit stop.
That's what I mean. They're coming to the end, but the number 36 cart there, 20 minutes in.
Yeah.
And they're jumping in to the pits. Number 17 as well. They're pretty late on in the stint, so they are unsurprisingly jumping in and getting some more fuel in the carts there.
So some teams that we're expecting to see in, the number 30 Never Overtake Sheffield team, 94 minutes into their stint. The number 20 are race leaders, 90 minutes now into their stint. Somehow the the number 15 of the lap dances, it's saying that they're 2 hours into their stint. However, it's obviously not registered the last time they came into the pit lane. So,
we'll they're very gentle on the throttle.
Well, considering that this stint included the 4 laps they spent stationary in the pit lane, I would imagine that is probably to be taken with a little pinch of salt. So yeah, those are the teams that we are expecting to see in the next few minutes or so. The number 20 coming round to put another lap on the 42 of Rexy Racing. They're currently about to make their way actually past the commentary box and past your screens.
There we go. We'll see them, catch them heading around that
Here
final
we go, the 42
corner
and
now.
the 20.
That is Mr. Lewis Jackson in the kart. He is the driver who set that 121.089 very early on into the race. He was quite pleased with it.
I'll tell you what he's less pleased at is whatever is bugging him as he went past us, because he seemed to be slapping the side pod in frustration. So I wonder.
That's his happy mode.
That's his happy mode.
Yeah.
Okay. He's satisfied with how the stint has gone, and who can blame him? He's in the lead, so not many people who get to lead the BUKC 24-hour race.
And there we go. I think that is our final kart heading in for service there. Number 48 of Chick Flicks. That'll be the last time that a kart needs to jump in, get their kart checked over, and then it is just a last dash to the end of the race, barring driver changes and a bit of fuel as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A short last dash of 11 hours and 11 minutes. But we don't talk about that. That's all right. We're truly now deep into the nighttime madness stage of the race, it has to be said.
Absolutely. There have been 24-hour streams in the past where I've been a part of where I've seen terrible images come out of it, mainly from YouTube's comment section, applying my face to celebrities such as Rachel Riley. Or... Oh, you're about to pull something up, aren't you? Oh, no.
No, I was just wanting to see if anyone in the chat for the stream.
Yeah, we've still got plenty of commenters supporting along. Adam say, actually, it was a £40 return flight, which is pretty good going. I think I spent that in fuel warming up my beans before.
Adam trying to avoid the disposable income allegations. Finally, the number 30 of Never Overtake Sheffield into the pit lane, 97 minutes into their stint. So they've done a good job at stretching out that one. Interesting to see where they come out. But we're now seeing a pretty satisfying increase in the number of laps as you head down the timing page. The only two drivers within 2 laps of the only 2 karts within 2 laps of the leaders are BUKC Motorsport and Rexy Racing. That Swansea team looks like it's going to inherit that 4th place from the Sheffield team currently in the pit lane.
Yep, Swansea having a strong start to this race in that very first stint, involved in that 3-kart battle for the lead very early on. Saw them drop off shortly after that, but just through attrition and just keeping the nose clean, clawing their way back up, which is great to see.
Oh, as we got a little spinner down
we do.
at Rib Breaker. I think there was a little bit of contact with a fellow kart there, but they should be able to get it turned around as long as they find a gap. Need to make sure they don't get an unsafe rejoin penalty. Oh, come on, you got to get on with it.
They do.
There
I think they picked it. I think it was that the camber on the course means that the centrifugal clutch is not too happy with getting that fairly heavy kart underway and who back up that hill. I think they just about picked a gap that was probably long enough. They don't want to wait any longer, really. It feels like an eternity.
Another black flag for the 28 kart this time of the Cambridge team. Of course, they are
down in 30th at the moment.
Yeah, rounding out the top 30. But we are seeing quite a few black flags actually in the last hour or so. So whether it's drivers finally tipping over that 3rd warning for curbs or contact, or just a straight black flag for driving standards on track. These black flags at this stage of the race can have a big effect. It's going to cost you at least a lap if you're going to get a black flag.
absolutely does, especially as you say, yeah, this phase when teams are now thinking about getting karts back in to get driver changes done. It throws a bit of a spanner into works because you can't do that driver change perhaps when you're expecting to jump into the pits, head back out, come around again, and then you can jump into the pits and get whatever you need to be done in the pits.
So that 20 kart, the race leader of Paul Gokhartny, has now lapped the 42 for the second time. So they've got that move done. So now 2 laps separating the 20 and the 42. The 20, though, 96 minutes into their stint. So they need to get a move on with pitting in the next couple of laps. Pit lane is relatively clear. Currently got the 34 of the Swansea team and the 36 of the 2 Girls 1 Piston Cup team in the pit lane.
Yeah, I think the Liverpool squad, they're pushing on a bit more. They were being quite conservative early on, I know, from in terms of a fuel strategy. They were making sure that they weren't running out, and now I think they're testing limits a little bit more, seeing what they can get away with. Obviously, as you mentioned before, not many personnel at the track at the moment. They don't want to get those driver changes in without needing to per se. So they got a quick driver in the kart at the moment. So I'm sure they're quite happy for him to get as many laps as possible in before we need to make a change. But everyone in that team has put on a pretty good display today, it must be said.
Yeah, that camera angle actually of just the one facing towards the first chicane from the rib breaker, very deceiving actually, because it looked like the amount of light that camera was receiving, it looks like it was daybreak already, but we can confirm that it is pitch black in the sky still. We aren't expecting the first bit of daylight for another couple of hours or so.
Absolutely not, no. In the dead of night, temperature drops as well. We're just, I'm gonna say it, I'm gonna curse it. We're fortunate a lack of rain at the moment, so could be much worse.
No, you've gone and done it.
I have certainly gone and done it. I am actually going to check that forecast just in case it has changed since I last looked at it. I don't think it has at all.
Well, there's a 10% coverage 3 hours after the race finishes, so you're in luck.
We should be good, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. We might need to prepare for that one. But no, air temperature out there, according to all of our charts, saying 14 degrees, but you can tell by the marshal
it feels colder.
It does feel much colder than that. Says it's 14, feels like 9 according to our instruments.
A couple more curb warnings coming in there. Portsmouth picking up a curb warning. Franz Hermann from Wish, underappreciated team name there, I think. And contact warning for Brumdog Millionaire as well.
Right, here we go. The number 20 in the pit lane. Finally,
the pits, yeah.
98 minutes that stint.
That's a pretty impressive run there. That stint has clearly worked wonders in terms of how their race is now shaping up. So I'll be interested to see what driver jumps in the kart and, of course, how well this pit stop goes. We'll be able to monitor it on the timing system on results.alphatiming.co.uk as the laps tick by. This is really, for the likes of BUKC Motorsport, it's their time to shine now. It's time to, if they can.
No, absolutely. The number 20, they've done a fantastic job of extending that stint. You'd have to argue perhaps a little bit more risk than necessary at this stage in the race, but you know, they're the race leading kart. They'll obviously know what kind of package they have underneath it, so they're just maybe with as they gain more and more knowledge of how far their kart can really go, just stretching it by an extra minute or two with each pit stop, just trying to stretch it out. I was chatting to one of the so-called strategists for one of the teams up there on the spectator area with a Excel spreadsheet, and he explained to me that the difference between a 90-minute stint and a 94-minute stint is an entire pit stop at the end of the race. So
yeah, it all adds up.
It does all add up, indeed. As we've seen from the number 42 Rexy Racing team, who have managed to be in pretty much the same place in the stint as their rivals, despite having done an entire pit stop less, or an entire scheduled pit stop less.
Getting close to the 11-hour mark now. do let us know if you're watching along at home as well. I'm giving you lots of prompts in the audience at the moment, purely because you're clearly very dedicated if you're still tuned in, watching along. What type of beverages are currently powering you through the night? It might be a coffee, it might be a glass of water, which would be sensible. It might be a zesty energy drink. It might be half a pint of vodka. Who knows?
Or it might just be insomnia.
Yeah, but anything of the above, do let us know. Personally, myself, it's currently Red Thunder. Other brands are available and probably preferable.
Not a plug.
No, definitely not a plug. Other brands are available, and it tastes like regret. Anyway, it's
tastes like caffeine. Meanwhile, I'm powered by a 1.5 litre bottle of Highland Spring. Other brands are available. That has since been filled up with tap water. So
nice. Neptune in the YouTube comments says cider, like your style.
But the question is,
one of your 5 a day.
Apples or dark fruits?
Ooh, very good question.
I think at this time of night you'd want a dark fruits one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure the beverages will be flowing in around about 11 hours' time for a few teams, whether that be in celebration or commiseration, as we bring an end to the racing. But still plenty of laps to tick past before that. The Paul Gacartney squad actually back out on track, and now 2:40 overall. So. Pretty happy pit stop, all things considered. That is, it certainly could be a lot worse.
Fairly typical from what we've seen, but that's all they need really at this stage of the race. However, I think they are going to cede the race lead, or are they?
We will see. They're heading around the final corner now.
I believe the second place of BUKC Motorsports has just crossed the line. So no, they are still in the lead, but they lead by 1 minute 14 seconds. So that is the gap now. That is the true gap, you'd probably have to say, between those two teams, just under a lap.
Yeah, that looks to be, I could be mistaken, that looks to be one of the main BUKC drivers, Callum Pedder, in the kart. The pretty quick driver, so let's see what he can do as they are currently heading down the long back straight. We are looking elsewhere on track into the final corner at the moment. We are looking as we head through there, we can see the marshals getting ready to highlight a couple of drivers out on track.
Well, we've reached the hour mark, so how about we run through the entirety of the order very, very quickly. We've got, as previously mentioned, Paul Gacartney, BUKC Motorsports and Rexy Racing are your top 3 with Never Overtake Sheffield. Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast, your top 5. Then comes the Swansea team in car number 34. Won't say the name in case the stream gets demonetized. Then comes the Lap Dancers, previous race leaders with Senna Squadron, Brumdog Millionaire and Communism, your top 10. Then come Imperial B, Pod Hut, Minecart, Coventry A, X Icons, Luft and Loaded, another previous race leader, although briefly. Then come Yuki Spinoda, Team O'Cock, Ringo's Kart and Late Breakers Anonymous are your top 20. 2 Girls, 1 Piston Cup, Doing Your Mum, I Still Have Trouble, Reading, Edinburgh A, Nottingham Smiths Racing, and we thought this was a sprint, round out your top half of this field. Then comes Burger Kings and Durex, George Harrispin, Brumber Kart, Portsmouth, Coming Bad, Iron Dames Racing, Edinburgh B, Metal Gearbox Solid is your top 35, and then Franz Hammond from Wish, Reading Between the Lines, Brumpen Pass, the Cambridge team,
Kart.
The Cambridge Kart, again, don't want to get the stream monetized. Then comes Gurney's Gang is your top 40, Automobile Leasters, Imperial A, John Le Mans, DM Useless, Chick Flicks, BUKC My Life, the Miles Shelby Squad, Leeds Gentlemen, Show Us Your Baps, Spin and Tonic is your top 50, and then Who's Your Daddy have been displaced at the bottom of the order, and now Edinburgh Napier in kart number 4 are your wooden spoon holders as it currently stands. So a fierce battle happening at the bottom there.
We're at a major risk, I think, of karts intentionally slowing each other down. It's actually, the final lap is going to be a crawl.
No, absolutely. It's going to be one of those three at the bottom, Spin and Tonic, Who's Your Daddy, and Edinburgh Napier. The gap between 50th and 49th, 11 laps now, which, just for context, is the gap between 1st and 20th.
Yeah, so the race certainly not going the way that some teams would have wanted up until now. I mean, looking back to the 2024 results, which I no longer have on my screen, we did see a pretty big spread in terms of gaps and laps from the previous year. Partly, I suspect, because of those wet weather conditions. It was a proper race of attrition where, you know, less experienced drivers perhaps were just not used to the conditions we had out on track. I mean, a couple of teams, actually one of the Liverpool squad that got disqualified at the end of the running last year out, was 105 laps down. Then we have a Sheffield squad in 51st. They were 128 laps down from the race lead there. So it could be worse.
I've just noticed as well on that live timing that the team that finished, what is that, third bottom, which was the 30 of
a similar
Momentum,
team, yeah.
Setting their best lap on lap number 5 in that race. Lap number 5 of 814, with pretty much every single other team setting their best lap after lap 600. So you have to think, what on earth happened with that team? You do find some wacky stuff at the bottom of some of these result screens. But actually, I'd have to argue, probably the closest race at this stage that we've seen in at least 3 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Leading two karts on the same lap of the race, and Reckley Racing are not too far behind, only realistically a pit stop or so, or an issue within the pits behind the two leading teams as well. So still all to play for with just under half race distance to go.
Yeah, absolutely. In recent years, in 2022 and 2023, we saw domination from an unlikely source, the Trinity University Dublin team, taking back-to-back wins in the 24-hour, which is definitely very, very impressive. And then obviously last year, won by the Exeter team, the same Exeter team that won the regular championship in unprecedentedly dominant fashion.
Yeah, really strong year for Exeter.
No, absolutely. Not just strong, outrageously good was that Exeter team. But if we go back to the 2021 race, that was won by the #1 Birmingham A team, and they won it by 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, I remember that was my first 24-hour race, it was. And I remember watching on, not really focused on what my team was doing, because that was so much more exciting, that final lap coming down to the wire there. And it was such a nice atmosphere at the end of the race for everyone involved.
And the team that finished runner-up in that race, losing by 0.7, they're currently running a P6 in this year's edition. So who knows, maybe 4 years after the fact, they'll be able to make up for it. But actually, it was very, very close across the entirety of the top 5. Top 5 separated by just 3 laps, and third place only one lap down from first and second. But again, quite interestingly in that race, the best lap for the 4th place finisher being set on lap 16 out of 1,004.
I mean, our current fastest lap of the race overall is a pretty early, all things considered. Lap 42 that was set on. We might see it being beaten later on, perhaps, but it's looking pretty strong already. No one's come close to it, apart from Senna's squadron. Oh, no, they were in the 22s. I know another poor go-karty driver later on into their stint missed by about 100th of a second. But yeah, they're looking pretty comfortable at 121.0 as their fastest lap so far.
Yeah, it just goes to show the effect both of new tyres, but also having someone with the grid being so close together, having someone of similar pace starting near you can perhaps provide you with that slipstream that you're unable to get just lapping in traffic later in the race. So whether we actually see that time beaten later in the race is really not a guarantee. And I'd like to point out, by the way, that the BUKC Motorsports team, while this has been going on, they are slowly starting to chip that gap to Paul Go-Kartney. It was 1 minute 15. It's now 1 minute 12. So not taking leaps and strides towards them, but Just a few tenths a lap, which can add up.
Definitely keeping themselves present and in that fight, poised to, again, there's a potential issue there as we have. Oh, that is pretty big there for the lap dancers squad. Obviously, completely controlling this race early on with a pretty commanding 2-lap lead that looked untouched for a number of hours. Jumping into the pits from P9 with a mechanical flag.
Yeah, absolutely. If this was an 8-hour race, then the lap dancers would have taken the win. But unfortunately, it is not. And their evening goes from bad to worse as they get a mechanical flag. So that will likely, Reeve, see them drop out of the top 10.
Yep, very likely indeed. The cart's behind, only a lap or two behind. And in fact, Senna Squadron on the same lap as them, and yet a couple of carts on just a lap before that. So based on whatever's going on with the cart, it could be a relatively quick fix, a couple of minutes, get some bodywork sorted and back out, or it could be something a bit more major. Either way, it'll just be a case of climbing back through the order for the remaining part of this race and seeing where they can finish.
Well, it definitely wasn't something incredibly noticeable or something that seemed to hinder their performance too much, because they did go past the commentary box on the way into the pit lane at full racing speed. So I wonder if it's something a bit more cosmetic that has been deemed unsafe. As we get passed again by the number 26 with those light up blue googly eyes. Every time I see them, it just makes me smile, which I think is the mark of a great Bigfoot.
Yeah, absolutely. I must say, actually, not many LEDs this year.
No, you're right.
I think we've seen the trend of the LEDs dying off, which is probably for good reason. Obviously, there's certain regulations over what LEDs you would be able to run, because certain colours you can't have any strobing lights, that sort of thing. But also, I think most of the teams have now realised that they tend to die in the first 8 hours through all of the abuse the car gets in the first 8 hours, which means that when it actually gets dark, they're not working.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the as we saw just at the bottom there on the live stream, saw a cart sparking its way through the long left-hander. I wonder if we were able to see who that was, but and just as I say that, the 24 of Imperial A gets a mechanical defect flag. So I wonder if that is the cart in question. But that was really actually quite bizarre, seeing a cart sparking its way through the bottom of screen. I wonder if maybe they just dipped a wheel off the inside of the circuit. Here we go. Even though it's so close after the service pit stops as well, 2 carts within 2 minutes of each other, both getting mechanical flags.
Yep, less than ideal, and it is around about this time though when you start to see those mechanical issues creeping in. The carts have put in a huge amount of race distance so far under a lot of stress, and those issues are going to present around about now, and then we should see obviously them getting a bit of a once-over, and then usually pretty good until the end of the race.
No, absolutely. The onset of a mechanical failure is very much a case of slowly and then all at once. It just takes hours of wearing the cart down, and then one big hit over a curb or through this section, the rib breaker is enough to maybe dislodge a chain or a similar kind of issue.
I remember once our team persevering with what was a seized brake, and it was less than ideal, because slowly but surely that one point of stress in the cart, it starts to take out other bits as well. Obviously, it puts your engine, it puts your clutches under more strain as well, and you start to lose confidence in the car as well. It affects how you drive. So, yeah, it is, I'm going to say it again, crucial to look after the carts, make sure that they are in as good a condition as possible, so it gives you the best chance late on in the race.
I will say that one good change that I think has been made compared to a couple of years ago is now if a cart is recognised to have a serious mechanical issue that will take a significant amount of time for it to be mended in the pit stop, there are now spares that are available for the team to swap into just to get them back on track as soon as possible. Because I remember in the first edition of these races that I did, after the first hour we were 17 laps down after needing a carb to be rebuilt. So under the current rules we would likely just be given a new car, and that 30-minute pit stop would have been a 5-minute one instead, as we just swapped around the Bigfoot and the wheel.
Do you go back to the results page and just add and just see where you would have finished?
Well, no, because the team at that year was all rookie drivers, and it was quite interesting. I think it took us until the night to catch up to second to last.
Wow!
But we eventually finished, I believe, in 35th, something like that. Out of the 52, 53. So. It was a good effort at the end of the day. I think it would have been in top 20-ish otherwise. But no, I mean, it's
so you avoided the wooden spoon. That's what you're saying. You intentionally took yourself out of contention for that prized award.
I will say, in that team, I think we would have all been too proud to accept that award anyway. If we'd ended up in last, I think we would have made a very hasty escape if that was the case. But again, it depends what your goals are. If your goals are just to turn up and have fun, and you end up finishing in last, then you may welcome that wooden spoon with open arms. Display it in pride of place in your home or your university kart club, or
we were saying this. These are students that they're just going to use it. It's covered in Sharpie, but it'll
be in someone's kitchen.
It's going to make a lasagna. Speaking of, I didn't think I was hungry before, but our race director just brought in a meal that smells absolutely lovely, and now I'm quite hungry, and now I'm talking about lasagna. It always happens in a 24-hour stream. You just end up talking about food.
No, special mention actually. We've talked about the marshals and the mechanics in the pit lane. Special mention as well to the staff at the restaurant here as well at Teesside.
Absolutely.
Making food and beverages all through this 24-hour race, throughout the night, and not just any food, very, very nice food as well. Very high quality stuff. I'm a particular fan of their protein bowls that they've brought out.
Yeah, the bowls seem to be a big seller.
Big seller. The bit of sticky rice, bit of chicken, bit of salads. Much better than than some of the food that you would normally expect to find at one of these events.
But on the other side of the coin, if you do fancy an alternative, I am offering tins of beans cooked on the engine.
Chef Reeve is going to be in the car park after he comes off in about, or whenever he comes off from the commentary, and he is taking orders. So if you fancy yourself some
I've only got half a tank of fuel left, though, so we'll probably only get about 4 orders in.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you are fancying some exhaust-cooked beans, then...
I don't think any of the fumes got in. I don't think so. This delirium isn't as a result of...
Oh no, it just adds flavour. Everyone knows that. That's how they smoke fish. Actually, is they do it from car exhaust.
On a catalytic converter.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
But yes, a big shout out to all the crew working hard to provide the services here. You may notice some slight changes in the camera angles as well. That is because our very hard-working camera operators, who have just been working pretty much thanklessly throughout the stream so far, are getting some well-deserved rest at the moment. So we've gone from roving back to static for a short while, and then we'll jump back onto some roving action later on.
No, absolutely. Need to make sure they're nice and rested for the closing stage of the race, which is when they'll be most needed, that's for sure. These two at the front of the field, still pretty evenly matched, these drivers. BUKC Motorsport, another second taken out, but at this race, at this rate, they may catch them by September. So...
You've got to be in it to win it, and keeping themselves on that lead lap, even if it is just by a cusp. Anything goes wrong in a pit stop for Paul Gokartney.
And crucially, keeping themselves in the minds of the crew of that number 20 car, because when you're a lap down or in the lead by a lap, you know, it doesn't matter whether you're leading by barely a lap or almost 2 laps. It will be 1 lap, and then you can compartmentalize that as a lap. But if it is a actual time figure that you can see, and you can see it fluctuating, coming down, even if it's coming down slightly, but gradually, that just plays on your mental a little bit. But weirdly, the person who it affects the least is the driver, because of course they can't see what the lap time gap is. So they could think that they've had an excellent stint, and then they come in and they go, "Yeah, great stint. You've lost 30 seconds to the guy who was chasing you down." But as I say that, another 9/10 of a second, big lap that one from BUKC Motorsport.
Yep, pushing on now. They're pretty late into their stint, so the fuel load will be getting pretty light at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how are they just going to gun it towards the end of this stint now, use up any fuel that they might still have in the tank spare before they do a fuel swap or a potential driver change as well. Just to see where the BUKC squad come out, because obviously they have got Rexy Racing behind them. Also, never overtake Sheffield on that same a lap down on that. So plenty of change still to be had for this podium overall, not just the race lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if the race were to stay in this cycle, because the 20 of Paul Gokartney and the 30 of Never Overtake Sheffield are roughly in the same place in their stint. Both of them about 20-25 minutes into what will be an hour 30, hour 40-minute stint, whereas the BUKC Motorsport and Rexy Racing teams on the complete other side of that stint. So they're just coming to the end of that one now. How this will relate to where the race finishes could mean that two of those teams, depending on when or how that timing interacts with the end of the race, could have to serve an additional pit stop, which could play a big factor come the end of the race. But of course, one big full course yellow could shape it all up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That will condense that pack back up, and viewers who might be a bit more familiar with sprint racing or the likes of Formula 1 might be thinking, oh, 1 lap gap, that's absolutely huge, but that is nothing at this stage of the race. They cannot rest on the laurels, can the Paul Gokartney squad? As we say, or anything can happen. Yet pit late, it all, as you mentioned earlier, it all comes down to the pit stops. It really does.
No, absolutely, yeah. The pit stops are the most important thing. The driving's a fun bit, but you could have the fastest drivers in the country, but if you're losing 30 seconds in a pit stop, then you're not going to be anywhere near. But indeed, as they continue to circulate.
Apologies, I've got to get pictures for the social media, for the Instagrams and the Instabooks.
No, I had
Facegrams.
something right on the edge of, right on the tip of my tongue that I was going to talk about, but just losing it at the last minute.
Yeah, it just occurred to me that I think it's important to document this. This is obviously the end to the 2025 British Universities Karting Championship calendar.
Yes,
in effect,
yeah,
of
indeed.
course, our main series. We didn't get to stream all the events, so I think more makes up for the fact that it's our first official stream for a very long time at least. So great to be here commentating with you here in Teesside. And yeah, what a way to round out what has been another successful season, particularly in the wider picture of things. Club 100 going from strength to strength at the moment, so it's great to see as well the BUKC also enjoying some fantastic events at the moment. As soon as this race is done, I know the team's going to be immediately thinking about the 2026 calendar and also the 24. Before we even get underway with the main races, they're going to be looking at how they can improve upon their efforts from this year.
No, absolutely. The standard, especially at the top of the Premier Championship, is just getting higher and higher higher and higher and closer every year. In previous years, even going up to sort of the late 2010s, you know, if you had 4 quick drivers, you were going to be there or thereabouts. But it is all about how you execute a race meeting across all of your drivers. I mean, we can see that the top 3 this year separated in the championship standings by just 4 points. Bath A, after finishing runner-up in 2024, will be carrying that #1 plate going into next year. Cardiff A, who were a bit of a dark horse throughout this year, had the likes of Fraser Brunton and Harvey McBreen getting race wins for them, but they were a little bit more PKN trophy than the consistency of the likes of Bath A and of Oxford Brookes A and Southampton A, which rounded out that leading 4 pack. Meanwhile, in the clubman class, Loughborough C taking the class victory in what was actually a very close fight ahead of UCLA and Birmingham A. So Birmingham A, you'd have to argue a team that's had so much pedigree in the past, as previously established, winner of this race just 3 years ago. They would have thought they had a poor qualifying to even end up in clubman and not in Premier class, and then to not even win the clubman class, you'd have to say is probably viewed as a failure back in the Midlands.
It could be, but one thing I wanted to say actually was, particularly looking at this season, this is for the first time in a while we've streamed any Inters rounds as well. Standards of the Inters driving from the rounds that we streamed, pretty impressive, I must say. The Inters looking very well behaved, particularly in GYG. I thought they put on some fantastic racing for us. So great to see. Obviously, when we head to our 24-hour races, the Prems and the Clubmans doesn't make a difference really. You've got your unis here, you've got your teams here. So great to see some of those drivers sharing the track together now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Apart from when they're ineligible, but they don't exist when they're ineligible, and we don't talk about them.
Well, also the standard as well to even get BUKC licenses has increased as well. With the you're finding that, you know, in previous years it was just about turning up with someone who'd driven a go-kart once indoors, and then if they crashed like 2 or 3 times during their second 15-minute test session, it's, well, okay, but you know, they know which pedal does what and all that kind of stuff will give them a license. But a lot of the bigger unis, the likes of Loughborough, Coventry, teams that have previously fielded, or unis that have previously fielded 6 or even 7 teams, finding it harder to fill those spots because the selection process to even participate in Inters getting a lot more strict as interest in the BUKC is growing year on year, because
Absolutely.
one of 2 things has to happen. Either you make the selection criteria stricter or you allow for more spaces, and there were questions bouncing around the paddock this year of inevitably when Premier and Clubman are going to be on 2 different days, whether it will be Premier, Clubman and Inters over 3 days instead of 2, which I don't see happening in the near future, but depending on what JV and Club 100 want to do with the series going forward, could potentially be an option, of course.
Absolutely could. I mean, it doesn't really apply to Oxford Brookes. They always seem to turn up with about 27 teams anyway. So you keep doing you, Oxford Brookes. Yeah, I remember my first BUKC season. It was one of the rookies years, and rookies was always an interesting day. Rookies, you'd have some fun.
I think it's a good thing that the rookies rounds weren't live streamed, because I think you could make a 20-minute highlight reel from the events.
From a 19-minute race.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Some of the stories you hear from some of those rookie races were hilarious.
Hello to Adam Nather, who's saying Sheffield, question mark, but spelling it Sheff as in Sheffield. No, I'm not from Sheffield. I'm from a little bit further up north, a bit to the left. It's called Liverpool.
Oh well, I'm a filthy Londoner, so it's all the same to me.
Yeah, no more cooking planned from me now for the rest of the stream. I've avoided food poisoning for now. Can't taste any V-Power, so.
I mean, that's always the goal when you're. Although the irony of when you leave a student kitchen, that you're more likely to get food poisoning at home than you are when you go out.
Is that true?
Well, I don't know. Some of the student cooking that I've seen over the last 4 years has certainly pointed to that fact.
One thing I was walking around the paddock here earlier, and I've noticed that we seem to, over the past few years, everyone's upgrading their camping setups. Everyone's getting better and better and better. We're seeing, as we discussed, some creative solutions in some cars, but everyone seems to bring in a nice van now with a gazebo. It's some everyone's looking pretty strong on the camping front. Gone are the days of seeing just tents just lining the side of the circuit here. We've still got the gazebos. Hello to everyone in the gazebos looking out of our right window here.
No, absolutely. I mean, I was very surprised for one when I turned up to say hi to some of the Loughborough drivers, and we actually had a gazebo, and we had chairs, and a whiteboard that you can't see anything of.
No one ever can.
No matter how thickly you write the letters on it with the marker pen, just impossible to see from the track side. But just the fact that it's there is a good bit of moral support. Well, there we go. As we are about to cross over to 2 a.m. local time here in Teesside. 10 hours and 32 minutes left to go.
Here's always an interesting one. I always want to know who's farthest afield, who's watching along, who they reckon is somewhere completely random in the world. We had someone watching from Australia before, and I want to see if they're still watching, or we can.
Oh, I watched the GYG round of mains and inters from South Africa this year.
You did, of course, yeah, because I asked that very question to GYG.
I was on holiday there visiting my grandparents and visiting friends, but of course got to show the support for my team, especially our Inters team, who were right in the midst of the Clubman team, who are right in the midst of championship fight. So made sure to tune in, and obviously the time difference there, not a huge difference.
No, not at all.
It's just about 2 hours.
It's nearby. It's just a short hop over.
Yeah, just go straight down and you'll find it.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. That camera angle is so deceiving because it's making it look like there's sort of a smudge of pink in the sky, but I can once again reassure our viewers that it is still pitch black outside.
It is indeed, but as you say, we're not going to be that far away from the first glimpses of daylight presenting themselves in the next... within the next couple of hours, I would say. Which is another... You're a lucky driver. I think you're a lucky driver if you get the sunset stint. And I think also if you get the sunrise stint as well, you are pretty fortunate. They're the two stints that I think you really want, as well as probably if you can get the final stints as well. It's always nice to bring the kart home. Yeah,
absolutely. It's always nice to bring the kart home, whatever position you're in. I was always adamant that I got the sunrise stint because... it's such a unique chance, or a chance that doesn't come about very often, to be racing at that time. And also, what it does for you mentally when you're in the car, you've been in there for an hour, you're tired, all of your team are asleep, you're P26 and you've not gained or lost any places in the last hour or so. And then that first bit of golden light starts to hit the track, that smudge of colours starts to come across the sky, and we're very lucky to have a nice clear weekend for this year's running as well, not for it to be chucking it down with rain.
Absolutely. We've been really playing with fire with the commentators cursing the weather. I kind of started really early on and like, oh, we seem to be all right. Probably shouldn't have said that, but looking on to some of our stints then, how they are shaping up. BUKC Motorsport and Rexy Racing, pretty similar in terms of their sprint times at the moment, a few minutes separation, but they're coming towards the end of their stints now. They are about between 84 and 87 minutes into their run, so we'll be expecting them in the near future. We've seen the number 49 kart dropping into the pits at 89 minutes, the number 26 Duan squad dropping in, but that looks, no, that's about 86 minutes in as well, so a few more stints coming to an end in just a second there. Lufton Loaded, 1 hour 34 into their stint. That's a pretty long run, but no one quite matching what Paul Go-Kartney did in that previous run. That is a bit of an outlier. You were quite right there. That was pretty extreme.
Nah, absolutely. And it's just all about knowing, as I said, the machinery that you've got underneath you. They're just stretching it a little bit further every single time. But Lufton Loaded, still out there at the minute. So that team suffering a few issues. One of 5 teams, I believe, who have led this race at some point today, although I believe they did it for the shortest period. It was through pit stops, I believe, that they managed to find themselves into the lead. But for the team that started last in this race to even find themselves leading this race at any point is mightily impressive, it does have to be said. But that team, actually, going back to what I was saying about the kart swaps, did have to actually swap karts after a mechanical that they suffered out on the circuit, ground to a halt, and they weren't able to get one of their engines going again. Neither could the pit lane team. So in the end, faster just to swap the wheel and the Bigfoot and the transponder over. But good for that team to still be running in what is now the top 15. Will probably be further towards the bottom of the top 20 by the time they've served that pit stop. But actually quite a few teams that we are expecting to see in. So some of the teams we're expecting to see in, the number 47, BUKC 24hr, 42, Rexy Racing, as previously said. The 14, expect to see them in the next 10 minutes. Likewise with the number 8, Senna Squadron. Imperial B as well. In fact, Senna Squadron and Imperial B both coming in. And
Coventry and the number 49 there as well.
Yeah, and the 49 and the 51 are all coming in at the same time. So that's going to be a little bit of a queue for the Bowsers.
It is, yeah. We do think every now and again it does crop up, doesn't it, where we just all of a sudden have this rush for the pit lane in the middle of the night, and we're seeing that now as it just comes together that a few teams bringing an end to their stints. So it's going to be a bit of a fight down there in the pit lane, I suspect. Not literally, hopefully.
Well, it just goes to show that the likelihood of none of these teams' strategies overlapping with each other is an of itself unlikely. So not unsurprising that we're seeing some of these teams coming in at the same time. Although it must be quite funny for the marshals working the Bowsers overnight to be just getting a trickle of carts in for the last half hour and then 5 carts coming in on the same lap.
It's like a bus.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we can see indicated on the timing tower there with the small checker flag. That doesn't mean their race is over. That tells you that they are in the pit currently getting either some fuel hopped into the cart or potentially a driver change as well. A couple of contact warnings are coming in. A couple of curb warnings still coming in there. Brump and Pass picking up a couple of curb warnings in the past half an hour, so they've got to be careful that they don't pick up too many more, otherwise they might find themselves coming in for some re-education. There we go, we can add it to the tally.
No, absolutely. The gap between the top two seems to have stabilised quite a bit now, just fluctuating a little bit as they head through traffic. Still 1 minute 10. The real outlier in the top 10 as it currently stands is the number 30, the Sheffield kart. The only kart in the entire field to be lapping in the 121s, and not even in the high 121s, a 121.4 last time round. So they're taking about a second a lap out of the 42 of Rexy Racing. And what is the gap between those two? It is a lap, but a second a lap means that they'll be there or thereabouts in about a stint and a half, 2 stints. And there is plenty more than that left to go in this race. So keep an eye on the number 30 car.
Looking on to the final corner here towards the end of Sector 3. Still seeing Senna Squadron showing up in a pit lane where you do have a full course yellow outside track. Didn't quite catch what that was for, but clearly a big enough instance to warrant a full course. Usually that is a stricken kart parked somewhere where it shouldn't be. There we go, into the first hairpin.
2. Hairpin 1, sorry. That kart has ground to a halt.
I imagine they're struggling to get it going to a point where they need plenty of assistance to get it out of harm's way, and that is why we need the whole circuit to be neutralised, slowed down, so that all the marshals can do the work that they need to do in order to get the track ready to go racing once more. Seeing guidance from the marshals there to get these carts slowed down.
Well, we've had a couple of issues, a couple of incidents so far in this race at that section of the track with wheels actually coming loose, front wheels bouncing across the track after coming off. But even if they have 3 wheels, these carts can drive back on 3 wheels, provided it is a front tyre that's let go. But Doesn't seem to be the case. It seems to be more of an engine-related issue for that driver.
Right. Okay. So yeah. So
it's fantastic having the race.
Yeah, I know, it's really handy. We get all the proper insider info there. So just to confirm, the front wheel, yeah, an issue there, but the track rod's still attached. I'm saying this verbatim now, so it's tucked under the chassis of the car, effectively making it completely immobile. So we need to get the tow buggy out. The tow buggy, which of course was putting in a valiant effort and taking part in some multi-class racing earlier on. I don't think it's going to quite do the same thing. Maybe it will. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Recovery vehicle now on the circuit. That driver, choosing to ride back in the kart on top of
you would. You absolutely would. That is the correct course of action.
Nah, absolutely. If you've gone to all the effort of breaking down, you want the fun of driving back in the trolley.
You can
I wonder if we can get an image of that on the screen.
You can still hold the steering wheel. You can still make go-kart noises and feel like you are completing your lap. There we go, round the second hairpin. Oh, taking a bit of a cheeky track limits violation there through the inside.
No, it's a good thing we're not using an automated system. Otherwise, they would get a track limits violation for that.
I was going to say, I'm trying to. Did we catch which number kart that was? Because I'd like to see their transponder.
We'll be able to. I'm sure we'll be able to pick out which one it is soon enough as they come past.
Yeah, so full course yellows neutralising this race, and for the likes of Paul Gokartney, who were enjoying a pretty comfortable lead, this is disaster. Not because BUKC Motorsports are going to close up. BUKC Motorsports aren't going to close up because they're going to jump into the pits. They're going to get a cheap pit stop here while everyone else is slowed down. And that 1 minute 14 or so margin that they were enjoying out in the lead with the number 20 squad is going to be pretty badly reduced.
I mean, you talk about a cheap pit stop, but the drivers out there not really going that much slower than full racing speed. We were looking at sort of 122s, 123s. Drivers out there only lapping in the 130s. Yeah. So even if they are starting to slow down now that they've the trains are starting to form, but this full course is probably not going to stay on for very long because that stricken kart has now made its way into the pit lane. So even if you spend the 2 laps or gain it optimally, you're only going to gain about 20 seconds or so by taking the pit stop. As you can see, the driver making his way into the pit lane there, quite a comical sight. But every little helps with the lead gap. Yeah,
it's definitely not the be-all and end-all, but it's not ideal as we see the full course yellows getting ready to an end, and we are green to go racing once more here at the Teesside International layout. Just over 10 hours to go racing. And we're back under full racing conditions.
Yeah, nice stop that as well from the 47. 2 minutes 35. That's definitely above average in terms of pit stop speed.
Yeah.
So that will have only compounded.
Combined with that 10 seconds slower that everyone else was going as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the 42 of Rexy Racing, despite being in a very similar part of the stint, choosing not to box that lap. So maybe that caught that team a little bit out. Perhaps that driver wasn't quite ready for it.
Yeah, very interesting play there from Rexy Racing, if that was the intention. And now we're seeing our race leaders coming up on quite a lot of traffic, heading around the banked right-hander now. There's a huge train of karts in front of them heading through Sector 3 now. So traffic management once again becomes the name of the game.
Well, just to illustrate my point, the 14 of Gaslight, Gatekeep and Go Fast, they are actually a couple minutes shorter into this stint than the number 42 of Rexy Racing, but even they decided to pit under the full course yellow. So either the 42 of Rexy Racing playing some 4D chess, or they've let that opportunity slip by a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, that could be the case. It was a pretty short full course yellow, to be fair, so not too many opportunities to dive into those pits.
And a long stop actually from the 14. They've a 3:30 that stop, so they've lost about a minute or 50 seconds roughly in the pit lane. So they've obviously had a less than ideal stop. So anything they would have gained by that being under full course yellow, they'd have lost and then some. So
very interesting in the comments there from Adam saying, "Don't cut out the Sheffield team." Perhaps we shouldn't, because currently running in fourth, obviously. Bit of an up and down race for them. They've worked their way back up into fourth. Their fastest lap of the race so far only set about 10 laps ago, on lap 563.
Well, it seems to be that the moment that Adam left the track, the team was lapping about half a second faster. So I wonder if he's some sort of bad luck charm for them. A mention as well for the 15 of the lap dancers. Previous race leaders, I believe they were the stricken carts. So because they set a 5-minute 50 lap time on their last lap, and they are yet to register on the timing screen again. So
bad to worse for the lap dancers
absolutely.
squad there. Just goes to show 24-hour racing can be absolutely brutal, can't it? You can put in all the hard work, but...
Well, to think that when I sat down a couple of hours ago to start my stint in the commentary booth, they were the race leaders by 2 laps. So
yeah, well, I was quite surprised when I came back into the commentary box, having left before sunset, and it was looking pretty comfortable out there. And now it looks like they've had a torrid time.
Absolutely, just goes to show the volatility of 24-hour races. And the Sheffield team as well started 43rd on the grid, so they're currently up 39 places. So obviously weren't able to utilise the pace during qualifying, but obviously that Sheffield team, the older students at Sheffield tend to have quite a lot of experience. So obviously she's not there anymore, but the likes of Amy Jurger, Adam Natha obviously. So a few of those drivers will have definitely participated in this race before, so they'll know how to be there or thereabouts throughout the most difficult stage of the race, which is the night.
It absolutely is. After this full course yellow, I must say the pace looking very strong from our front runners here. Everyone in the low 121s. That is impressive stuff from our front running drivers. They're only a couple of tenths off some of the fastest laps we've seen in this race overall. So right back up to pace. They're back into a rhythm, back into a groove, and ready to push on towards the end of the stints. Everyone, aside from Rexy Racing, either fresh and early into their stints in the top end, or about halfway in, so very much comfortable with the kart, very much in a bit of a rhythm now, and not too worried about fuel just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if it took a little bit of bunching the pack up to remind people that, oh, we are actually in a race here and not in a practice session, to get the lap times to come down by another half second or so. Could also be the effect of the slipstream from multiple karts could have that impact as well, as opposed to just approaching back markers one at a time.
Seeing a bit of side-by-side action heading through the final corner there as we follow this large train, which does involve the lead pack somewhere in the midst of things there. As they get ready to start the next lap, we follow them down into the first heavy braking zone of the lap before you climb up the elevation rise towards the top of Sector 1.
Yeah, such a great part of the track, this one, especially the uphill, as I previously said on the broadcast. Second half of the track, basically zero elevation change, quite typical corner profiles, but that uphill section just providing a little bit of a break from the monotony. Some off-camber corners, some corners where you need to keep the momentum up as much as you can, and obviously very, very important in the context of the lap, obviously, because going on to that long back straight, which is even longer than it looks on the camera there, as they are full throttle from the very top of the hill. So by the time they come into view, they've already been full throttle for a good few seconds, and they're going to be full throttle throughout the chicane section into the hairpin one. So I'd say full throttle for at least 20 seconds on the, or 15 to 20 seconds on that section of the track.
Yeah, for a large percentage of this lap, so much of it is wide open throttle. That's why fuel is such a key factor in, especially at this circuit compared to other venues with 24-hour events. Yeah, fuel plays such a huge part of the running here.
So the previous race leaders are 15 of the lap dancers, down to 23rd now, dropping out of the top 20. Not having a good time out there, or rather not having a good time in the pit lane. Rexy Racing, 1 hour 40 minutes is the stint time.
That is pretty long.
So unless they've had a transponder glitch where it hasn't registered them coming into the pit lane last time out, they will have to come in the next couple of minutes or so. Otherwise, they run the risk of running out of fuel out on track, which, if it were to be the case, would be one of the biggest bottles of this year's BUKC season to be running in second and then to run out of fuel. That would be very, very embarrassing.
It would indeed. One thing to consider, I think, is that we have had that full course yellow for a few minutes there. They might have saved, I'm not going to say a full lap, but it might just give them a tiny bit of extra margin in terms of being able to lift off just that a little bit more. So they might be feeling a bit more comfortable, as you say. Yeah, now it needs to really be. It's time to get into the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. But with all granted, under the assumption that everything was ready with regards to the next driver and the team was ready to receive the car in the pit lane, I don't understand why they wouldn't pit under that full course yellow. It definitely was out for long enough for them to take advantage, and the pit lane was not particularly busy from what I recall. So I reckon it's just a case of the team not being ready for it to come out, them perhaps thinking that they're going to try and extend the stint as much as possible, maybe go to an hour and 45 minutes, and then when the full course yellow comes out at an hour and 30 something, they're not quite ready to go. But
in the pits are Rexy Racing,
and there we go, finally in. I mean, it had to be in the next lap or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to dive in. Now we'll keep one eye on the timing system to see where they're going to come out in relation to BUKC Motorsport, in relation to the Sheffield squad running in P4. Because our battle for the podium is not going to be settled for a little while. We don't know how it's going to shape up, at least for the next few hours, I would say, as long as everyone keeps running smoothly, or the protagonists in that battle.
No, absolutely. I mean, we'll do well to get a closer finish for the race win than we did in 2021, or for a closer spread across the top 5 that we had in that same year. But definitely the closest. At this stage, the closest BUKC 24-hour race we've had in at least the last 4 years. So fantastic to see it nice and close at the front. This is what we want. We want these teams to be performing at their maximum at the front, because normally, more often than not in this race, you'll have one team who will dominate a significant portion of the race.
Must be said at the moment, I think the Paul Gokhartney squad stuck in traffic hell, I suspect, or to quote Yuki Spinoda, traffic paradise at the moment. A 123.7 pretty much on their previous lap.
Yeah, absolutely. All you need to do is look at the dots on the track map on our live timing here, and they're just in a cluster of white dots. The gold dot on the track map.
Yeah, it's been slowly creeping up the time. The low 22s, and then we start to enter the yellow flag section of the lap, looking at the lap time graph here, and then it's remained in the 23s with this traffic to negotiate. So
yeah, they're in a huge amount of traffic at the minute. Actually, they're part of that group that's coming round the long right-hander on the screen now. So it will be a little while before the number 20 get into some clean air again.
They've got to be very careful about how they negotiate as part of the race, because of course they want to make sure they don't lose too much time being stuck in this traffic, but also they don't want to be too brave in trying to work their way through it. They could pick up the odd curb warning, or a bit of contact warning here or there, or maybe even worse, put a bit of a stopper on their race, shall we say, if going for an opportunistic overtake. So we need to see some due diligence from our race leaders in order to make their way through that pack.
Nah, absolutely. The nightmare scenario in this in this case would be to misjudge an overtaking move and to perform an advantage by contact on a back marker and then get yourself a black flag from the race lead. So I don't think the driver in there will be too concerned being surrounded in this much traffic. It's just about picking them off one by one, using the race pace that's gotten them towards the front of the field to continue to push forward. And actually they did quite a nice move as they just went past the commentary box, just following through another driver who sort of created the gap for them against another back marker, just able to get that move done through no effort and just holding on to the racing line.
Quick reminder to everyone who is watching along, everyone who's participating, get those submissions for your best Bigfoots in. We want to see those really good contenders for some stylish karts, or maybe not even stylish, certainly not some stylish ones out there. We want to see your best Bigfoot, because we are going to be giving out prizes for that. Yeah, some real highlights. We mentioned the Coventry squad with the Lightning McQueen themed ones. Still some of the Top Gear ones with the blown up faces of Richard Hammond and Jeremy Clarkson just strewn across the Bigfoot, quite scarily. But they're certainly memorable.
And absolutely, it took me a while actually to notice that was the what was on those carts. But
the Jeremy one's when he's driving in their real atom, isn't it? And his face is being peeled back, and then
where his cheeks are being both inflated by air going into his mouth and also being sort of pulled up like he's had a plastic surgery. But
maybe we can see after the race is all said and done, we can see a replication of that from one of our drivers, perhaps there.
Well, I was chatting to Molly earlier on in this commentary box about what we think makes a good Bigfoot, and the main thing for us is, well, the thing that we agreed on is that it has to be recognisable and also, you know, distinctive in terms of, you know, giving other people a good feeling. So I would argue that face should have been even bigger on that Bigfoot. It should have taken up the entire Bigfoot to the point where it's very clear what it is. Because you know, they've done it in like the top half of the Bigfoot, but they've not done it on the whole thing. So, and that's why, you know, going back to the 26, why I think that Bigfoot is such a stroke of genius, having that fur and the light up googly eyes. I think it's just fantastic.
Getting close now to the 10-hour remaining marker in this race. It has absolutely flown by. You can't really believe that 14 hours of racing has gone past, but it's not just 14 hours of racing. Let's forget these guys arrived at this track probably around about, well, those of them that weren't staying at the track over on Friday, here at 7 in the morning to get some practice in, to get qualifying underway. It has been a long old day, and we've still got 10 hours to go until it is all over. So, well, I for one can't believe that it's been 2 hours here with you. It doesn't feel like that long. Yeah, it has absolutely flown by, hasn't it?
40 minutes or so, even though we've been in the slightly delusional middle of the night shift. But it's been absolutely fantastic to be here with you, Reeve, doing this commentary. It's been a pleasure.
Likewise. I'm not actually feeling that delusional. I think the
off-brand energy drink is
liquid
giving
regret
you the fuel
has
you
done
need.
its job. And I've certainly had more delusional 24-hour commentary streams that I'd soon rather forget. Yeah, this one's been very pleasant indeed. We're in a lovely comms box here, some lovely air conditioning during the day as well, so no complaints from our side. We've got it easy, really. The commentators always have it easy when we're at these sorts of events. We just get to sit down and talk about some racing.
Nah, absolutely. But I think that is going to be it for now, and we're going to be handing it over to the very capable hands of Molly May and Morgan Jones. So that's been myself, Jake, and Reeve in the commentary box for the first half of the witching hour here. And coming for the 2:30 till 4:30 shift is Molly and Morgan.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much for joining me, Jake. I'm going to stay on the mic for just a second because we're such professionals. I'm going to be as smooth as possible transition.
Seamless transition. So
yeah,
I'm going to leave now, and then you can leave later. So
you
thank you all so much.
Know. You might even confuse me for Molly. You never know.
Who knows? Who knows? You are very similar in how you sound. It's been a pleasure commentating the two stints for this year's BUKC 24 hours, and I look forward to being back very, very soon. Bye-bye.
So getting closer to that 10-hour marker, as we say. Currently, Paul Gokartney leading from BUKC Motorsport. Rexy Racing, they have left the pits, now have Rexy still in third overall, so no positions lost there with that, shall we call it, alternate pit strategy, but still all to play for our top few teams in this race. As we just lost Jake there, who's leaving the comms box. I am shortly to depart myself as we pass over to our next team to take you through to around about 4:30 in the morning, getting ready for that sunrise stint. Thank you very much for staying tuned in. Thank you very much for your support so far on this stream as we look forward to the final few hours of 24-hour racing here. That's enough from me for now, though, and I'll pass on to our next commentators.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the Teesside 24-hour race 2025. I can see we've got 10 hours left on the clock, so I've had a little break since my last commentating stint. And I have another commentator beside me. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hiya, yeah, my name's Morgan. I'm racing for the Yuki Spinoda team. I've just finished my last stint, so I'm a little bit hot and sweaty, so I do apologise if I smell. And yeah, looking forward to my first ever time commentating.
Magic, it's a lot of fun. We've kind of got the stint in the middle of the night, so I did check the YouTube earlier and the numbers have dropped off a bit since we saw last time. So
everyone's gone to bed.
Exactly, I can see the gazebos beside us. Actually still quite busy, to be fair. A lot more faces earlier. I think we managed to get a Mexican wave out of some of them. But yeah, I can imagine most of them are sleeping now. Sort of the kind of the weird time of the night. I think most people do tend to, if you're going to sleep, you try to do it about 2, about 3. But yeah, quite a lot's changed since I last did my commentating stint. So I left at 8:30, and I can see that unfortunately for the lap dancers, they have fallen down significantly. So when I was last commentating, they were the race leaders by 2 entire laps, and unfortunately they dropped down to the 23rd. And I believe when I was pit watching for my team, I did see that their car had an unfortunate stop and had to be assisted into the pit lane. So they must be having some mechanical issues, unfortunately. But I can see that BUKC Motorsports have made their way back up, which is really great to see. They had quite a slow pit stop, few mechanicals, I believe, and the battle between Gaslight and Brumdog is still on though. So when I was last commentating, that'll be 6 hours ago now. Those guys were very, very close, and they still are very, very close. It's good to see them. They'll be back battling, I imagine, in the early hours of this morning. So how was your stint? How did it go?
Yeah, it's I think every year I'm getting slower. The older I get, the faster I was. So yeah, it's my 6th year doing it now, and we've always there's always been one thing or another that's let us down during the race, whether it's drivers, mechanicals, drivers abusing curbs, things like that, things that you can't help from the pit wall. You just put your trust in the team. But yeah, it was very different racing in the night compared to in the day. From last year, my visor, I put some Rain-X on and left it for about 15 minutes, so it all smudged and smeared, and it hasn't quite cleared up yet. So even from last year, I was still driving quite blind, but we managed to get through it. And
Nice.
yeah, we've now handed over to Josh Gollin, who's out at the moment, lapping a little bit quicker than what I was. I like to think I bedded the tyres in for him,
Magic.
and he's out there making the most of them now.
Wonderful. Yeah, definitely going into the night, there's quite a lot of strategy. I think most of the cars now, if not all of them, should have had their mechanical stop now, so that would have been accounted for by their team. I think everyone's getting in the groove of it now. Obviously, these stints are kind of hard. Obviously, it's a bit darker. Did see we were saying earlier that the sunset stints are very, very nice, but obviously you've got to be careful with those visors as well. Make sure they're not tinted going into the night, because if you are spotted with one of those, you'll be penalised for that. But I think everyone was good. So, but yeah, now dead of night, just put over the 10 hours to go mark now. Everyone seems to be in the groove of it. I am seeing some curb warnings, some contact warnings. We're getting quite a few now. So I had a couple of curb warnings, most recently from George Harrispin. So that'll be from one of the Liverpool teams. And we've had a couple contact warnings. So even though it's still late in the night, people are still making contact, and there's still many errors to make. Again, races can be won and lost in this way. But our race leader is Paul Gokartney, who is lapping very fast last time I was here, but not quite making up to the top. So I think they've had some pretty good pit stops, pretty good strategy going. And I don't think any mechanicals, so been very successful for them. And their best lap is still the same from when I left it. It's a 1:21.089, so very, very fast, and the fast lap of the race. So exciting to see what they'll do. And I do see Never Overtake Sheffield has made their way up as well, which is very exciting. I think they're a bit further down the order, so they've been climbing as well. So it's been very exciting.
And looking at it at the moment, No Sheffield is lapping the quickest of anyone on the circuit at the moment. I'm just looking down the timings now. And yeah, they're one of the quickest out there at the moment. What's their gap to? Well, they're 39 seconds behind. Who's in P2? Is it BUKC Motorsports? Nice name.
I've seen their pit board is covered in, they've got the Eiffel Tower, the French flag, baguettes and everything. So they've been
do
getting
we know
their
the
attention.
story behind the team? Are there any French drivers in there?
No idea. My pit spotting crew is set up next to them, and they just got their lovely pit board decorated, but I have absolutely no idea. But since it was covered in French flags and other French iconography, you could assume so. But no idea.
Nice.
We were discussing earlier, it is quite hard to tell sometimes that teams that don't have their university in the name, you're sometimes left a little bit like, oh, I don't know who's on that team, because you can see if you're looking down the top 10, you can see Brumdog Millionaire, obviously going to be Birmingham, but a lot of them are quite elusive, not entirely sure where they're from really, like BUKC Motorsport, but yeah, all of the Beatles themed ones are Liverpool, and some other running themes, which is pretty fun to see, but some good names this year as well, some very good names.
There are some very, very good names this year, some a little bit close to the mark, I think, but very creative. I think there's been a lot of effort and time and thought put into some of those names, which is good to see.
And we did have the poll earlier. I haven't actually checked up on it again. We did have the poll on the BUKC Instagram to vote best names. I'm just going to pull it up on my phone now. I think definitely the favourite is Doing Your Mum. Last time that we checked, but I'm just going to check the poll again. Oh, so we've got the semi-final now. So the results from the team name poll were Brumbacar narrowly beating Spin and Tonic, which is my team with Spin and Tonic. So that's kind of crushing to see. I thought Spin and Tonic was great. We are quite far down the order, but the name was great. Then we have Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast, just beating Metal Gearbox Solid. I quite like the Metal Gearbox Solid. I thought it was quite a unique name. And then, unfortunately, all of the Beatles names getting absolutely ruined by Doing Your Mum. And then finally, Two Girls, One Piston Cup being minecart by a little bit. And then we still have them up at the moment. So if you do want to go vote on the poll, so the winners of those polls, and I'll just read them out again, are going head to head. So we have Brumbacar versus Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast, or Doing Your Mum versus Two Girls, One Piston Cup. So go ahead and vote, guys. We've got some lovely prizes that are still waiting here in the commentary box. We've already given away the XL single bed sheet. I don't know if you saw that for best spreadsheet. Jacob got some lovely Sharpies and put some wonderful designs on it. But we've got some great prize over there. I think I can see the wooden spoon as well. I mean, that's really the coveted thing that you want to win, really. If you're not going to come first, why not come last?
Absolutely, absolutely. Who won the spreadsheet competition? Birmingham. I can't remember if it was a specific... I don't think it was a specific team, but someone just said, yeah, I'm here to claim it from Birmingham. And apparently they had all their teams in one spreadsheet, different tabs, colour coding. Apparently it was absolutely gorgeous. So Jacob deemed them worthy of winning the prize. Well, that's something else that our team's not going to win this year.
It is funny.
We put in an entry for the spreadsheet, and I was quite impressed. I'm not biased, but I was quite impressed with ours. Shame to see we've missed out on that one as well.
It's interesting though, because even a lot of teams take different approaches. Like obviously Birmingham got a lovely spreadsheet, but we had Youssef in here earlier from the lap dancers who were running first for a long time. And they said, nope, no spreadsheet, we're just winging it. And I said, you put a lot of confidence in your drivers to have that strong. But yeah, different teams can perform well for different reasons. I think lap dancers were doing well because they have an extremely strong lineup of drivers doing multiple back-to-back stints. But again, other teams, other universities have spreadsheets and they work. And they definitely do to make sure everything's on track. No slip-ups with lead, no slip-ups with driver changes, pit watches and everything. So yeah, it's very different approaches here we can see at the 24 hours.
Absolutely, and I think, touching on that point of the double stints, I think for the people watching that haven't raced, it's important to understand how physically demanding these double stints are. I've done one in the past, and a couple of the guys in our teams have done them in the past, and the first stint is absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. It's when you come in for the pit stop, come off the weighbridge, and you're pushing that cart round to the fuel bay, waiting for that fuel to go in, and it feels like it's taking forever. And then as soon as the cap's back on, you've got to push it round to the other side, get those engines started, and jump back in. And it's when you leave the pit lane for that second stint, and you come across the start-finish line, you look up to the gantry, and you see the timer ticking down, and you sit there and you're trying to work out, minusing, your stint time from that and what time you're going to come in. And then you go around, you get your head down, you think you've been going for about an hour, you look up and it's 15 minutes gone.
Exactly.
It's that second stint that really, really takes it out of you. But yeah, as soon as you get your head down, it's like I say, it feels like a long time, but before you know it, you're back in again.
Exactly.
The adrenaline wears off and you realise that you've got aches and pains in your body in places you didn't know you had places, and you're ready for bed. And then next thing you know, you're back out for your next stint.
Exactly. We do have, I imagine quite a few of the top teams do end up doing double stints. Sometimes back-to-back, sometimes a little break in between. We did have Youssef in here earlier from the lap dancers who did actually say he was doing 3 stints back-to-back and he wasn't going to sleep, which is a bit crazy. But that sounds about right for the lap dancers. We've got some very, very prominent racers. We've got Youssef, we've got Will Stacey, we've got Ocean as well. Surviving some mechanical issues. Oh, I say mechanical issues. Unfortunately, we've got a Liverpool team in the pits at the moment.
We have indeed. Yeah, Will Stacey's a name I recognise from car racing.
Yes, he's doing. He's an alumni of ours. Actually, he used to race for Leeds. He did a masters at Leeds a few years ago, and he was just. He's our child of the. he's our past child. Obviously the great. Yeah, and we also had Kieran Harrison as well. Both them together just absolutely dominated BUKC when they were here. So yeah, and Will's absolutely lovely. I think he did 2 back-to-back stints earlier today, but I'm not sure if I'm assuming he'll be doing another one. I think most of his team are doing triple stints, but yeah, back-to-back triple stints, that takes a lot of guts, especially on no sleep, but Youssef seemed pretty unbothered by that, which is not a normal thing, and we do encourage all of our drivers to get as much sleep as they can, and not just to run on White Monster and Red Bull, but some people choose to.
Yes, yeah. Some people in our team have bought crates and crates of the stuff. Personally, I don't touch it, and there's a few others in the team that don't. But there's some of those boys that have necked enough to probably have a heart attack in their stint. But hopefully they don't. Hopefully they make it through. Fingers crossed. Going back to the name Kieran Harrison. If it's the same Kieran Harrison, I actually went to college with him.
No way,
yeah,
seriously?
If it's the same one, there was a Kieran Harrison at my college who did karting. If it's the same one, it'll be interesting.
Interesting, because I believe... Oh, that's Elise driving in the pits. I do believe that Kieran Harrison from Ireland. Like, he hadn't done much karting before uni, and he'd only done online racing. And he started doing online racing, and then he just kind of dominated everything, started karting. And I believe most recently he was in South Korea doing a esports competition, which he won.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, he's absolutely smashing it. He's having a great time.
So it appears I've had a mismatch with names. It's Kieran Allen I'm talking about.
Close.
I've just had a look. I've just had a look. Please forgive me. It's 2:30.
Yeah, I know. To be fair, we could be absolutely waffling and it would be fine. Let's check the YouTube numbers. I can't imagine they're thriving at the moment.
Well, I've told some of my team to tune in, so
Magic. I should have advertised. I forgot.
Absolutely.
Got to drag the numbers up.
Well, Adam's quite vocal in the chat. He was saying he was the quickest before the service stop in his car. So very impressive from Adam there. And he's also saying, not sure on the name baguette reasoning, but it's full of BPEC drivers. BPEC, do you know what that stands for?
Not a clue. Maybe Adam can elaborate for us in the chat. Yeah, we've got 27 people. Waffle keeping us awake. Thank you, Hayley, because yeah, that's how I'm feeling right now. I did manage to get about an hour or two sleep after my 8:30 stint. But yeah, we've got 27 strong on the live stream. Thank you for your support, guys. Really appreciate it. Do let us know if you're supporting anyone, or you just want to watch the stream for vibes. But yeah, we've got so pretty solid top 5, not changing too much. Well, we got Kart 20 with Paul Go-Kartney and 47 with BUKC Motorsport, as just mentioned in the chat. And in third, we have Never Overtake Sheffield. Got a couple of more penalties coming through, not too many though. Most recently, we've got a contact warning for Kart 18. We thought this was a sprint. Well, if you did, you're going to be in for quite a long ride because there's still another 9 hours and 47 minutes to go. So apparently BPEC is the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship. So I imagine that's why those drivers are doing so well. If they've had a pretty good hand at doing some endurance racing, makes sense that they're pretty far up the order. But Paul Go-Kartney is still a lap ahead of the other two podium positions. They're still going very strong. So very pleased to see that.
I'm just looking in at the YouTube comments, and we've got my father-in-law to be, Andrew Slaymaker, listening to the chat from Rochester, New York. Keep going.
Beautiful.
So they're over there at the moment on a family trip, as Jack, their eldest son, has moved over there to study dentistry or specialise in a certain area. And yeah, they're over there at the moment, seeing them. They haven't seen them since he moved last May. So hello to you guys watching, and hope to see you all very soon.
Magic. Yeah, I definitely should have advertised this to Mighty. I think, to be honest, most of them are asleep by now. I'm not sure. We've got quite a few pit-side watchers, actually. I'm not sure how many of us are staying up all night, but I definitely need to have some rest before coming back to the commentary box. So I'd make a little bit of sense for everyone listening. But yeah, is there any, I meant to ask, have you got any favourite team names or Bigfoots that you've spotted, either on track or in the commentary box just now? Well, especially with the lights on as well, because you can see a few going past that have got some lovely LEDs. Not as many as I've seen before, but a couple of LEDs poking out.
We do seem to be slacking on the LED Bigfoot front this year, but one that has stood out for me, and they were actually parked behind us when we were getting our carts this morning. I'm not sure of the team, but we'll keep an eye out as they go by. But it's a white furry Bigfoot. You've probably seen it going round. I'm not quite sure where they are in the race or what team it is, but as I'm looking out the commentary box window, I'm going to have a look and see if we can get a cart number, and we'll have a look and see how they're doing. But yeah, that's a Bigfoot that's stood out for me. I'm obviously not biased, but Yuki Spinoda I think is quite a good name. I'm looking down the order. Timo Koch, I think, is quite a good one as well. Nice play on words there. Burger Kings, hopefully they got a brand deal out of that as well.
That's what we said. We were talking about Bigfoots earlier, and I think a couple of years ago, I think Loughborough Club did a Bigfoot that made it look like a Cadbury bar for their
lovely.
Bigfoot, because obviously they're purple. And I think either one of their teams or another team had a VK-inspired Bigfoot. So I'm thinking they're kind of inspiring these brand deals. Who knows? Yeah, what could come? I'm definitely looking out for that white furry Bigfoot. We'll see if it pops around the commentary box. But also, there we go. That's Kart 26. And it also got glowing eyes, which is very, very cool.
Where are
let's have a look.
26?
And that's doing your mum in P20. So I think we might have a contender that might be done for best name and best Bigfoot. They'd be sweeping at the BUKC. Not maybe the race win, not maybe even a podium, but definitely best name and best Bigfoot contenders, which I'd argue is also very important among other prizes. I did also see on the commentary, I don't know if you saw, apparently a bedtime story was read around 11 p.m.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was kind of gutted. I did see on the notes that they were due to read a bedtime story. I have no idea I have no idea which one it was, but apparently the notes were remember to do the voices. So I don't know who read that, but if anyone was here, let us know what you felt. Let us know what you thought about that. That was 4 hours ago though, so I wouldn't unless it did really send you to sleep. But I wouldn't be surprised if you'd also forgotten that.
I think we should get the viewers to tell us what they think their favourite bedtime story is.
Absolutely.
I think a childhood favourite of mine was we're going on a bear hunt. We're not scared.
Classic, absolutely classic. I think the Gruffalo and Hungry
that's a
Caterpillar.
shout. Yes.
Come on, you gotta place them down, haven't you?
A staple in everyone's childhood. The Hungry Caterpillar.
Exactly.
So have we got any battles out on track that are looking close?
Just
this
having
far
a
into the
look.
race?
Yeah, so we've got so P2 and P3 are on the same lap, and there's a pretty hefty gap, but they are still on the same gap. And then looking down the order, we've got quite a few karts in on 7 laps down from the leader, starting with Convunism. And they've got quite a few gaps that are quite close. There's still quite a lot of air between them at the moment. So the gaps, I think all around the track are quite big. Obviously, as you do see on the commentary, there will be some cars that are quite close together, but currently not too many for position. But of course, it's still just the same because obviously blue flags mean that you have to heed to faster karts around you. We don't see those here at Teesside at the 24. Most other races to make it safe, but however, it's all is fair in love and war here. If you need to overtake someone, you've got to do it fairly. There's no blue flags. And also it makes it quite fun though, because if cars have had...
Sorry to cut in.
Yeah.
Looks like we've just had a spinner there that is coming out of turn 1. So it'll be interesting to see if they get back going again. And it looked like kart number 2. Kart number 2 is Brump and Peas. Where are they in
Bump
the...
and pass. Yeah, so quite far down the order, but that might have lost them. They did have someone who was on the same lap behind them, so they might go down the order a little bit, but a little spin, good recovery. We will see some spins going into tonight. Could be fatigue, could be... everyone has just had some new tyres, though. Temperature's obviously dropping quite a bit as well. And we do have 7th place. Bromdog Milia's popping into the pits. Kart number 1. So this will be very interesting for them because they were running kind of 2nd and 3rd, switching back with Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast last time I was commentating. So they've got to make sure that these pit stops are fast, get their driver changes done if they're doing it, or make sure their driver hops back in. And we also have I Still Have Trouble Reading or Reading. Again, not sure how to pronounce. I take it they do want to confuse us, are also hopping in the pits as well. So wanting to see some pretty... Oh, and George Harrispin into the pits as well. So we've got quite a few pits coming up. So must be a little window. And Automobilistas, which is Leeds A team, so my team, is also making their way into the pits as well. So quite a few pit stops going into this night as well as we reach... we're in the 600 laps now. That is insane.
600 laps. I couldn't imagine doing those all by myself, though.
Absolutely not.
I think I wouldn't have any forearms left. I'm just looking at the messages from Race Control, and one that's a little bit close to home. Yuki Spinoda, the team that I'm driving for, has got a contact warning.
Oh dear. Do you know who that is? I think you're going to name and shame them.
Oh yeah, it's Josh Collin.
Oh, has he gone and done that for? I wonder who it was with.
And at the start of the race, I think I'll name and shame as well. We were about 10 minutes into the race. Josh decided to go for a move into the triple chicane. Didn't back out of it, got put onto the grass, and we actually lost our transponder.
Oh.
And we were going round lap after lap, and we were dropping a lap every single lap, and we couldn't quite work out why until we realised that the transponder had fallen out. So we had to pit for a mechanical quite early, and we actually had to come to race control where we're sat at the moment to get them to mechanically give him the mechanical flag, because we were holding out the inboard and he was absolutely ignoring it.
He was in the zone, wasn't
and the
even
longer
looking.
he went round, the more laps we were losing. But luckily the guys here at Teesside managed to do a good job. Kat was really, really good with everything and got us back out on track. And we only actually emerged 1 lap behind the rest of the pack, which was quite good. Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't been able to make much progress from there, though. We've subsequently dropped down a few more laps than that. But yeah, Josh is out there doing the best he can. And you touched earlier on the service stops and they get new tyres. But for the viewers that are watching at home, we only get front tyres. We don't get rear tyres. Now, for the first stint afterwards, which was my stint that I've just come back in from, the car is very, very oversteery, because you've got so much grip on the front and so little grip on the rear. It's like driving round on ice. You turn in thinking you've got all the grip in the world, and next thing you know, the rear's stepping out. And anyone who does any sort of racing will always know a sliding car or kart is a slow kart.
Exactly, and there's, I think also, it's just also adapting to, if your cart's been in the mechanical way for a while, it's going to be cold. It's not just the fresh tyres, and also if you're coming out at night, these stops do tend to start about 10 p.m, but they can go about till 2 a.m. when you get called in to have your scheduled mechanical check, and they'll look over the cart for you and make sure everything is all good. But of course, everyone gets their tyres changed as well. But there's a lot of time in the pits, and you do see that some have little spins here and there because the cart's cold, lack of grip, and also temperatures dropping as well.
Absolutely.
Well, we do have a contact warning for kart 26. So yeah, as you can see, going into the night, still some contact warning going on. Likely just the mix of people trying to get through some back markers, given that kart 26 is a little bit far behind the kart in front. Late Baker's is almost in P19. They are a few laps down, so unlikely that was with the kart in front. Yeah, very, very exciting to see. Quite a shake-up of even the top 10 since I last was here about 8:30. So to have so Baguette Motorsports have definitely climbed up, but Paul Gokartney was quite far down last time I was here. So that's very exciting to see. And we've got some familiar faces though. We've got Gaslight and Gatekeep still up there. Brumdog Millionaire a little bit further down than I remember as well. But Rexy Racing making their way up as well. But a few brand new faces. Communism I don't even think was in the top 15 when I was last here. It's very exciting for them. Imperial B as well, making their way up. So some pretty new faces here. So could be good strategy. They could have put certain drivers first, certain drivers in the middle of the night. It's really strategy. What do you think? Well, without giving away your strategy for your team, what would you say goes into making a good strategy and also executing it?
I think, well, firstly, a good spreadsheet helps with a strategy to begin with, but you quickly realise about 2 hours into the race, the spreadsheet just goes out the window.
Exactly.
And the further through the night you get, the more and more that spreadsheet changes. I mean, I can show you our spreadsheet from our actual plan to what is our plan to what has actually happened is very, very, very different. I think strategy-wise, you've got to make sure that you're maximising the driver's skill set in different conditions. Some drivers thrive in the night time. Other drivers don't like it as much. You also need to think about the start of the race, having your fastest driver in, but also a driver that's not going to be too hot-headed and start firing people off at the very start. And one of the cool things about the BUKC 24, which you don't see with many other 24-hour races, is every time you look out of the commentary box window, every time you look at a battle on track, they are fighting their absolute hardest. And it's like you say, there's no blue flags out there, and it can be quite frustrating, especially if you're a faster driver and you get stuck behind someone who is out there. You know, they're far down the order. They want a battle, they want a race, but for you, it's not a case of doing that. You need to get past them as quickly as you can. You know, if you lose a second or 2 seconds behind each car by the end of the race, you know, if you have the top 3 teams without any mechanicals, that could be the difference. I mean, up until very recently, we had quite a close fight for the lead, especially towards the start of the race. And I think for the first sort of 6-7 hours, it was all quite close up there. I think the service stops have kind of spread things out a little bit and split strategies. We might have had some people that have had mechanicals who have come in and filled up and then taken their driver longer into the race. And you know, going back to the strategy side of things, it's all about making sure that you've got a driver that is capable of, if you do have a mechanical 30 minutes into the race, they can go for that next hour and 30 or that next hour and 40, depending on what stint length you're running. And it's about making sure that they've got the concentration to do that. Things like when we had our mechanical, although we were only 30 minutes into the race, we were making sure that while they were changing the transponder onto the car, we gave Josh some water, made sure he was as hydrated as he can be. There are, interestingly, some teams I have seen that are running drinks packs.
Wow, interesting.
I don't think I've seen any this year, but I have seen it in previous years.
Wow, I've never heard of that.
The hiking camel packs, which go obviously on your back, but people are wearing them on their front. And it's one of those things where, in theory, it sounds amazing. And we've tried it in practice a couple of times and quickly ditched the idea because it just isn't feasible at all.
Exactly. I think there's so much that can go wrong with that. I think even if you're doing a double or a triple stint, I guess if you really, really want to maximise time at the pit stop, or you really don't feel that you need a break, but you've got to be careful not to push yourself too hard, though, because if you are doing those back-to-back stints, there are times when you'll need a break and have a bit of a rest. And, if you really need lift into corners, get a bit of a break on some of the straights. But you definitely do need some water and some chill at some point. But that's really interesting. I'd never heard of that until you said that. But I guess when you said it, there must be a reason that it's not the most popular thing. So maybe a lot of people realise that.
Absolutely. I mean, on the surface of it, it's a more beneficial way of carrying weight in the car if your driver's underweight. Obviously, we've got someone going over the curb quite heavily at turn 1 there. Did we catch the cart number?
I think that was one of the Leeds carts. So going a little bit hot into that corner. Sometimes taking a little bit too much curb. You don't want to touch that one too much. I've seen many mechanicals, including one of our teams from last year. Unfortunately, took a bit too much of that curb for too long, and it caused a pretty hefty mechanical. So yeah, you want to be staying away from most of the curbs, to be honest, not only from the penalty point of view, but also for the health of your car. If you start taking to curbs too much, you can lead some nasty mechanicals that lead to a lot of rebuilding in the pits, and that means you're going to be losing a lot more time.
Absolutely. I mean, crucially, any mechanical you have is at least going to cost you 2 laps. Because it's depending on where the mechanical happens as well. You could have it going into turn 1, turn 2, or turn 3. And say, for example, one of the common things we see is chains popping off from hitting the curbs too hard. When you're trying to drive around here on one engine, and believe me, I've done it plenty of times before, it is one of the most difficult things because you're obviously trying to rush to get back to the pits, but if you're full throttle everywhere, you're putting so much strain on the one remaining engine that it wouldn't be too surprising if you were to see that go later on in the race as well. So it's always thinking about the longevity of the car. Do you want to lose another 5 minutes for a mechanical later on in the race, changing the other engine that has been strained too much when the chain pops off? It's not something you notice straight away, but it's something that can have a detrimental effect on the car further into the race, especially as we get into these nighttime stints. Drivers are getting tired, drivers are getting fatigued, as we've just seen someone going over the curb at turn 1 there. It's mistakes like that that can cause you a 5-10 minute stop. And that's what these guys want to avoid. And especially in the nighttime, it's all about finding a rhythm. It's about finding a quick group of guys that you can sit in the tow of, get pushed along, and then making sure that you're losing as little time as possible overtaking those back markers. But like I said, when you get those back markers that just want to have a race, they've come from the main BUKC championship where it's all about sprint racing. It's all about those 8 or 9 minutes, isn't it, the heats in the BUKC. And you're pushing flat out for the whole thing, and there'll be a lot of drivers here that are pushing flat out for the whole 1 hour 30, 1 hour 40 stints, and that's where it gets physically demanding. That's where it gets tiring, and that's where we start to see mistakes like this. Because I think the kart that went off at turn 1 was actually by himself. He wasn't pushed by another driver. It's one of those things. The tow is so big round here at Teesside that when you get in the slipstream of someone, if you give them a little nudge going into turn 1 or 2, it can just slightly send them offline, and you can really fire them off over the curb, which is great if you've got a competitor that's faster than you and you're a lap down from them. But you don't want to do that too often because the guys here in race control are quite sharp, and they do see everything. There's not much that they miss.
Absolutely, you've got to be careful balancing those. I did see, I believe it was P25 and P26 doing a double pit stop. There was quite a big train, or a big crowd in the pits now. And I did see a train coming down. I did see two people put their hands up. And I thought, I don't know if they're signaling something, but they were both coming into the pits. So that is both P25 and P26 coming into the pits. But more importantly, in our top 10, we have both P3, Never Overtake Sheffield, and P7, Communism, both in the pits at the moment. I'm not sure, couldn't quite catch the kart numbers, but yeah, so quite heavy action in the pits over here. Got to make sure these stops are quick.
Now this is going to be quite interesting because they're having to do a manoeuvre. Yes, he's done exactly what I would do: pick up the front, get it out of the way of the kart that stopped, because the kart that's gone in ahead is on a bit of an angle.
You got to be quick with moving the carts, and we've seen seconds do mean a lot to those top 10, and we have seen I think it was a clip last year on the Facebook group that was absolutely incredible, where someone was trying to push a cart, I believe, and had fallen over into the cart, but still managed to maneuver it round that back corner to the driver change area, and it was absolutely spectacular. We obviously don't really want to see that, but quite surprising he didn't lose an insane amount of time. But yeah, normally it would just be the driver and one helper pushing the cart after refueling and making sure driver change or the driver hops back in and off they go as quick as possible. And we don't want to see too much traffic in the pits, so sometimes if someone's about to pit, they might tell their driver to go back around to avoid losing so much time, because if you do have to wait, we do have 2 fuel bays, if you have to wait, that can be quite a lot of time that you would want to be racing on track with.
Now, I'm just going to touch on something here, how this kart is positioned. Now, they're going to have to get the kart on full lock. He's doing exactly what I would do in that situation, lifting the front up to get the kart facing the way that you want it to face. Because the thing is, initially, as you go to push that kart, although there's 2 of you pushing it, when the wheels turns, there's so much friction from that front end, it's hard to get it moving. And it just goes to show, you know, we start seeing things like this in the middle of the night. The drivers come in after a very long stint, and he's just parked straight on to where those fuel bowsers are. And then they're having to waste extra energy by picking the kart up, moving it round. So everything needs to be thought about, which is what these top teams are always thinking. They're always planning how they're entering the pit box, how they're entering to get their fuel so they can get the best exit out of there. I think it's important at this point as well to give a shout out to the guys in the refueling bay and everyone, actually, all the marshals that are working here. They do a full 24-hour stint. So us as drivers, we go back to the hotel at 3:30. I'm unfortunately leaving you and heading back to go and get some sleep because I've been up all night, and I've heard you've had a bit of a nap. So you've got
true. I don't get off lightly.
You've got some sleep under your belt at the moment.
Exactly.
But the mechanics and the marshals go all the way through. You know, Kat and the team here, they go all the way through the night. Which is, I couldn't do it.
No,
I couldn't
absolutely
do it. I need
not.
my beauty sleep.
Exactly. So yeah, big thanks to everyone at the track here as well, putting in a massive stint and helping recover carts, helping refuel and everything. It is a massive job, so thank you. I will just say that I have seen on the digiboard we've got a black flag for car 11, which is Burger King's. I also haven't seen any warnings prior, so I can just see that the marshal is waiting to get the black flag out on the start-finish straight. So we'll have to see what they've been up to. Yeah, I think they might have looked over to it, but we'll have to have a quick look over there as well.
Looks like everyone's sort of settling down into a nice rhythm. We've got a few battles out on track, but that's normally a battle of the engines going down the back straight of I want to be in the tow, or I'm quicker, I'm going to give you the tow and try and sneakily pull away. But if you've got 2 karts that are very evenly matched and 2 drivers that are very evenly matched on pace, it's very, very difficult to do so. And at some point, you've just got to bite the bullet and work together. You know, if you're the driver that likes to be up the front, or, you know, you like to be in the middle, it's about finding yourself in that position and just keeping there and hoping you've got a good amount of guys around you and girls who are going to work with you, who are going to push you along and not try and go for any silly moves. The biggest place that we see that is down into turn 3, the downhill right-hand hairpin, and it's quite tricky there because it's so bumpy. There's parts of the curb where if you take it at the wrong angle, your rear wheels are up in the air and they're spinning and the engine nose rise and you bounce back down, and as a driver it's horrible. Not only are you thinking, what damage have I done to the car, how am I going to hand the car over to the other guys, is the chain going to pop off, But you're... we've got a spinner. We've got a spinner out of the triple chicane down into the hairpin. He's got going again. Luckily, he managed to avoid the grass. And he's back on his way. The yellow flags are out, but I think, yeah, they've gone back in now, which is good.
Fab, I think we've just seen a Kart 11 come in for their black flag. I wonder if they'll be needing some re-education, or if the marshal has spotted something else as well.
Well, if they're smart about it, they'll say yes sir, no sir, sorry sir,
exactly,
and crack on with it, because they don't start the timer until you sit there and shut up in the kart. So if you come in and start arguing, it's only going to impact your team more.
Exactly.
Oh, we've seen someone go over the curb quite aggressively there at turn 3. We've got some sparks flying. But it's such a tricky corner, that one. There's a couple of lines that work, and you've got to be millimetre accurate in positioning the kart there. A millimetre offline, and the kart is just bouncing off towards the gravel. And interestingly, in the night time, you can't actually see where the curb ends on the exit and the gravel starts. I had a few close calls in my stint, and it's. Yeah, you breathe a sigh of relief when you start going out onto that curb and you realise you haven't hit any gravel, but there is a very horrible sinking feeling the moment you hear the gravel go out from underneath the kart.
Fab, and I have just seen that we have the P1 kart, that is kart 20 pole go-kartney, has come into the pits. So they will be looking to completely, do a very quick pit stop here. No issues at all to maintain that first place, because they are currently a lap ahead of P2, which is BUKC Motorsport. So this pit stop may be the equaliser for them, so they'll be wanting to utilise that as much as possible. We do have P5, also ex-Swansea, kart 34, getting into the pits as well. And they'll be looking to do the same thing, because P5 is very, very far up. And again, if anything happens to those top 4, they could be climbing very quickly. So they'll want to keep this very, very concise. And I have also seen that P6 and 7 is back to Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast and Brumdog Millionaire. Had an amazing battle. I think it was for about an hour and a half, where both of those drivers were bumper to bumper doing a couple of switchbacks, and it was amazing. And they're making their way through the back markers, cutting through warm bar. It was very, very impressive, and it seems that they're back to it. A little bit of a bigger gap now, but yeah, maybe they'll find each other on track at some point.
And as a driver, like I was saying, that's what you want. If you've got 2 quick guys, 2 quick karts, you just want to work together. You know, the odd switch back here or there if you think you're quicker, but you don't want to do too many of those, because it does cost you time. It does cost you a lot of lap time, and especially, you know, if you do have the pace. And we've seen in recent years how tight the top of the order can be. I'm just looking the same thing as you. We've got a mechanical flag for kart 24. Where is it's Imperial A? And let's see if we can see them coming in, and see if we can see what is wrong with the car. It could be a multitude of things. It could be the Bigfoot's come off. I've had that before, where the bottom pins have... we've just been told running out of fuel and not coming in. So that quest for trying to stretch that stint as long as possible, it's a very fine margin. We seem to find that an hour 36 works quite well for us, because it means you go down from 16 pit stops to 15 pit stops.
You're running 15. Interesting.
Yes, yeah. I mean, well, we're too far into the race now to for anyone to change their mind. But if anyone's listening and wants some tips for next year, an hour 36 is very much doable. I mean, an hour 37, hour 38, if you really want to push it. But I think to get to the next jump, which is 14 pit stops, I don't actually know the maths on that. Maybe someone in the comments could do the maths, but I think it gets very, very, very tight.
That would be very chancy. But I think it does end up being that at least most of the top teams do end up doing 15 stints for their drivers to give a little bit more time, and again remove one of those pit stops, which when done properly can not add too much time, but obviously if you're removing one completely can be very valuable. So yeah,
and we've got a kart stopped at the second to last hairpin there. We can see it on the stream, but we can also see it outside of our commentary box as well. The marshal's going over. Looks like they're trying to start an engine. Yeah. Let's see if they can get going again. It's quite rare to see an engine just cut out for no reason at all, but it does happen.
Especially on that corner. I don't think that driver appeared to spin maybe it did, but yeah, unfortunately, not sure they can get it restarted. That marshal's going to keep
like
trying.
They're struggling. The driver's getting out of the car at the moment. The marshal's signalling. I think he's signalling for everyone to slow down, actually, to obey the yellow flags. But they're pushing the car onto the grass. The driver's going into the marshal's hut. I know that feeling all too well as a driver. It's a horrible feeling as you see your competition go past you, and yeah, put laps on you and unlap themselves if you've managed to put laps on them. But it doesn't look like that kart's going anywhere anytime soon. It's being pushed to the inside there. So normally what they tend to do is they tend to get, if a kart's run out of fuel, they get another kart and they push it along. I have seen a mini quad bike used in years gone by, and with a little trailer on the back.
Yes.
And it's the quad bike of shame, we call it in our team.
Classic.
We never want to end up on the back of that one.
Well, we were joking earlier, obviously, with Le Mans happening at the same weekend as obviously our lovely T-Side 24. We could start some multi-class racing if we get some of those karts on the track. But we definitely have seen quite a few karts run out of fuel. We said that mechanical for Imperial A was because they were running out of fuel, pushing a little bit too far. And unfortunately, our B team had a problem earlier today where our kart was just completely guzzling fuel and was running out about 1 hour 20, which was a bit of a shock.
Wow.
Unfortunately, that did mean that we had to be recovered from the centre of the track because we ran out of fuel. So, yeah, it can be very technical. We've seen, as you remember, I think Iron Dames Racing, unfortunately, did also run out of fuel quite early into the stint as well. So, might have been a problem with their engine, or they've just been running a little bit too close to the time. But we can see the marshal standing around that kart in the final part of the track. But yeah, I think it's good that the yellows are just keeping to that sector because they've managed to get it off the track so far. So we'll see how they recover that and what's going to come. But
although saying that, as a driver, we do like a full course yellow because it does give you the opportunity to catch up to some karts, which means that you can then get a nice tow. Unfortunately, what it means, though, is when the whole field is bunched together, you don't know the guys around you, whether they're going to be wanting to race you, whether they're back markers that are just looking to have a little bit of fun, or whether you've got some serious guys around you. And as a driver, you always hope you've got some of the more serious people around you that want to press on and go quicker. So they are now pushing kart 45 back to the pit lane. So it does look like it could potentially be running out of fuel. The driver's putting his hand up to say, I don't know what's going on, but he's signalling to something in the... well, he's pointing to the fuel tank, actually. So I imagine they probably tried to stretch it. It's strange to see it this late into the race because you should surely know what your car is capable of doing in terms of stint length with the fuel. But we have had it previously where a bit of debris that was on the circuit bounced up and it actually split one of our fuel lines.
wow.
And we were running out at about 1 hour 15, and we couldn't quite work out why. But it's a funny story, actually. Jack Lund, one of our drivers, I don't think Jack's going to be watching at this time in the morning, but if he watches it back, shout out to Jack. He ran out of fuel because we had a split fuel line, and none of us, this was I think the third or fourth stint, so we were all here, we were all on the pit wall. None of us noticed him being pushed back in.
Oh, wow.
So he went back in, got fueled up. We were there going, where's Jack? He's disappeared. We ran round to the mechanics bay, but by which point they'd already fixed the fuel line and got him back out on track, and then we saw him again. So then we were sort of like, well, what's going on? Is he taking fuel? We didn't know. And he kept going. And we were putting the pit board out to say, come in, box. And he was pointing to the fuel tank going, it's good. And we thought he'd just done some extreme lift and coasting. But it got to the point where, in our minds, he'd been out for about 2 hours and 10 minutes.
And that's way too much.
Yeah. And we were like, Jack, come in. But he knew he'd got a full tank of fuel, so he carried on. He's a smart driver. I think we were just a bit negligent on the pit wall to not see him come in.
Yeah, I mean, to not notice that, and that does emphasise the importance of pit watchers. Of course, if ideally you want to have someone always watching each team's car and having comms to the pit lane, having comms to the next driver. Personally, for our team, we have certain time frames of all drivers for the next stint needs to be ready at least 40 minutes before the next stint. You'd have someone coming in because they're injured, because they're tired, have a mechanical, so you need to be making sure that you can prepare for any scenario, and that requires our lovely spectators and our pitch watchers on the banking, keeping the radio comms going and making sure that they're keeping an eye on their drivers for safety, but also to keep them high up on the standings today.
So you mentioned about drivers coming in if they're potentially injured. if that was to happen in our team, that wouldn't stand. They wouldn't be invited back for the next year. Josh Gollin runs a very, very tight ship, and we've had
and there's no place for that.
There's no place for that. The only reason you come into the pits is if the car is broken.
Wow.
If you're injured, you carry on. If you've got blisters on your hands, we don't care. You carry on. And it's very much like the Red Bull Driver Academy for us. If you're not fast enough, you're out.
You're out, yeah.
And if you're not delivering, if you're boxing early because your hands are sore and you're tired, don't think you're getting an invite back next year.
Exactly, yeah. Wow,
there are obviously teams that are a bit more lenient than that. So please don't think if you are looking to do BUKC 24 that all teams are like that. Just don't drive for Josh Gollin, basically.
Yeah, some of the A teams maybe give them a rest and maybe give another team a chance instead.
That's it. Stick them in the B team or the C team.
Exactly, and you've got to get some experience though. Experience is very important. I mean, endurance is a whole different class of racing. Full stop. Obviously, in the BUKC, in mains class, we do have some endurance racing. I think they have reduced a little bit from last year, and that does get our drivers some experience, but nowhere near 24 hours, and it does take some kind of skill to be able to do these and a lot of practice. We have, at least for leads, we do see a lot of our drivers start in the lower teams and slowly make their way up. But obviously in this kind of race, it's not just experience of being able to do a stint for so long, but also a stint at this track and also managing pit stops and comms. It's a very complex task. It takes a lot of skills, and this year, our captain of the B team is at Le Mans, so we've had a bit of a switch up of management. So it's been taking a lot of learning to dub our own team, and we unfortunately grabbed the wrong seat insert for one of our stints. But luckily, because we led up to a bit more, we basically grabbed the seat insert that was 9 instead of 10.5 because we led it up to 82. We were just in the clear, and that was a learning. I think that was a learning curve for everyone. But it just shows that it takes a lot of understanding and knowledge from everyone on the team to make sure that you're getting your lead on right. And of course, if you're underweight, kilogram lap, it's not good. You can fall down quite quickly. I think I do remember team last year or the year before was significantly underweight, and they just fell right to the bottom of the standings. And if you do that multiple times, it's not looking good. So got to do a bit of maths before, and that's why spreadsheeting is important, of course. Get your driver's weights on the morning, make sure you got your lead sorted, pop it on the stacks, or make sure you got a leaded seating. So we've got 2 of our drivers are so light that they couldn't manage to get all the weight on the stacks, and we had to use a leaded seat insert and on the stacks as well. So yeah, some people needing quite a lot of weight here if you're if you need to get to the lovely weight of 80 kg for this race.
See, there is a thing to be too light as a driver. To require that much lead will cost you a lot of time at the pit stops. So if you have got a driver that, because I believe, how many kilos of lead can you have on the back of the car before you have to start putting an insert in?
I want to say it's 16.
I think it is. I think it's 8 on each post,
yeah.
Isn't it? So I think if you're under 16 kilos under the minimum weight, I think you probably need to go to Taco Bell or McDonald's down the road to fill up before your stint, because it can cost a lot of time, and especially not only putting all that weight in the cart but getting it off as well for a driver who may be going in afterwards. And that's another top tip for anyone who is thinking of doing the BUKC 24. Try and send your drivers out in weight order, so that either you're putting all the lead on at the start of someone's stint and taking lead off individually, which is what we've done for our team. It's kind of screwed some of the guys over in terms of getting back to their accommodation, because a lot of us live shared up, trying to save the planet, save the environment, use less cars, and albeit it counteracts what we're doing here at the BUKC 24-hour. But
every little helps.
Every little helps. Absolutely. I mean, to the point now where me and Josh are actually banking on Ubers running at 3:30 in the morning from Middlesbrough, and if they don't, we've got a 4-mile walk back to our accommodation.
Wow. Yeah.
But we've done it with the interest of the team, so that we're having to faff around with less weight. We've got a couple of drivers who need the exact amount of lead on the cart, so we're putting those drivers out together. But again, this is why a spreadsheet is important. But you can plan and you can prep as much as you want, but when you get here, when you get to these sort of hours of the morning, 20 past 3 in the morning, sometimes those spreadsheets just go out the window, and it's this is the time when you're really relying on your team to be reliable. The people that have gone back to the hotel to go and get some rest, are they going to come back on time? Is their phone on loud so you can call them if you need to? And that's another thing as well. Have all your team members keep your phone on loud. They don't like it when you wake them up, but at least they're going to be here on time for their stint.
Exactly. It'd be worse if it's 30 minutes of someone sitting there absolutely passed out in the back of a car, or even worse is on the hotel, means they've got quite a trip to go. So yeah, definitely a lot of battery packs here, phone calls, very important to keep in contact with your team.
Funnily enough, that's how I actually did my first double stint.
Really?
Was the driver not showing up.
Wow.
And we were stood there at the fuel bay, and the helper said, "Oh yeah, the other driver hasn't turned up." I was like, "So what does that mean? We're gonna have to go out for a
You're
double
going
stint."
back around.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was like, "But I need the toilet. I need some food.
I need some break.
some water."
Yeah. Oh dear.
But,
Trial by fire, definitely.
Absolutely.
No, we do have.
Absolutely.
There are some definitely people in our society at Leeds that quite famed for consistently turning up late or not at all to events, to the point where we also have some of our karting events are very popular, and they do tend to sell out quite quickly. So certain people get tagged in the chat many times to make sure they end up getting tickets. Some a little bit forgetful, sometimes sleep in, miss the deadline. But yeah, it's very important to be punctual here and make sure you know where your drivers are as well, because I think we've had stories previously of people just running around like a bit of a maniac, just screaming, "Where's enter name here?" because they're not sure where they quite are, especially if they're supposed to be helping throughout the night, or at worst need to be driving. Got to make sure that they're ready if anything goes wrong as well.
Well, don't invite them back is my advice.
Exactly.
You get one shot.
Yeah.
You get one shot.
If you mess it up, you're out.
That's it. Go and find some people to make a D team with.
Exactly.
So let's have a little look at a run through of the order then, because at this sort of time of the night is when we typically start to see some of the quicker laps being posted, because the air temperature is quite cold, so the engines are running at their best. After the service stop, you've had enough time to bed those tyres in. So initially, when you've got a very grippy front end and a very loose rear end, it starts to even out now to become a bit more of a balanced car. So what are the leaders doing at the moment, lap time wise? I think they are a little bit off, aren't they? We're looking 22 sixes, 23 deads, 23 6 for P3 there on that last lap. And just a reminder to everyone, the quickest lap that we've seen so far for this BUKC 24 is a 1:21 dead. So the times are still a little bit off. So it could be maybe the track temperature's dropped off a little bit too much. And they may be struggling to get a bit of heat into the tyres. But with 52 karts going round this track constantly like they are, I don't think the track temperature is going to drop off all too much. So it could just be that we've got a bit of a slower year this year in terms of track evolution. And obviously we don't know what gets run here prior to the BUKC 24, so you could have a very rubbered in track. I remember, about 5 or 6 years ago, we were doing sort of 118.9 was the quickest. I think the tyres have changed since then to become a bit more of a durable tyre, because one thing we did find earlier on was that the tyres would be very quick to begin with and then just drop off towards the end. So as a driver, it does then beg the question of tyre management, and especially for some of these more inexperienced drivers coming in. And we've got a yellow flag. What's the yellow flag for? Did you see?
I think there was a little spin just into those chicanes down there, but recovered quite quickly, so those yellows should shift quite quickly. I did see, despite some of the yellows we've had over the last little bits of commentary, pretty smooth recoveries so far. Yellow's still out in first sector on start-finish straight. But yeah, usually some pretty good recoveries. I did find that earlier today is that first chicane in the middle section, that was a favourite for spinning out. Some good recoveries, some not so good recoveries. The barrier is definitely working overtime. So yeah, definitely keep an eye on, but those are the yellows gone in the start-finish straight just below us in the commentary box.
And I think it's not only the drivers that have got to stay alert for the full 24 hours, it's the marshals as well, because the marshals are there for our safety. And if they don't get a yellow flag out on time, especially in these conditions at night, when visibility isn't as good as it is during the day. Obviously, we've got the floodlights out there, but through some sections of the circuit, it is like you are driving in the pitch black. So, if a marshal doesn't get that yellow flag out in time, and there's a cart stopped, say they haven't decided to decorate their Bigfoot, so it's all black, and the driver's wearing a black suit and a black helmet, they are very, very difficult to spot.
Definitely.
I actually had it. I was racing with we were in a tow with with one of the Leeds guys and someone else in a grey suit, and we came out of turn 3, and there was a cart sideways on the exit, and we all had to dart to the right-hand side. It had literally just happened. The marshals had got the yellow flags out, but we'd already passed the yellow flag zone, so we never actually saw it. So, and it was one of those. It was if the cart at the front of that train didn't see the spun-out cart, we would have probably all gone into the back of him or into the side of him. So it is very crucial for the marshals to stay alert as much as the drivers as well. And like I was saying, you can come in and change drivers. You can have a driver that's had a 5-hour kip in the car, and they're going to be good to go. But these marshals, I mean, they are rotating round from the post. We have seen a few marshals change and rotate, but they are doing the full 24, as all of the Teesside team are here. So yeah, it's a massive stint from them. If we think it's tough as drivers, it's also
yeah,
tough
definitely
for them
tough
as well.
on them. And also, yeah, you never really know what's going to happen. Of course, you could be having a little chat over the radio, and then suddenly you got to sprint over. So we have just got the confirmation that we do have some marshal rotation going on here to make sure everything is safe. Every 8 hours they will change over, keeping us alert and keeping us safe. But yeah, so it's very, very exciting to see. So we do have the top 7 pretty much staying the same. We have P1 for Pole Go Kartney in kart 20, P2 BUKC Motorsport in kart 47, and P3 Rexy Racing in 42. So they've made their way up a little bit. I did see earlier when I was commentating they were doing quite well, and they seem to have made their way quite up a bit. And Never Take Sheffield dropped down a little bit out of the podium, but I'm sure they'll be able to make up a little bit of time for the end of the race. But they are 2 laps down, so they did lose. No, they are 1 lap down, so it did a little bit of time, but I can see them making their way back up. I do believe last year Sheffield had a really awful qualifying. And also, I think Sheffield do tend to get quite unlucky in these races, at least the last 2 ones I've seen. But they usually do climb up quite quickly, so it wouldn't surprise me to see them staying quite far up in the order.
I am just having a look at the messages from Race Control, and Do and Your Mum has got another contact warning. That is 2 in the last 32 minutes. Yeah, the Do and Your Mum team doing the same thing as Jack Doohan did in Formula 1, and have a few too many crashes, and hopefully they don't get the boot. Hopefully their team captains keep all the drivers on for next year. Hopefully they've done enough to keep their seat.
Exactly. And yeah, you got to be careful with these contact warnings, any type of warnings really. If you get too many in the span of a short time frame, straight black flag from Race Control here. Obviously, with this being an endurance race, you've got to make sure everything's safe. And if you're getting multiple contacts in such a short period of time, it can be dangerous. And obviously, we want to keep everyone safe here racing tonight as well. So
just looking at some of the lap times that are being posted by the leaders, they are, well, the leaders themselves are in the mid-23s, which is quite unheard of for this sort of time of the night. We would usually be seeing a lot quicker lap times being posted. Looking down the order, we've got some P4 is in the 124s now. We do have a couple of people, Brumdog Millionaires, they are in the 22.4s. We've got P9, the 43 car in the 22.3s. Again, not biased, but Yuki Spinoda, 22.4s. That is quite impressive. Given the kart that we've got, our brakes are fading quite rapidly in comparison to how they were at the start of the stint, and we're not too convinced we've got the best engines compared to some of the other drivers. So yeah, a big shout out to Josh Gollin there in the number 10 kart of Yuki Spinoda. Doing some. I say that he's just done a 23.8.
Oh.
So I was speaking so highly of him. And he's one of the people in the team that says consistency. So a question to Mr. Gollin there: what is your consistency range? Because at the moment it's about 1.5 seconds, which for an endurance race isn't the best.
Yeah.
But they are 46 seconds off of the P12 karts, and what are the P12 karts doing? The P12 kart is actually doing 124s, so although Josh's times are pretty horrific compared to what he was doing, he is still catching the kart ahead. Will he have enough time left in his stint? Probably not, and hopefully not, because I want to go to bed soon.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's the one with the keys to take me back to the accommodation.
Yeah, sadly, he's a quite vital part of your plan then.
Absolutely. I'm just going to have another look at the messages from Race Control. We thought it was a sprint has got another contact warning. I think they popped up for a contact warning a little bit earlier on in the stint as well. So they are definitely treating it like a BUKC sprint, and Rubbins Racing, as I'm sure they'll probably be saying. Hopefully they don't get too many more of those, otherwise there will be a black flag, and hopefully they're sensible and come in and say yes sir, no sir, sorry sir, and continue on their way.
Exactly.
But at this time of the evening, or this time of the morning actually, the tempers can run a little bit high. Everyone's running on a lack of sleep. The Red Bull's wearing off. And they need to get back out on track as quickly as possible. We've got a car coming out of the pit lane there. Had a nice little gap to slot into there. And that's another thing as well. Coming down the pit exit, you are constantly looking over your right shoulder to make sure you've got a good gap. But where you sit so low in the kart, the tyre stack, you can't see over it. You can just see the top of someone's helmet. So as soon as you get a view of what's coming down through turn 2, you're committed anyway. So you just hope that the other guy's seen you and they're going to dive to the inside. If you work together, it can be quite a swift pit lane exit. But if you've got two people that aren't quite paying attention, it can end catastrophically down there, because there is a gravel trap on the outside, which is you don't want to get stuck in there.
And speaking of the pit lane, I have just seen that we've got quite a few karts in the pit lane. We have P8, Senna's Squadron, P10 and P12 all making their way into the pit lane. So that might cause a bit of traffic as well, because we look further down, I believe we have another car at MB in the pit lane and two more right at the bottom. Spin and Tonic and Joas, your Baps are all in there. So I imagine that'll cause quite a bit of traffic. Given that's now 6 karts, and I can't imagine that'll be too spread out now. So it might be a little bit of waiting for some of those karts. Not sure which ones went in first or a little bit later, so maybe some of those karts will have got lucky, but especially for those top 10, they are going to have to make these vital pit stops and make them quick. Absolutely, especially for P8. They want to keep that P8, maybe even go higher, and these pit stops are vital for them. And traffic is not something that you want to meet in the pit lane.
So I'm just looking at the comments on the live stream. Haley saying, "Can Liverpool really win this?"
Maybe. I mean, they've got the fastest. I assume they mean Paul Go-Kartney. They've got fastest lap of the race. They have been running for pretty good times for a while, but they do have BUKC Motorsport now on the same lap as them, although admittedly quite far apart, only just lapping on the same lap, but it is likely that they could catch up. And I remember little slip-ups can mean so much. It's only 1 minute 10 between those, so I wouldn't be surprised if BUKC Motorsport does start to climb. And they've had quite an eventful race, I think, so a couple mechanicals, I think, here and there, but they've definitely composed themselves. So it wouldn't surprise me if they do end up getting a little bit closer than Paul Go-Kartney would like to see, and but they've got some pretty decent other teams as well. I think they bought 3 teams here today, maybe 4. But yeah, Liverpool are pretty dominant in BUKC. They tend to make their way up the rankings of both mains and inters for the past few years. Has been pretty good results. So it wouldn't surprise me if they bought their strongest drivers here today, and that's why they're running P1.
Absolutely, and Liverpool's always got a special place in my heart, because that's where I first started my BUKC journey. They were the team that I raced for the first couple of years of the BUKC. I did a few rounds of the main championship, and I did quite a few 24-hour races with them, but we never seemed to have the luck. So I'm thinking maybe I'm the bad luck omen here.
Maybe.
Because every team I've been in, we've always had some bad luck at some point.
Dear.
So
if you say that, you'll get barred from any future teams. You've got to be careful with your words.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the benefit of your best friend running the team, isn't it?
So you always get a slot.
Always get an invite.
Classic.
To be honest, Josh was saying earlier, he said more than anything, it's just a nice opportunity to get everyone together, you know.
Yeah.
All of us in the team that are racing, none of us are current students. We've all graduated, so it's quite difficult now with lives and families to get everyone together for an event. So something like the BUKC, in which is, you know, we've seen a lot of grad teams enter. You know, I was looking
every year there's loads.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was looking around the paddock earlier today, and there's some people that are probably old enough to be my dad racing still. So it's good to see that the BUKC 24 attracts people from from all age ranges. I'll be very interested to know, and I think we'd probably have to ask Jacob on this, but what is the oldest BUKC driver we've had in the 24-hour race here at Teesside? I'm sure Jacob will probably know. And I think the way that we're going, in our team especially, we've said we're not stopping till we win.
Lovely. So maybe for a while we're kicking around.
If it gets to the point where we're having to be taken from the nursing home and plonked into a go-kart until we win, we will absolutely do it. I hope it doesn't get to that far.
Yeah,
but
we'll see.
We are committed to winning the BUKC 24-hour race at least once. And I think we'll do a Nico Rosberg at that point and claim the championship and retire.
Exactly, that's the way to go. And speaking of your team, we've got quite a few teams in the pits, including Yuki Spinoda there, pitting alongside P2 BUKC Motorsports, P14 and P20. And P49 as well. So again, quite a lot of activity in the pits. Must be that these sort of pit windows start to align, which is a bit tricky because obviously it is interesting that most teams will be running similar windows of pitting. But yeah, you definitely want to start avoiding those traffic. So we'll see how well BUKC Motorsport do in their stop, and ideally, hopefully, stay in at least the top 5. Yeah, they'll providing nothing drastic goes wrong, they'll be staying in the top 5. But ideally, they want to keep that P2. Maybe Rexy Racing might make up a little bit more. So we will see. And I can just see, looking at the sky now, we do have patches of light coming through, which does mean that the sun will be coming up soon, which is kind of a scary thing to be saying that we're still in the commentary box. He's been here for a while. Not actually sure what time the sun is due to rise, but we can start to see some light peeking through now. So yeah, we can start imagining track temperatures going up.
So I can tell you, without you having to look at your weather app, that the sun rises at 4:29 here.
You know, you already know the microclimate of Teesside. You already looked it up.
We know it. The sun sets at about 9:39, I believe, and it rises again at about 4:29. It's been the same for the last couple of years, with a discrepancy of a minute here or there. But yeah, that's all written down on our spreadsheet.
Yep,
we know everything, and yeah, 6 BUKC 24s under my belt now. I'd like to think I'm a bit of a veteran. However, we've just not had the luck to be further.
Yeah.
And you do need a lot of luck in this race. You can have the quickest team, but if you don't have the luck on your side, you know, if you get a mechanical here or there, you know, we've said it, you know, it's quite interesting to see, because I think, did you say Paul Gokartney, did they have a mechanical at some point?
I'm not sure. They were certainly running further down when I was last in the commentary box, like maybe top 8. So I'm not sure if other people have had mechanicals or slow pits, but they've definitely been strong enough to be climbing their way up. So they might have had one previously and have just sort of been waiting to take back those upper positions. And clearly it's paid off now, P1. And we can see BUKC Motorsport come out P3 after their pit stop, and Rexy Racing just above them now. So yeah, only time will tell. They are in the... Oh, they're very close, though. They've got a very close gap, so we'll try and spot that on track for you. That's the car of 42 of Rexy Racing in P2, and BUKC Motorsport is very close behind, 2.6 gaps, so we'll try and spot that coming down the track, but very exciting battle. It is very exciting seeing some close on-track battles for position, especially because sometimes you do get years where... The top cars do end up being quite far apart from each other, so it is quite nice to have these on-track battles. And speaking of luck and consistently as well, I've just got up some of the old 24-hour results, and I do remember that both in 2023 and 2022, it was the Dublin team that won, and I believe they had no mechanicals both of those years, and they won by a exactly. That is exactly what everyone said, that they got very lucky. Some teams that were running quite high up in those years unfortunately did get mechanicals, and Dublin, 2 years running, completely managed to completely miss those. So they've done extremely well. And funnily enough, obviously don't compete in BUKC, which is quite funny that they turn up to this event and completely destroy every other team. But props to them. Very, very strong performance. And as we said, a little bit of luck. No one can blame them.
Maybe they spent the whole year just testing solely at Teesside,
missing
all of the BUKC rounds. And, yeah.
Their internal championship was actually hosted solely at Teesside. It was 10 rounds. That's how they managed to get so good.
That's it. And it's, I think it's important to note that a lot of these uni teams, as well as competing in the BUKC, they have their own championships that they run as well. I know Liverpool, I don't know if they still do, but they used to have, I think it was the Northwest Cup.
I think it's called the Scouts Cup now.
Is it called the Scouts Cup now?
I think so. I do see it on their Instagram. We did a tournament with them a few months ago, the Christie Cup tournament between Leeds, Liverpool and Manchester. First one we've ever done with motorsport, so that was really, really fun. Got some good races down at Team Sport Leeds. We, of course, managed to come out on top just about, but it was a lot of fun. Nice to do some other tournaments, obviously outside of the main BUKC. But yeah, we have our internal championship as well. A lot of fun. Obviously, good practice apart from that, but very chill karting, but also a good way to make new friends and meet new people as well.
So I'm just looking in the group chat for our team, and it's looking like we might have some potential rain from 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock, albeit it's a 30, 40, 60, 50% chance at those hours.
And we'll have to see if the rain comes back. And just speaking of P2 and P3, I've just seen them come in front of the commentary box, and they do have a little bit of traffic to get through. I believe there's at least one car separating P2 and 3, but the gap is still quite small, so have to keep an eye on that as they make their way through traffic. But rain would be very interesting. I know that during qualifying there was a bit of a freak rain incident. Unfortunately, our car got caught in it. About the 5 minutes there was rain in qualifying, unfortunately meant that our car got caught. We were a little bit further down than we wanted. And then little specks of rain throughout the race, but nothing particularly heavy. But if it returns, that could be very, very interesting, especially with the temperatures this low. So we'll have to see.
Absolutely. And I'm getting messages now. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave.
Is your Uber going to the park?
Yes, yeah. It is. Josh has said, "Where are you?"
Yeah.
I'm ready to go.
Okay, he's done clearly. He's done his pit stop and he wants to go to bed.
That's it. Well, thank you for having me.
Magic. No, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for joining.
It's been a dream of mine to be a commentator.
Magic.
I've obviously been the other side of racing for a long time now, and to be the other side of it has been quite nice. And I've almost forgotten the fact that it's 3:45 in the morning. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep now. I feel a little bit
a little bit psyched up.
Yeah,
I woke up feeling a little bit like, I don't know if I can do it. And now I'm like, I'm completely in the zone. Completely in the zone.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, no, it's been lovely having you.
With the rest of the commentary.
Thank you.
I might come back a bit later. I've quite enjoyed it.
Yeah,
so we will see. But yeah, thank you very much and
Magic.
all the best.
Thank
and
you.
I'm sure I'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'll see you soon.
Awesome. Thank you.
Magic. So I'm going to swap out of commentary. Thank you for walking through that. He'll be enjoying his stay in the hotel. We'll keep an eye on Yuki Spinoda and see how they're doing, but he'll be off for now. And yeah, it seems to be the sun is rising here at Teesside. We have 8 hours and 48 minutes to go. So quite a bit to go yet, and the race isn't over until it's over. Keep an eye on this gap between P2 and P3. Again, 1.8, so again, Motorsport slightly closing on Rexing Racing, but nothing monumental over here. So we'll have some changes, I imagine, going up. I'll keep an eye on the traffic. They both did very well previously to get their way through traffic, as with Brumdog Millionaires and Gaslight Gatekeep, cutting their way through traffic as well. As we were saying earlier, there are no blue flags here at Teesside, meaning that you don't have to give any places up. What I think makes it interesting as well, because there can be some teams that do end up dropping a bit further down because they have mechanicals or other issues as well. So it's nice to see that they can still have some on-track battles. And of course, most drivers, I think, have radios. Some are very lucky and they have in-helmet comms, which are an absolute dream. And you can actually understand what your drivers are saying. Whereas we have radios that clip onto the belt, which can be a bit trickier to hear. But yeah, so we'll make sure to keep you updated on those battles. But yeah, so pretty good racing over here. Bit of traffic to cut through. And yeah, of course, if you're trying to overtake people, you don't always know if it's for position. So make sure to battle all of it out as much as you can. I'm joined by another commentator after Morgan Anthony does to go sleep in a hotel. Very nice, very lucky. So, yeah, if you want to introduce yourself. I don't know if you've commentated today at all yet, but if you do want to reintroduce yourself.
No, not yet today. First time, even though we're beyond halfway into the race now. But good morning, everyone. My name's Dom. I'm part of one of 5 of the DNH squad. So we are cars 5 through 9. There's about 30 of us here.
Wow,
so
full force.
We're a bit of a squad, and we're lucky that we've got people dedicated to pits and signage and things like that. But yeah, no, we're all having a bit of a day of it.
Yeah,
you know, it's
lovely.
All part of the fun though. But no, we're happy to be here. I'm happy to be in here. It's nice and warm in here.
I was just thinking that because, well, it was actually the flip side because earlier I was waiting outside and it was absolutely boiling outside and I walked in to do my first commentary shift. Aircon, beautiful, love it. And then I was just sitting outside, just my stint began at 2:30 here and I think it's a bit cold actually. I walked in here and it's nice and cozy, so a little bit sheltered in here. It's nice to see.
Nice one. I've not been in the building since 7 a.m.
Wow.
yesterday or whenever it was.
Yep.
So the fact that we're cozy.
Yes, exactly. We're back here again.
Much better place to be.
Exactly. So, how's your race been going so far for all of your teams? Do you have a particular team that are you racing today?
Have raced.
Yeah. Which team have you raced
so
for?
I've been in number 9, which is the Gurney's gang. So all our karts are named after various sort of sporting icons. So we've got X icons, the Iron Dames or Dams Racing.
Oh yes, lovely. I did see
which
that.
Is the full female squad, Gurney's gang,
magic.
Senna Squadron, and there's one more out there. They'll kill me for not remembering which one it is. But I think they're further up the field, and they've actually had a good time.
They're doing a bit better.
I think it was the last one.
Nice.
But yeah, we all got caught out in qualifying yesterday in the rain.
Yeah.
So we were the final group to go out. So I think our highest qualifying was 29th.
Oh wow.
And we tailed back to mid-40s or so.
Yeah, we did. I was just mentioning there was kind of like a freak weather event with a little bit of rain that those first teams that qualify completely managed to avoid. And of course, the order that the teams come into the pit is effectively random. It just kind of depends where you were on track at the time. And the teams that went out first, they raced in 10 cars at a time, got very lucky, as we were saying earlier. You do need a little bit of luck. I think those first 10, maybe 20 cars managed to get away without any rain. The last one's not so lucky. And of course, when qualifying is set, it is set. I have just seen on the digiboard there's a technical defect flag for kart 25 Imperial B. Unfortunately, following suit from Imperial A, that got a mechanical flag all but about just over half an hour ago now. So not great for Imperial today. We've got 2 mechanical flags. We'll have to wait and see what was wrong with that, but we'll keep an eye on the commentary box for that as well. Yeah, you do not want to be getting mechanicals. At least there's a flag, they can tell you, rather you're not sure what's going on. But yeah, mechanicals add quite a bit of time to your stint. Have you had any mechanicals in your teams yet?
We've not had any mechanicals, but it's so easily done.
Yes, of course.
Here. It's such a vicious track, both for the body and the kart. I mean, there's been a fair few mechanical flags, even when I've been out there for myself, and each lap someone's got something going on.
Oh, absolutely.
It is a high race of attritions. We see 1, 2 skip the initial D chicane, and it's good that they bail out early, but again, it's the lesser evil than actually taking the corner properly.
Exactly, you've got to preserve the longevity of the kart, really. You do see some curb warnings, and as we just saw, I think someone took the S's after the start finish. A little bit too hot, saw some sparks, saw some airtime. Don't really want to be seeing that here as well. We've got over 8 hours to go, so longevity of your kart is key. And of course, if you do start taking curves a bit rough and a bit of airtime, it does end up coming back to bite you physically as well, because it can cause quite a lot of stress. And you can hear the kart not being very happy at all. You definitely want to stay off most of those curbs as much as you can, especially in those S's. Any sparks, not good. But yeah, we're going to wait to see if Imperial B end up coming in. Yep, so they are in the pits, and they are falling down a little bit. Hopefully not too much that it was a serious fault they'll have to change, but we'll keep an eye on them and see how far they end up falling down.
Yeah, it's tricky for the team as well, because if they're keeping an eye on the live timing, and if they've not got anyone on the pit wall, all they see is mechanical, and immediately you think the wheel's fallen off it.
Exactly.
But it could just be a loose exhaust, bit of bodywork flapping about.
Exactly.
It might be something that's just a 1 minute fix, but immediately your mind just goes to, oh no, what have they done?
Worst case scenario, the cart's ripped in half. Yeah, it's definitely, and we were saying earlier, it's absolutely vital that to have these trackside spotters, really, really valuable, especially if your radios aren't great, if you have in-helmet comms, absolutely loving it. A couple people on our team do, which is really nice. It's a second flag for Imperial Imperial B. Says they're in the pits, but so yeah, it might have flashed more than once. Yeah, definitely great. If you have in-helmet comm, very easy to understand. Some of our team do have the radios that clip on, which are very prone to being not only hard to understand, but sometimes not working as well. So having those trackside spotters that you can see these people visually, tapping helmets, making other gestures can be really valuable. Have just seen one kart stop just before going onto the back straight. I think they've lost an engine. Thankfully, a marshal is going over to restart it. Hopefully it does restart and it's not a fuel problem. So we'll wait and see. But yeah, trackside spot is very important, especially early hours, because I do think that teams sort of tend to good sleep around this time and after they've done their shift. So very, very important to make sure you've got pit helpers, trackside spotters, and your next drivers all ready to make sure that everything goes to plan.
Yeah, this time of night. I mean, I say day.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying the sunrise is coming pretty soon.
I got into the car about 11ish or so, and daylight was just fading, and the fact that 4 hours later almost
we're back here,
and we're back to daylight. But for your body clock, 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. that's not the awake time.
Exactly.
For a lot of people.
We were discussing this that some people do choose to stay up all night. Mm-hmm. Not sure I could do that. I did have a quick nap in between my commentary stints. But yeah, definitely I would for the longevity. And also, if you've got to drive back after this, I mean, if you've got a van, have a little nap in the back. But most of at least our drivers will be driving back, and you definitely want to get some sleep before driving all the way back, especially if you've done 1, 2, or maybe even 3 stints. Yeah. Definitely want to get some rest.
Last thing you want is a 4-hour drive back
exactly
back
on top of whatever you've done here. I think we had Youssef in here earlier, who, he might actually be out now for the lap dancers. I'm not sure. I think he said he was doing quite early morning stints. He's doing 3 back-to-back stints on no sleep.
Impressive.
Supposedly. We've not had any updates yet, but apparently it's a pretty standard standard behaviour for him. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, definitely recommend getting some sleep. Probably improves your performance as well, to be honest. Unless you can really stay up that late and you're used to it as well. Or if you slept earlier in the day, definitely getting some sleep can improve your performance. Let your body rest, get some food, get some drink. And have a little bit of a relax.
You've got to take care of yourself. If you can't take care of yourself, you're not going to take care of the cart out there. I've had my 20 minutes of sleep.
Yep.
I'm good now until I crash at about 7 p.m. tonight and probably miss the Canadian Grand Prix.
Yes, we did have some people discussing whether anyone would actually survive watching that Grand Prix. Personally, I will be having lots of food and going straight to bed, but maybe some other very, very dedicated Formula 1 fans, maybe anyone who's a particular fan of Lance Stroll, who I think is actually making a return for his home Grand Prix after his wrist problems. So he is making it back. So if anyone's a particular Lance Stroll fan or Canadian fan of the Canadian Grand Prix, do quite like Canada as a track, to be fair. So we'll see. But yeah, maybe I'll watch the highlights. I'll watch the highlights.
You've convinced yourself, eh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need my sleep. I need my sleep. I've got another commentary stint, 6:30 till 8:30. So I'll have to survive that. But we've just got a contact warning come through for kart 36. So that's very naughty for them. Currently running P25. Don't think they've had any other contact warning particularly recently, which is good because again, you don't want to be getting too many. You don't want to be getting too many in the same time frame. Leave some black flags. We have to use some black flags for re-education recently. Most recently, Burger King's, I believe, was brought in for some re-education. Of course, you've got to listen to what you've done wrong, take it in, and don't do it again. And we can see that if you do it multiple times, then you get in a lot of trouble. And again, it's just more time you're losing, and you know what you're doing wrong. You can't we've got 8 hours to go, most of the way through the race. You can't not know what you've been doing wrong. And also, it's classic racing rules, classic BUKC rules. You know what to do.
Yep, arguing is
just
the last thing
don't bother.
It's highly entertaining for everyone else watching. Apart from
classic,
the team involved.
yeah.
We want other people to argue.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, speed into the pit lane and then have an argument, and then we'll see how that goes.
Argue against the marshals that no, you didn't hit the cone.
Exactly, and I watched you do it.
Yeah, we all watched you.
It is quite entertaining them watching, because marshals, well within their right to for safety reasons. Sometimes they're filling it, just get sent back around, complete waste of a pit stop, and they go, "You're going too fast? Not my pit lane. Send you back round." Absolutely in their right to.
Must admit, I was a bit trepidatious about the concrete barriers. I've seen a few.
Yes,
they've
really stepped it up from last year. For those of you who are listening who didn't watch last year, so you can see going into the pit lane, the first line of red and white barriers are kind of like plastic. The next two are less so. They're a lot heavier, and we have seen that some drivers have still managed to completely destroy the pit lane. But those are there to make sure that people weren't speeding into it. Did watch a spectacular team last year. Can't remember who was in it. I think it was a mix of various universities. Completely went through all 3 of those plastic pit barriers and went into the pit because they saw a pit board a bit too late and decided to, instead of, wasting one more lap, why not just dive straight into it? Completely destroyed the pit lane. There was a little yellow flag there, and they got an absolute telling off in the pit lane for it. Yeah. So I think they've upped the ante this year, as they should. And the result has been, I think, to be fair, I think in the first 3 hours there was a few people who were testing it and learned their lesson. We've not seen quite a few pit lane incidents for a while now, but you definitely can still move them, but not worth it. Just slow down, guys, for safety, and also, selfishly, if you don't want to destroy your car, destroy the pit lane. Make sure you lift off. Yeah. Or a little spin in the middle section. Quite a few carts coming behind, but safe rejoin from that driver. Good to see. Again, quite a popular spot for spinning. Barriers getting tyre barriers getting hit quite a lot there, but pretty good recovery for most of the carts that we've seen to there. Sometimes you do get an engine come out. Got a pretty good system here, though, where if the engine does cut out on that corner, driver goes slightly further around, and the marshal on the next post very kindly restarts the engine. Pretty good system going there, but pretty consistently engine cuts out there, unfortunately. You've got to be very careful going into that corner, carrying a lot of speed from that first section in the forest.
Yeah, the marshals understand the carts here. As anyone who's driven these carts before know that engine cuts, specifically the right engine, likes to fall apart quite quickly. Even at the start of the race, before practice, when we all got our car allocations, a number of people not particularly happy with the engines on their selected cart, and if you drop those revs below a certain amount, they do just cut out. So if you're going to have a spin like that anti-stall's going to try and kick in on the clutch. It's just not going to hold.
Exactly.
And you try and get one to hold, and you limp yourself to the marshal, and marshal's like, thank you for coming to me, as opposed to themselves running across a live track.
Exactly.
You can pull over to one side, albeit on the racing line, but you are at least to one side. Yes, that is
true. I'll gracefully restart your engine. Usually enough notice there for people to stop. I've also just realised that there's something I've forgotten to do through my commentary stint, and that is we want to see photos of any of your teammates or anyone around the track sleeping. So
now
please,
I'm glad I'm in here.
Yeah, no, well, exactly. I'm just saying this serves as a warning to anyone who is maybe got the commentary in the rear having a bit of a nap, or maybe it's a kind of revenge plot or a bit of a motive. So if you want to post any fun photos you've had of people sleeping, kind of looking on the bank at the moment, most people seem to be pretty awake on the banking over there, so we're not going to catch anyone out there, but post any funny photos of people passed out. I've seen people sleeping on the floor, on the banking, anywhere at Teesside is a place to stop and sleep really at this 24 hours. So make sure to tag our Instagram at BUKC, send some photos to Jacob, and Jake will pick some of his favourites. But I want to see some pretty funny photos. Again, people do fall asleep in camping chairs and stuff. Again, at the end of I think we've had last year, we had some people on benches just completely huddled with a sleeping bag over them, trying to keep warm, especially in the weather. So
it's really hard at the moment to get comfortable enough to sleep. I mean, it's already, the light's already coming. Mm-hmm. Your eyes are receptive to that if you're not completely hidden away or in a car.
Exactly.
It's too cold, so you can't get comfy unless you've got a decent sleeping bag and a coat. Whatever camping chair is available, it probably doesn't have a back support or a neck support, so you can't get your head comfy. It's not ideal, but most people do try and find half an hour or an hour if possible. And like you said, people end up in some odd positions, but
yes, exactly, and that's
them,
what we want to see.
Works for them, and you wake up with a dodgy neck, and then you go out on track with a dodgy neck.
Yeah, but, exactly. That's really what you don't want to be doing. I was seeing, we've had some teams, as Morgan was just saying, who's here earlier, investing in hotels, which is very. I know. Yeah, ooh. I will have to admit, on the Friday, I did sneak into a hotel before the race.
Friday night, I think.
Yeah, exactly. But you can't leave the track. That's the whole point of 24 hours. Basically cheating. You're doing
I'm paying
20,
60 quid tonight for a hotel I will not use. but at least I can return back to it tonight.
That is
You
true.
know.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
It's part of the deal.
Well,
Yeah.
exactly. Then if anything happens, and you have to stay at the track.
You
it's
can't
just sitting
leave.
there.
Some people, they go off to their hotel.
I mean,
It's
unless
just like, no.
unless you really do have a proper system down where you're sharing one with God knows how many people
You've got
you're
enough people
rotating.
in your team to have a good
Exactly,
gap.
exactly.
Yeah. But when you're running 4 or 5, 6 hours, I mean,
Yeah.
by the time you've got there, you've got 4 hours of sleep. You've got to drive yourself back.
Exactly. It's just not really worth
not
it,
worth
is
it.
it? Yeah.
Find a camping chair or the floor.
Yeah, exactly. We do see quite a lot of tents around here and gazebos and stuff, so some people do stay over, but I think probably the most popular form of accommodation at the TSK-24 has probably got to be cars. A lot of people sleeping in their cars. Just
Absolutely
easy. Most people drive here. It's got to be done. Not for too long, but yeah. And probably at some of the BUKC rounds we've had this year, maybe people staying over, especially at Clay. Favourite for the season after party and all the antics that happen there. We won't get too in depth on the live stream.
It's one of those things you've got to be there to
Exactly.
understand.
I think it was unfortunately I couldn't make it this year, but it was Oktoberfest theme. I think it was lots of fun. I saw Jacob was he was having a great time from what I saw. We did. I will shout out Leeds selfishly. Anand Palmer winning Crash of the Year for some amazing crashes, both at PF and GYG. Famous, I think someone said that he was beaten by his own shoe at GYG because he managed to have a crash and it flew off. Pretty impressive, and then at PF just went straight, someone just went straight into him. So Jake said it was funny reading the submissions of, there was 2 submissions, Anand's crash and Alan's crash, and you're like, oh, they've been submitted twice. No, they were different crashes at different tracks.
Great, yeah.
And then if I had a nickel for every single time Anand broke a cart, I'd have 2. But it's weird that it happened twice. Exactly,
Yeah.
and I think that's kind of got a bit of a reputation here, bless him. But he did a stint and he was completely fine, so he's learning. But just maybe not in the sprint races, but in endurance, clearly learned his lesson. Sorry to shout you out on that.
And the BUKC sprint races are hectic.
Oh, of course they are.
Prems,
You've not got
inters,
very long, so you'll chuck it in, and we see
Yeah.
some pretty dirty moves.
The poor foregone rookie class that didn't last very long, but no matter which championship you're in, racing's still chaotic.
Yeah,
in a
I
good
did.
way. It's robust.
Oh yeah, completely. I mean, it's very entertaining. I did. Well, what Leeds managed to do is obviously JV famously, maybe not next year actually, famously does run that if any team managed, so last season he did it, any team that managed to go the first 2 or 3 rounds without getting a warning would get a free endurance round of Club 100. Obviously, no one was going to do that because it's the BUKC. So instead, they managed to said if you get no penalties, and I believe we were at K&E, and all Leeds teams attending that day 3 managed to get no penalties, and we got 3 endurance races at Clandau, which was really lovely. But the racing standards in Club 100, which bear in mind do use the same fleet as BUKC, completely different. So respectful. You're not seeing any of the kind of stuff you see in BUKC, but that's what makes it a bit of fun, really. You know, a bit of dirty racing, and do get such a wide range of skill as well. Because you do have some people that have semi-professional, professional racing careers that just happen to be at university. And of course, they'll jump in a cart. On the other hand, you have some people that just casually racing with their motorsport society. So here's quite a wide range. That is why we have the class in BUKC. So for those of you who don't know, there are 3 classes in BUKC. So there's Prems, Clubmans, and Inters. So Prems is the fastest, and some of the names that you see competing in there are absolutely incredible. And they're the fast of the fast, slowly going down to Clubmans and then Inters and Prems. And so mainstay is Prems and Clubmans racing on the same day because they're all very speedy. And then the day after is usually Inters Day. And we go to lots of lovely tracks across the UK. But of course, Teesside is our lovely, lovely host of the 24-hour every single year.
Can't imagine taking the Club 100 cut around here.
I was just thinking that as well, actually.
I don't know if that'd be
so
fun
long.
or terrifying.
Yeah,
quite frankly.
I think it'd be too physical. Even for, I mean, it's a very long track as well, so it'd be quite
Wouldn't
hard
imagine
to.
doing an endurance stint, let alone the poor
Yeah,
engines wouldn't
yeah.
hold up.
I mean, I don't think there's it's not really. I mean, there's not really enough. It's not really. I don't think there's be enough karts to do a close race. It's such a huge track. So it definitely works well for endurance, but
certainly
yeah.
not. No, but no. Prems and Clubmans, what a place to be. I spent my entire BUKC career as such in the Clubmans world.
Lovely.
Didn't quite make it to full Prems, but at least we were there in mains with them and you share the track at the same time. Of course,
Yes,
you're just
exactly.
scored separately. We've had some good battles. I've had some lovely, interesting comments on commentary.
Yes.
From various people on behind the mic, but some flattering, some not. But it's all part of the fun.
Exactly.
And it is elbows out, and it's.
Oh yeah.
If you've got a position, you do have to work for it.
Yeah.
If that's top 5 positions or even lower end of the clubmen's as such, you still have to fight pretty hard to even remain in contention.
Yeah, I think it is really great to see as well, because what's really nice is not only how it. For those of you who don't know, in the BUKC Championship, so Prems and Clubmen's 2 classes, they are scored separately, but they do race together. And what is really nice is sometimes Clubmen's, which is lower class, can finish really high in races, and of course they can get not only a win in their class, sometimes a opponent in their class, but also being very high up the order compared to Prem drivers. It's a very, very impressive feat. And sometimes you do see that when teams qualify, unfortunately, teams that are Prem's pace or Clubman's pace do end up just missing out, and they do end up in different classes that could put some incredibly strong results in to a different class. So we have seen that previously, where some teams going for Prem have just missed out. And I'm just looking at the contact warnings. We've got 2 here in the last couple of minutes. We've got one for X Icons and I. Oh, both of yours, 5 and 7.
Mine.
Oh, it's not. See, there was a commentary curse. I said this earlier. Unfortunately, when I go into the commentary box, I think I witnessed every single one of the Leeds teams something messed up. So I think mechanical. I got to say, the crown though was our grad team had a wheel fall off.
I saw them carry into
that was
pits.
our grad team.
Yourselves?
Yeah,
Yes.
that was our grad team. That was Cam driving.
We had a nice
unfortunately.
little chuckle about that. It was
Yeah, it's quite.
bring his own little unborn son
souvenir.
back.
Yeah. We did say that we can imagine seeing some names maybe popping up about that event next year. I think there are always a few iconic events that happen at these 24-hour races, and
we
so
had
it was pretty
someone at
impressive.
the start get into our kart, the wrong person. So
Oh.
obviously with our Le Mans start, the person
Yeah.
who qualified one ahead of us, their driver wanted our car.
Oh,
I guess.
what place was that?
Oh, mid-30s we were.
Yes, we watched that happen. We were just
Yeah.
behind you. I recognise that because we were giggling about it.
Yeah.
Because
Who does that?
sorry to name drop, I think it was Leeds Beckett driver,
Okay.
and that's why we were all we were chuckling about it a bit.
I just
And we
felt
did
sorry
manage
for
to
the,
gain. That is
Yeah.
that is not great. We did manage to gain a
Not
couple
ideal.
of
I
spaces.
felt
on
bad
the start.
for the pool mechanic because he just watched his driver go to the wrong cart and go, mate,
I know.
come back,
oh
please.
dear. That's the one thing you check. You check the big foot and you check the person behind. Oh
And
dear.
ours was bright blue.
Wow. Okay,
it's-
so
it's
not
quite a
even
vibrant
close. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh
it's-
dear.
Alas.
Yeah, many things.
can
See,
laugh about it
exactly.
now.
Many things that can happen. Yeah, exactly. It's funny. Well, I will say this: that was it the year before last? So you know how at the beginning of every single before the Le Mans start, they say do not push the car over halfway. The reason they emphasise that is because there was a lead helper after we got pole that managed to completely fall over in the middle of the track after pushing.
And then be there. Yes.
Exactly, and then unfortunately for Kieran Harrison, who managed to get pole, I had to give him a lap penalty already. That somehow made his because he's such a talented driver. I think he got up to P10 by the end of his stint. So he's I mean, imagine what it would have been if we didn't get that penalty.
Yeah.
Exactly, but these things happen, and again over the course of 24 hours, just over 8 hours to go. So much can happen, and so many of these little things matter. But again, you're well within your right to start making them up. Just looking at kind of the running order at the moment, we do have. So we have Paul Gokartney, which is a lap ahead of P2. P2 is Baguette Motorsport, followed by P3, never overtakes Sheffield. Assume Sheffield's A team. Very strong results here. 12-second gap between the kart in front, and then going down the order, we've got quite a lot of gaps here. Oh, I say that they've just gone down a bit as well. So quite a lot of gaps. We've about top 15. Not many of them appear to be on the same lap, apart from. Coventry A and X Icons, I believe, are on the same gap with X Icons got a 30-second gap. That's one of your teams, isn't it? After just getting contact warning a few laps ago. Oh, we do have a black flag over here. So we have a curb warning for automobilistas. Unfortunately, our team. I'll do it. See, this comes the commentary box. It's all your teams get penalties.
We should really just give this up
someone
before we
did have a
start.
go at me in the chat earlier saying, I think you brought a curse. I'm sorry. But yeah, we do have a black flag for Nottingham Smiths Racing, kart 33. Just come through a minute ago. So we'll wait to see what that was for, but that does mean they might have to come into the pits for some re-education.
And it's the same as the mechanical. You don't know what it's for, and only the driver will know. But naturally, the driver's not going to wait around after they're telling off to talk to the team and figure out what's gone wrong. The driver's going to go back out on track and then do the rest of their stint, and hopefully by the time they've done the rest of their stint, however long that may be, they've cooled down enough that they can then talk with some verbal sense to the rest of the team and cooled off from whatever the cause of the black flag was.
Exactly. So yeah, that's been shown a few times now. So they'll have to come in at some point. Let's see where they're running at the moment. Yeah, so they're currently in the pits. They're running P24. Likely that they might fall down. Maybe not. If they listen, maybe they'll stay. Maybe they'll catch up to P25. If they listen, they say silent nod. So we'll have to wait and find out. But currently there are only there are quite a few teams in the pits now actually. So we've got the black flag for Nottingham Smiths. We've got Reading between the lines. Oh, on here. Okay, sorry, we're having a bit of problems with the timing. There's no drivers in the pit apart from the black flag here. So maybe the... Wonderful.
Bit of miscommunication then from
it's
from
empty.
a
So
few
we've got some.
teams,
So
it
thank you
looks
for raising control. We've got some foulers. You are right. Sorry, there's not the problem with the timing. The carts are in the pits. They are staying empty at the moment. So. Yeah, not great for some teams there. I can see some quite a few teams in there, so we'll have to wait and see who, unfortunately, is maybe not got a trackside spotter, as we were saying earlier. Very, very important. So we'll have to wait and see.
And it can be quite disorientating when you're either on the pit wall or up on the bank here in your gazebo. And you just lose track of your driver for one moment. Maybe you have a chat to a teammate or a passerby, and in that minute or two, your driver's gone round, they've been tapping their head, you've been missing that, and they've just bailed in for whatever reason. And suddenly you go back to looking at the track, and you're like, so it's been a couple of minutes. Where are they?
Exactly.
I'll get up Alpha Live, and they're in the pits. And yeah, if you don't have someone eyes on, it's been quite tricky for us with 5 carts. We've got quite a few people down just to the left of us after the start-finish in the sort of dugout area. We're always just keeping an eye on, mainly for signage from the driver. So if it's a tap of the head or if it's a pointing at the cart or a general gesture of hands, that can come at any point. If you're not paying attention to any, we've got 5 of them out there.
Yeah, quite a lot to keep track of.
We've got a few to manage out there, but you've got to pay attention. And yeah, as you say, if we've got people in the pits and no one to hop back in a cart, and you can feel quite lonely out there. I had my service stint, went and did the mandatory service. It was only 3 minutes. No one came to join me.
Lovely.
Felt quite lonely.
Lovely. Yeah, just sitting there.
I just did that. It was fine.
Definitely should. Yeah, I was going to say, you should definitely have some people watching trackside and just being ready to get back out again. Because if you do see a driver that's tapping your helmet, it gives you a lot of time to figure out what to do. For example, if they're coming in even 20 minutes early, hopefully if your next driver should be
ready.
Getting their suit, ready for us. There's quite a bit of a leeway, but yeah, you definitely want to be getting stuff ready. And it does mean that you save a lot more time. Even if the driver is tapping, even 3 laps before coming in 2, or even the lap before, it does give you a bit of time to start running around and getting things together, which is why it's so important.
Early warning instead of them just darting into the pits and going, hang on.
Yes, exactly. Unless something is seriously wrong, it is always ideal for. It is always ideal to try and give as much notice. I've also just seen a black flag for kart 38. Loughborough, so Loughborough and Loaded, were running quite high up earlier today, but fallen down quite a bit. So, yeah, unfortunately for them, black flag isn't going to help keep them towards the top of the standings.
And we're having quite a few of these now in the last sort of 10, 15 minutes or so, contact warnings and curbs as well. And it's
reaches 4 a.m.
It's 4 a.m. It's a tricky
Exactly.
time to be out there. We're not like we're at Le Mans. We can go back to our lovely motorhome and have a nice nap in an air-conditioned room with an actual bed. You know, as you said, people are finding unique and interesting ways to try and fall asleep. And then you get shaken up by your teammate as, you need to be dressed in 20 minutes, and you're like, no.
You're a bit disorientated.
Do
You
I
want to go
have
back
to?
to bed, exactly.
You don't want to go out there, and when you leave pits and you're coming out the pit lane, someone goes past you, you have no clue, one, where they are in the running order, two, have they just come out the pits? Are they on their second or lap? Are they about to come in? How many stints have they done? You just don't know where they are. They might be on their first or second stint, feel quite fresh. Someone could be on their fourth by now, be quite ragged. It's impossible to keep a track of that. But you've got to do your best and kind of hope and pray that if you do catch up to them quite quickly in the first braking zone, that if they're particularly slow, you're not going into the back down, which I imagine is what some of these black flags are going to be. Is that they've been caught unawares by someone in front of them doing something unexpected to them. Of course, the driver in front is probably just running their normal line into what they're comfortable with. But you just never know, and that's part of the fun with the endurances. After the first 2-3 stints, who's in the car? You just don't know.
You're not sure. I think that's especially a skill for the faster drivers we've got out here on track at the moment. Of course, you'll have to make your way through traffic, and that does mean getting through some back markers and people who are lapping slower than you. But it's also having the awareness of what they're going to do. You have to learn their racing line, especially if you're maybe about on pace, or even if they're just only a little bit slower than you, following their pace for a while. Following their race for a while and making sure that you're matching their pace. We've just had a message from race control about the visors. So just to confirm, you can use tinted visors from 4:30 a.m. this morning. So if you are pitting any of your drivers, you can use tinted visors from 4:30. So you should have had them already checked, so that's all good. But the sun is going to start coming up soon. As Morgan was saying, it should be about 4:30 for the sunrise. And we'll finally, hopefully, get some sunrise on the track, providing these clouds stay, which I think they are. We were, last night, I was looking at the clouds, and I was thinking, the sun's going to go a little bit earlier, but hopefully it will be back
The
soon.
clouds are pushed away actually quite nicely, considering what it was about 15-20 minutes ago. There's a bit of sun. It's unique here with the sunrise.
We were just a little microclimate.
Yes, it
Teesside's
is.
got here. Bit of rain earlier, bit of sun, bit of clouds. But I mean, as you said, if there's a bit of rain, that would be quite impressive again going into this second part. But yeah, it's
so we're going to have
should be
flashbacks
clear.
to last year.
Yeah,
which was certainly
it
interesting.
could not get worse than last year.
No.
Last year was I was trackside spotting until I think I probably gave up about 3:30 in the morning. I was just soaked through. I think I was in the cafe for a little bit, just trying to warm up. I was full waterproof, and I was sitting there with my umbrella, just trying to hold. We didn't even have radios last year, so I was just getting the pit. Oh, it was such a mess. But yeah, last year was awful weather, so it's nice to have some better weather and a bit of sun going into this year.
No, certainly no complaints from this one. We obviously all got a bit panicked at qualifying.
Yes,
yesterday,
little bit
when
of sun.
that shower appeared.
Suns and showers.
And it was sort of the, oh no, not again. But no, all clear now. And yeah, going back to sunrise, with South Bank and the trees, sunrise is a bit funky here because the sky gets light and the rest of the surrounding gets light, but the sort of back end of the circuit, South Bank, the two hairpins and the dog leg, they stay quite dark for a little
they're
bit.
covered for
and
a
then you
little bit
come
more.
back out to the west side of the circuit, and you're pretty much in daylight. But the trees, they like to hold the shadows quite long. So although everything seems quite bright, you're actually still racing in not
Exactly.
darkness, but if you do switch onto a tinted visor within the next 10 minutes, you're going to have a little bit of struggling for maybe 20 minutes or so before the rest of the light sort of catches up with the shadows.
Exactly.
But it's a lot better than sunset. Sunset is
Yes, especially down there is quite
not fun
tricky,
at this track.
and definitely having a tinted visor is pretty important out here. Of course, not past 9:30 last night, but yeah, we should see. I assume some people will switch to them soon. Yeah, I'm not sure. I assume we'll have some pit windows opening up in the next 10 minutes, but we'll start seeing how early people are putting their visors on and whether they'll put them on a little bit earlier or whether they'll wait a bit further.
Yeah,
so
with
we
it
will
being
see.
clear, people
Exactly.
they're gonna go for it, and the floodlights are good enough.
Yes.
So I want to say, especially if you're running the iridium visors as well, which are obviously rated for daytime, for nighttime use as well. You're going to be fine. Anyone on sort of a light smoked motorcycle based helmet, you're going to get away with it. But again, it's the driver's choice. You've just got to remember, if you're in this transitional period, what you go out with is what you're going to stay with. And if you go for the clear, you may end up blinded for part of it, or if you go with the tinted, you might end up blind.
Yes, exactly.
So it's one or the other. You've got to make the gamble on that. But hopefully those out there have sort of done this kind of stint before and understand how the sun affects their vision in certain places. Yeah, sunrise not as bad as sunset, thankfully, but it's it's just another element to think about, another challenge that tired drivers have to consider. And if you're going into the braking zone to the first hairpin after the quick chicane, and you're blind, it's not going to be fun. As we've got one driver who's trying to yank their right engine back into life, which I think they've not been able to do. They've had to come to a stop. And again, handy marshal on hand.
Exactly. Good system going.
Should get a pay rise.
Exactly.
I'm sure Kat will give that gentleman a good pay rise. And once they go again, hopefully. Driver's not particularly convinced, but
yeah, maybe that'll be a quick stop in the pits for them, and if they can make it around to there.
And it might just be a carb that's kind of come loose, or maybe the exhaust. At worst case, it's probably the clutch, but you never know. The driver, especially with the right-hand engine, where you're mounting the curb at turn 2, as we see on screen now, you get that curb wrong if you're looking for the white and red tyre stacks. Get it wrong, it's such a violent curb.
Yeah.
You hurt, the kart hurts, the mountings come loose. And then there's your end result is a half working engine. But I think they're up to speed now, so they should be all okay, which is good. Or maybe not. I'll take that back. They peel straight in, they're clearly
and into
not
the
happy.
bits they go. Making sure they're getting their
And
cut
they
checked
do
out
just
and that
about
it's
make
up
that
to
in.
speed. I will just say a couple of announcements from us as well. Make sure to get in your sleepy photos. I did forget to say it earlier, but we want to see as the sun's coming up. Is anyone asleep? Again, I'm looking at the gazebos. Everyone seems pretty awake. So we'll have to wait a bit longer for those. But yeah, get your hooders. But also, more importantly, so just after our commentary stint, or at least mine is ending, unfortunately, Jacob will be deciding the Best Bigfoot Award. So make sure to get in all of your wonderful Bigfoots, because I've seen some amazing ones we can see on traps. There's some amazing LEDs. There's some pretty cool designs. We were talking earlier about our favourite ones. I do really like the googly-eyed one. I think that's really cool.
You see it at night with its blue
it's
eyes.
very cool.
Yeah, big fan of that, actually.
Also, I can't remember what number it is, but I do really like the one that has a Squirtle plushie. It's taped to the front with all the Pokemon stickers. That's very nice.
If that's still on there,
I haven't checked recently, so it might have gone on a bit of a journey away from the cart. But yeah, I do like the creativity. I do like little mascots making their way around as well. And now that plushie will have done quite a few laps now.
Yes, we used to use a Pikachu as our pit-in sign.
Okay.
We were told off by circuit management because it was too yellow.
Yes,
naturally,
of course.
Pikachu.
Yes, of course.
And it clashed with the Digi flag that was basically right in front of us. But it worked a treat, you know. You're not going to miss a giant yellow Pikachu.
No, exactly.
It was really good for getting drivers in. And
yeah,
now
they'd
we just
recognise
have to use a generic boring
an actual
F1
pit board.
style
Oh, what a shame.
With some plastic cut-ins of numbers.
Well, I remember last year for our pit signal, because unfortunately we didn't get any radios, we had a flag, a Yorkshire Rose flag, which is quite fitting. Unfortunately, what we figured out quite significantly into the race is when the sun is coming up and going down, it becomes invisible because it's a translucent flag. And as a result, we did have some people miss out a little bit on some pit signals that they maybe could have caught a bit earlier. But we learned from that now. So, we've learned not to use that again. Hence, unfortunately, our pit signal this year. But I think it's pretty interesting when they said Baguette Motorsport had some big whiteboard with Baguette's flags, the Eiffel Tower
Something
over there.
just to try and make it stand out. Yeah, seen a lot of
absolutely.
flags out and about, especially up on the bank. Yeah, I think I kept on seeing maybe a Welsh flag. For a couple
Yes,
of Welsh teams,
I did see that. It was very
and
impressive.
if you know that's where your team's going to be and you can actively look for that, then it's going to be a good signal. But there was some out there, like a big piece of cardboard. And it's just like, I feel sorry
Yeah.
for their drivers. They're probably not going to see
Pretty
it.
hard to see, unless you're the only team using cardboard, though.
Yeah, and as
so
long
it
as there's
does
no
hit and
actual
miss.
message other than in.
Yes, exactly. If
You're
you
gonna
want
be okay.
to signal anything else, I think we have seen a couple of whiteboards as well. But I've seen some people outline letters. I don't think you'd be able to read those from the car. I need some block letters. Which is why pit boards are good as well. And obviously radios can give more detailed messages, but pit boards are also very helpful. Obviously radio comms can fail at any time, could be running out of battery, could be disconnecting. Did see some car earlier, I think they had their comms disconnecting, was flying out the back of their necks. Obviously a safety issue as well. So yeah, pit board is always a great backup. Just communicate for drivers to come in.
Yeah, that person was in front of me, and every time I came through the pit stretch, I was just sort of pointing because it was flapping about. It was a bit.
Yeah.
I don't think the driver was aware at all, but it could have got caught in anything, and
Yeah, exactly.
that would have been ideal for them. But a marshal spotted that and got them mechanically flagged in, which was good.
I'm looking at some on-track battles over here. So I think the closest one we have in the front runners are, again, still second and third. We do have some yellow. Oh, we had a very brief yellow just going down the start-finish. I assume middle spin, middle someone going, taking a bit wide, but that's all cleared up now. But looking at the battle between second and third, they're still very, very close. 9.4 seconds. It's closest battle. So one of the closest battles, however, further down, P11 and 12 are also very close. So we'll be keeping an eye on these. Obviously, anything can happen at any time. Could be a pit, could be a driver, could be a mechanical. So it's all still to go. We've got just over 8 hours left.
Yeah, and a full course yellow, anything like that, shakes it up straight away. If that comes out at a good time for you, as we've had a bit of a spin in a moment for two karts as they come out the final corner. Not sure how two come together in a flat-out section, but nonetheless, they've had a little hello, and one disgruntled driver is carried away. But yeah, it's tricky when you're racing against people who may or may not want to be overtaken, or feel that if you've overtaken them and then they overtake you into the next corner, you have this sort of back and forth, and at some point one of you's got to give way. But
exactly,
if it doesn't want to be you and they don't want to be them either, you end up with a bit of a kerfuffle. Naturally,
Exactly.
all comes out in the wash. But
Yeah, well, regardless of position, everyone, it doesn't matter if it's for any position on track or you're just overtaking a back marker on lapping yourself, you definitely want to be overtaking as sleek and as smooth as you can.
Yeah,
Speaking of some interesting tactics, we've just seen a black flag for kart 48, Chick Flicks. Last time I checked, running quite low down, so they're a P44, but again, a black flag is not going to help that. Maybe some re-education needed. Seeing some of these in the early hours in the morning, could be some drivers slipping up in their later stints or a bit tired, lack of communication from their pit wall. Could be a number of reasons, but yeah, I've seen quite a few over the past half an hour. So I've seen quite a few. Probably the quite a few we've seen in the commentary box in a while, but yeah, definitely don't want to be getting those at this time in the morning, especially with almost only a third of the race to go.
it's awful when you say that.
I know, it's like, well,
Still
you
a
keep
third.
saying yesterday when qualifying was, and in my head
exactly,
that's still the same day.
It's still the same day.
Exactly, yeah. I've not quite clocked that. I tried to have a nap at like 9 p.m. So then it doesn't really. I just really felt like I've had a day, So
Yeah,
I think it all kind of merged into one. I
It's
just
all
view it
just
as
one sort of
Yeah,
item, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the weekend starts when the 24 hour starts.
Pretty much, yeah. No, we most of our team rocked up here on Friday, had a
Yes.
nice track walk and all of that, and yeah, most of us just didn't sleep at all Friday night because we're up at 6 to be here for 7 or whatever. I was up on my phone Saturday morning, I guess, at 2 o'clock, going, why?
Why am I doing
Why
this?
am I
Why
still
am I
up?
doing
I
this?
need to sleep.
Exactly. It is very hard to kind of get yourself to sleep earlier or at random times. The
Yeah.
thing is what makes this so challenging and is why a lot of people do end up staying kind of up later so they can then crash later on, which does sort of work at points, but not always.
No. And when you're out there, that it's so not violent, but you've got all the senses of the vibrations or the bumps. You've got the wind and the smell and everything going on that it kind of not forces you awake, but it's not comfy.
Yes, exactly.
You don't get much of a chance to relax. The only relaxing you do is on the backstretch where you can do some little finger exercises.
Exactly, but that's about it. And listen to some radio comms. And especially at the end, things can change. You can have the most chill 24-hour race ever. You can have your scheduled sleep pattern. You can have your scheduled sleep. You can have some food. But sometimes things go a bit haywire. If you have problems with the car, problems with the drivers, it does sort of throw it into a bit of a state of turmoil. It does mean that you have to react a bit differently, and unfortunately that does mean that sometimes you don't always get rest, because do see, I bet, a lot of team captains, team principals, etc., staying up a lot longer than they should have to make sure that things are covered after certain problems, which we are very grateful to them for, and all of the pit spotters on the banking as well, making sure that all of our drivers are both safe and comfortable. Do see car number 1, so currently running P6 Brundog Millionaire hopping into the pits. So the highest running of all of the Birmingham teams, and we have seen them do very well in the past here. Pit will put them a little bit further down, but they might be looking to make up some other places further up when the other ones will be pitting. So we'll have to see, but hopefully, again, very quick stop for Brundog Millionaire. Again, do not want to be seeing any time wasted in those pits. And we've seen a couple other cuts in the pits as well. So we'll want them to be in and out very quickly.
I feel like the pit stops are the worst part. No matter how much planning or putting the lead on, you get drivers coming in with this amount of weight, drivers coming out with that amount, and no matter how well you try and plan for it, with the gloves and the posts and start the engines, there's always a bit of a kerfuffle.
Oh, completely, and so much can go wrong that lead to
I think Teesside have done a good job at limiting the amount of people that can be in pit road. I think the years before, you'd have 4 or 5 people to a kart, 4 karts in a row.
Oh, it was ridiculous.
People's legs were sticking out in weird places.
Exactly.
It was just too many people.
Exactly. It keeps it concise, and it makes everything quicker for everyone, to make sure that people get through the pit lane safely. And of course, with fuel being involved as well, you've got to be very careful there. And obviously, we have fire extinguishers on site in case anything does go wrong.
Fuel's been a hot topic for this one, hasn't it? We've had a lot of issues, a lot of underfueling, and a lot of overfilling as well from some of the mechanics. But I guess maybe more is better than less. Who knows? But when the lever hose disconnects and spurts everything all over your driver, maybe it's a bit too much.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's about. We have seen some carts run out of fuel. Some from miscalculation, perhaps, but we had. Leedsby, and I think did Iron Dames run out of fuel as well?
Yeah,
they did. I did see that on my last commentary.
They were about an hour and 10.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to us earlier in the race as well.
So I think you've got to learn your kart.
Yes, I think our engine was guzzling a little bit too much fuel, and it's tuned now, so we're running usual 130-ish. Stint now, but yeah, of course you don't know that until unfortunately you run out of fuel and you're on the track with the recovery vehicle. Really,
yes, and they've ran out of fuel twice now.
Yes, I did see that second time. Yeah,
where the mechanics changed the entire hosing system. So we hope it's worked.
We're hoping it will. I mean,
we've not seen
them again, so hopefully it'll be running pretty good now.
Yes, we'll take that one as it's as a fixed issue.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you don't know. You all expect after your first stint to go hour and 20 to about an hour and 40, and you get to an hour and 10, and the car goes no more.
Exactly.
I'm out.
Exactly.
It's a bit of a shock.
Yeah.
But unless you get it rectified, now you've learned the hard way.
Exactly.
That's what your cart's going to be doing this time. And although unfortunate as we have a hop, skip, and a jump for the number 8, I'm going to berate that driver a bit later.
Oh dear, you're finding you're writing down all the errors your teams are making and taking notes for later.
No, it is tricky to de-chicane and taking that bailout option.
Again,
so often.
At this hour, this morning, you're tired. Sometimes you just want a little bit of a change of scenery, want a bit of some people will be doing some off-roading down there, a little bit excessive maybe, but giving a little bit of a shot.
It's a fine line trying to commit to that and get to the left-hand side of the curb. Or bailing out, but
exactly.
If you make that wrong decision, go over the middle of it, it's painful. I like a lot of this track. It is a very physical track. It's compared to Buckmore or the Milton Keynes 24 hours. This one is, as I've been told, the most physical one.
Oh, really interesting.
Although stint lengths are a bit longer at Daytona.
Yes.
2 hours plus. The track itself is nice and smooth and friendly curbs.
Yes.
Here is not that, but it's part of the charm, if you want to call it that. But it's also part of the skill and the
and the strategy as well. That's got to be built into doing it.
It's all part of the endurance factor of it. You've got to make yourself last throughout the entire hour and a half. I saw some people where you can see their hands just weren't gripping onto wheel anymore, and it was almost coming out of their hands. And if you're on your whatever stint you are, whatever's your limit, you got to look after yourself. The main thing.
Exactly, and I mean, also obviously we have a fabulous Med 10, and we have an ambulance as well. But I think the key thing is you got to remember to tape your hands. You got to remember to bring blister plasters. Had some awful blisters, and if you're doing even 2 stints, even if they're so far apart, once you get a blister, that is going to be so painful.
This is a bad time to say I've never ran blister pads or tape or neck tape.
And your hands are fine.
Hands are fine.
Wow, that's impressive. I've seen the other side of that where
some of my teammates are like that,
literally their entire hand is covered in a blister. Absolutely terrible. Blister. Wow, that's pretty good. That's pretty good skill to have then for this. Yeah,
got working hands, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. But yes, some people with some softer skin out there. Yes, you've got to
tape up. Got to tape up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that you're not because the worst thing is if you start your stint, you get a blister immediately. You've got another hour 25 to go.
And no
maybe
how much
more
you
than
try
that.
and adjust your hands to a new position,
always going to hurt.
All it does is spread the blister elsewhere.
Exactly.
And you just got a bigger problem.
Exactly.
So yeah.
Obviously, having good gloves as well helps.
Certainly helps.
And we I mean, some driver. Oh, we do have a yellow in the bottom section. People being told to go slowly. Might mean that car stopped. So we'll just we'll wait and see what we can have a look at there. Driver's very neatly following suit, no overtaking under yellows.
Potentially on exit then, or maybe up into the S's. Can't see, so it's going to be a little bit after that.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Very empty track.
Or maybe he's just having an arm exercise. You never know.
Yeah, it could be. There was gravel. Could be bigger gravel. Could be anything. They did manage to clear a lot off earlier, so that was very good, obviously, because gravel being chucked around.
Good sign of daylight is the floodlights get de-extended.
Ah,
so the marshal out there putting the first one down.
Nice.
And it's daylight now.
It's definitely This is pretty crazy that I woke up and it was pitch black. And I was sat here and it's light again, but
it is a bit, but we have officially had sunrise about 7 or so minutes ago.
So temperatures will be rising, track will be getting warmer, visibility, and people can now switch to tinted visor if they wish. Still not too bright though, not explicit sunlight, and as you said in that final section, still quite shadowy from the trees. So we'll see if or how many people will be running tinted visors. So we'll have to wait. Just having a look at the YouTube as well. We've got 26 of you watching. Thank you. Thank you for your dedication. I do remember that when this started, I think we had I did tune in for the race start. We had 150 people, so not bad for 4:30 in the morning to have 26 people still watching. I don't know if I would if I was.
Well, I hope they're not from the UK.
Yeah, if they're international, they're having a bit of lunch.
Having a bit of fun.
Yeah, exactly. But they'd be in the UK. Yeah, thank you for everyone's support, both watching at home and here at the track as well. If you do have anyone that you want us to keep an eye on, let us know. But having a look at the top runners now, we do have a pit from P3, which is cut 30, never overtakes Sheffield. Currently running P3, so I want to keep that short and snappy, as with all the rest of their pit stops, and a couple of other teams in the pits as well. But we've not had any warnings in quite a amount of time. Last event from Race Control was a black flag for Kart 48. Had a little bit of a yellow, but that seems to have cleared out. Maybe just some gravel or adjusting the floodlights as well. But it's nice now. So see a bit more of the Bigfoots a bit more vibrantly now, which is good to see. Kind of hard to see them in the light, but I think we've not got. And the closest track battle we've got at the moment is between P6, which is Senna's Squadron, and P7, which you currently have 3
Oh, it's the wrong way around, isn't it? Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yes, and Brumdog, to be fair to them, they're they're a pretty well put together team.
Yeah,
Not
I
to say
think,
that Senna isn't.
but I fear that they might be making
That
their
might
way
be a
back
losing
up.
battle
Yeah,
on that
exactly.
one.
Well, we'll wait and see. But
We'll see.
they are,
And 8th
yeah.
and 9th close. They've separated. They must have come across the line.
Yeah,
together
those.
there.
To be honest, I would not be surprised if Bromdog Millionaires and Gaslight Gatekeep do end up working together in doing that, because I have, that battle that I was witnessing last time I was in the commentary box from 5:30 until 8:30 was very impressive. They were lapping literally identical times, like maybe tiny hundredths or maybe even thousandths apart, and again making their way through back markers very quickly. Did have a bit of traffic towards the end of the stint where I think they got some carts stuck in between them. And one of them was pulling away. But yeah, I imagine they'll be back together soon and back on it with the battling.
It is what you hope for. You hope to find a friend or two out there where you can just bump draft
Exactly.
each other, work your way through the slower carts. If you're out there on your own, it's difficult because you don't have a reference point to anyone else. You're not getting any slipstream. You're having to do all the work yourself. But as soon as you get a friend in front and even one behind, you're motoring pretty quickly, and overtaking anyone that's a single entry is a bit like NASCAR. If they're just on their own, they're a sitting duck, and you can make your way through those single people, those back markers as such, with some good efficiency. And yeah, you just need a friend to just sort of push you along or push them along. You push them out of top of turn 5 as you run into the back stretch. They get a bit of boost. You get the slipstream. Tap them again as we go into hairpin 1. It's a couple of attempts.
It's working together, because I think even if you're on track, even for position, if you're directly behind, if you know that you're going to be lapping similar times and you're going to be getting through a similar amount of traffic, why not stick with them? I didn't see any, unless they had a bit of a chat beforehand, knew they were going to be beside each other. Didn't see any explicit kind of team working together skills from, well, they are alongside each other in runnings now, from Bromdog Millionaire and Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast, but they were definitely very, very in sync and working together very well. But then we did see some dive bombs towards the end, so not complete harmonious teamwork over there, but yeah, we will see if they will eventually match each other. Quite a big gap between the two, but I imagine they might get a bit closer. And again, all it takes is someone going a little bit wide.
And it's hard to know who you're with unless you recognise a Bigfoot. If you can see it as they go through a hairpin, you can see the side of it. Or if you recognise a particular suit, most people have their names on the back, quite helpful. But if they're in a generic one and you don't quite recognise the combination of car or the cart and the driver, and you don't recognise them to be someone within your general pack of where you are in the field, you either just have to bite the bullet and fight them a bit, or you stick with them and go and trust that their pace is still good enough respective to where you are in the field. It's a hard factor to judge, because again, you just come out the pits onto your 3rd stint, but someone's out there struggling on their 2nd or maybe doing their 4th. You don't know where people are with their fuel loads, things like that. It's a whole guessing game. All you can do is your best and relevant to your...
Sorry to interrupt. We got a couple of very hot going round going round the corner. So in the middle section of that first chicane before going to the back section, we had 2 carts, I think.
Yep.
One of them went off pretty stationary, maybe tapped the barriers. One of them went fully alongside around the back of the tyres, and seems to be back on track. I'm not sure their engines will take them much further.
Loughborough, I'm thinking.
Is that a Loughborough Cup potentially?
And then I can't tell the one that's closest to us, but that's a 2-into-1 doesn't go quite situation either.
Yeah, imagine. Exactly. I'm not sure if they both went into that corner together or if it was one after the other. I couldn't quite see, but both carts seem to be on their way now. So yeah, pretty quick recovery there. Some tyres being moved.
Bit of dragging from the marshals. They'd get those barriers back into their normal positions pretty quickly.
Again, that corner is a favourite for spins and bashing some barriers out the way.
It's a lovely lunging corner as we come out of the 4. I've heard it being called knickknacks recently by one of our teammates. So the 4 knickknacks that precede the
that's great. I like that name.
If you get a nice one out of 3 and 4, it's such an easy move down the inside. But if you don't get there quick enough, the person in front is always just going to turn in.
Exactly.
You know.
It's carrying a lot of speed as well, so you got to be careful.
Fastest part of the track.
Especially, is it? Ah, okay.
Yeah.
You got to be careful, especially if conditions are changing, temperatures going up and down, spots of rain can be tricky. We see the marshals dutifully repairing that tyre barrier to make sure that it's safe. Unfortunately, maybe it'll get battered into again. We'll find out in due course. But yeah, just under 8 hours left to go. And that is, as I mentioned, Sheffield pitted earlier. They're now out of the pit and they're still running in P3, which is great to see. And then we have Rexy Racing is 11 seconds behind them. So Rexy Racing very strong here today. I'm not sure who they're made up of, or if they're representing university, or if they're their own team. But very close to Sheffield. And I wouldn't be surprised if I see them moving up. And we also have Senna Squadron is being chased by quite a few people. We've got quite a lot of carts on lap 8.
Lap,
so I think you'll be fighting to leave quite a few of those carts behind, especially Brumdog and Gaslight.
That gap's fluctuating. It's been 6, been 9, now 7. But again, it's just traffic. It comes and goes.
Exactly.
You know, and you may end up with someone that's very adamant at defending every corner for whatever particular reason. Or you might get someone that very nicely points to the inside and you go, thank you very much.
Exactly.
It's good to be courteous and also just easy.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to hurt your race by giving up the inside, but you are going to hurt your race if you try to defend it and the person behind you says, not today.
Today.
Let's kind of get you out the way in a maybe not so nice manner, depending on how it goes. But those drivers they look behind on the shoulder and they know someone's coming, they can just point left or right. It makes life for everyone a lot easier. Driver can tuck behind and get the slipstream further on in the lap. It's all about cohesion and friendliness on track, which is, I know it's hard.
It's hard when it's a race, but communication is very important.
Do is give your rivals free advantage.
Exactly.
But if you're in a different race to them, you know,
it is tricky.
or a different stage of your stint, you know, you've got to think about your own end race time. If you're going to lose a second or two fighting them, then with some of these gaps, a second or two could cost you a few places. And the fact that we do have so many after as many hours as we've done already, a fair few people still on lead lap or laps relevant to positions ahead and behind them. There's still quite a fair few to play for.
Yeah, definitely some very close racing. I'm seeing around the track some quite big gaps in between cars. We've just seen there's quite big gaps forming between some of the cars, but then also a lot of them are running in pairs. Currently, in the middle section is coming out of just going into that first chicane. Quite a lot of air going through. So we do tend to see carts bunching up. That does sometimes happen because of yellows as well, of course, no overtaking, and especially during full course. But some pretty tight battles going on here. We've got the googly-eyed Bigfoot currently trying to get past a cart. It might be the lap dance, but I'm not positive. But their Bigfoot is quite easy to spot. But yes, we'll be watching out for these battles. But yeah, it tends to be I can see quite a lot of carts are running in pairs, and that can be very advantageous to keep on pace and also just learn from the driver in front of you. You know, if you figure out, I'm losing a bit of time there, and you can follow their racing lines, it can be really good to develop your own driving as well. Very important to keep an eye on the driver in front of you, both for position and also for safety. But maybe you can learn something from them. You never know. It's always helpful if you do have radio. Sometimes your trackside spotter or whoever's on your radio can tell you what the cart in front of you is doing in terms of lap time, if you're going faster than them, if they're going faster than you, and you can learn what they're saying. So there's quite a lot of traffic just passing us in the commentary box with some... someone's taking the escape down there, Liverpool, I think getting past over there. Yeah, quite a bit of traffic, so we'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully no one gets too caught up.
No, as you said, there's not so much a pack, but a sort of steady line kind of appearing. There's a few gaps here and there, but then we have the pack as they come through the fast chicane, and then there's a bit of a gap ahead of it all the way through South Bank and into the first two hairpins. Yeah, there's a bit of spacing going on, but as you said, full course, as I was involved in I was part of the one that was at midnight or so.
Yes.
And you all bunch up, and it's pretty hectic.
Yeah, definitely.
Trying to get through that. I think we were 4 wide on the back stretch, and I had 2 wheels on the grass. You know,
lovely. bit of off-roading. Cut the grass,
we made it
it's
work.
fine.
We were
You know,
somewhat courteous until we got to the hairpin where they all got thrown out the window.
Classic.
But it's
racing.
It's
It happens.
racing,
It
yeah.
happens.
and yeah, even these packs here, everyone's just finding a friend, finding a teammate,
Exactly.
work their way through one by one as they can, and yeah, we're just talking minimum speed and minimum time loss. You know.
Exactly. The thing is, it's just above all else, it's about you have to be so aware as both if you're a fast driver, if you're going slightly slower. If you're a fast driver, you've got to be aware of the drivers in front of you and their driving style, because if they're slower, it probably means that they're less experienced, of course. So they might be following, they might have higher chance to spin, go a bit wider, not following the racing line as such, definitely earlier braking points. But also for slightly slow drivers that are trying to let fast drivers pass, you've got to make sure to keep looking around you. If you can, even signal the driver behind you to say, I'm going to go here, or I want you to go there. And it saves you and the driver ahead, both a lot of time, but also safety, of course.
Yeah,
and
every
past.
time, even though you know, say going into the first hairpin or down into turn 2, even though you know it's a very nondescript textbook to the inside, let's go. It should be no issues. There's always a slight little doubt in your mind of, what if they do this? What if they do that? But as soon as you see a little finger point out either side, you're like, thank you.
Oh, gone. Exactly.
Everyone's happy.
Exactly.
We both know the situation. We can navigate this corner
exactly.
safely
Maximize our benefit for both.
Exactly,
and then again, if that does happen, maybe that slightly slower driver can end up following that faster driver and learning a few things. So
and
everyone wins.
There's never no chance of like not learning.
Of course,
know?
Of course.
They've overtaken you. Okay, why have they overtaken you? They're faster.
Yeah.
Where are they faster?
Exactly.
You try and copy or recreate what they're doing, and eventually you'll get to a stronger point. Or even if it's just learning more consistent lines. Whereas if you feel like you're ragged, or you're going for, turn 2 is probably going to be the obvious one where almost every time you go into it, you get a different result. It's one of those kind of corners where unless you hit the line perfect, you either go too shallow or too deep.
Yeah.
The end result is pretty drastic. It's a pretty fine tightrope we're running through there. But even through 3 and 4 and 5 up the hill, if you don't get the entry into 3 right, 4's gone wrong. If you get that wrong,
and it kind of carries on.
As what I like about this track is that almost every corner is a thinking corner. You can go to a few tracks like Wilton Mill. I think 1 and 2 is, at least in the BUKC carts, it's flat. It's just sort of a little bit left, a little bit right, up to Christmas. All right, we'll think about Christmas.
Yeah.
Here, every corner, there's an element of something's going on here.
Exactly.
We need to navigate this correctly. I think the only ones that doesn't apply is to turn 1 as such, which is just flat, and I guess the quadruple chicane or whatever it is in the middle here. You navigate that, but as soon as you're out of it, you're on the brakes into a pretty fast hairpin.
Yeah, you don't. Physically and mentally, then it's not really. Don't get too many breaks on this track apart from that back straight. Little bit in parabolica, I guess, but still, it's quite a physical track. I've also just seen a contact warning for Cut 15, the lap dancers. Now they were running in first not too long ago. I assume they had a mechanical during night. So when I ended my first commentary stint at 7:30. They were running a lap or maybe 2 laps ahead of 2 and 3. So he must have had some kind of mechanical. Fortunately, contact warning's not going to do much help either. So hopefully we won't get too many more of those. But still only in 21st. So maybe they'll manage to find a way back up. But must have had a pretty hefty mechanical or something else going wrong for them to be now 17 laps down, unfortunately for them. So it just shows that mechanicals, even if it could be completely random, could have been something that happened, could have been a crash, can really all change in just the 6 hours I was out the pit box.
It is a bit of luck. Obviously, the team captains on Friday come in and they choose a post-it note off the window and hope and pray that the kart that relates to is a confident and quick kart. It is a lottery, and although the T-side mechanics do the best they can, every car is going to be slightly different, and they're going to have some strengths, they're going to have some weaknesses. It is a luck of the draw, and you just sort of hope that, I guess what you hope for is for a boring average kart that has no traits really. If it's got a bit of extra top end, happy days, but if it's not going to understeer or oversteer, the pickup out of low end is probably everyone's worst nightmare here. Or some flex in the steering.
Yeah,
We're hoping for a calm
calm karts. But
yeah,
you
well,
never know.
I've been saying that though as well. I think definitely a middle one is good because we ended up having a kart that was a little bit faster, and as I said, then that caused us to run out of fuel because it was just guzzling it.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it's probably running a little bit rich, a little bit too much fuel. So yeah, definitely you want a plain standard normal kart as your main one. As we was discussing earlier, saying to Morgan, I think in 2023 and 2022. We had, someone is not happy.
And he's going to peel straight in.
Going to pit. Yeah, I think that was the driver that his engine spots. Yeah, engine stopped over there. So maybe still not happy with something.
And he came in afterwards. So
yeah, he
he's
did.
done
Yeah,
that.
and that was not that long
15
ago.
minutes ago,
Yeah,
maybe,
so
if that.
clearly still not happy. Maybe with the kart. Maybe I have a feeling. Could be any of those.
And again, if you're riding curbs or whatever, and you're just putting a bit of extra stress through the chassis that transfers that energy into the engine mounts and through the engine, all it takes is for a piece of metal to be a couple of mil out, and suddenly the engine's just no longer happy. And it's annoying because not only can you feel it, you can hear it.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, these lawnmower engines as such, on those low revs, they sound like they chug a bit, I guess is the best way to describe it. And you feel it just sort of trying to breathe and pick up speed, and it's so disheartening when you come out. I think hairpin 2 is probably the most noticeable. I think it's
nice dive bomb from one of the cars going into that hairpin just while we're talking about it. Very nice move.
Yeah, if you've got an engine that doesn't pick up, you almost count yourself out of the win, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But you drive around them as much as you can, or you just go and have some fun and do some dive bombs.
Exactly. Yeah. Everyone races. I mean, there are definitely, obviously, we see the karts in front are definitely racing for the win over here. We had Morgan in here earlier racing for Yuki Tsunoda, saying that they said that they're going to keep going until they get a 24-hour race win, no matter how long it takes them. Exactly, which might take a while because it is. I mean, winning the BUKC, any 24-hour race, but also the BUKC 24-hour race, is an unbelievable feat.
This is why we go for subclasses. So I've done the British 24.
Nice.
The rookie class, which you can only enter once.
Wow. Okay, that makes sense. To
there
be fair.
We go.
Yeah,
we
exactly.
Enter that in, we win it. We call it a day.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you need to do.
Exactly.
And then you go put into the normal thing. You finish mid-pack and go. Whatever.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Well, I enjoyed winning a bit more.
Yeah.
No, it's it's very. I mean, we see obviously there's a lot of teams here that take it very, very seriously. Some very professional, very expensive gear. Both using BUKC, I imagine, and also if they are semi-professional, professional careers as well. Probably quite a lot of people here doing Club 100 as well. So right mix, but then also to be able to just here for vibes, bit of fun. Obviously, it's a lovely, it's a really nice day out. It's a really nice mix, really nice day out to have with your friends, have a bit of fun. A little bit stressful at times, but it's very team-based thing. So it's a lovely thing to do.
Yeah, and like for our team, for our teams, for example, I mean, there's 5 of us. There's a team for everyone. So also we've got the Iron Dames,
yes,
the female only squad, but then we've got 4 other karts of various levels. So we've got a purely novice kart out there as well.
Oh wow.
We've got the sort of the A team one, the tryhards as we call them, the ones that want to go for the win.
Lovely.
And then there's another two, which I'm in one of them, where we're just not just here for fun. We want to do well, but should something happen, not the end of the world.
There's not much riding on it.
We're going to drive the car as
it.
fast as we can. We're still going to have a bit of fun, and it's like that across the board. With if you go to a university, most teams have an A, B, C.
Exactly. Yeah. See that in BUKC.
Whatever, how far it goes. If you go to a team that's got a larger spread, sure, you may not end up in the ABC team straight away and be in the Prens or Couplums, but you're still going to have fun in Inters, build your craft.
Absolutely.
You'll probably progress into the higher team level within that university, and it's the same here. You choose, if you're lucky enough to have multiple teams, you choose the sort of one that's right for you. This is number 7 for me now, my 7th 24-hour here. I've gone past the point of trying as hard as I can.
Exactly.
I am here for fun.
So I think it does take a kind of a full cycle of you train, you get well, you think you do the way, and then you're like, no, actually, I'm just here for a bit of fun.
Okay.
And it's obviously it's very nice to do well, but shouldn't ruin the whole weekend. Exactly.
And that's why you then with us, we've got 5 teams to choose from. You can choose a team that is right for your objectives and goals from the weekend. So we're here to have fun. So we're going to be in a team, but Shaw's going to not mess around or drive slowly. We're still going to drive as quick as we can, but we're going to have a bit more fun doing it, and we may send a cheeky lunge or 2 or 4. But, you know, we're still going to, try. And, same for the other teams. They can be comfortable knowing that they're in a team that's good for their pace, and what we don't want is someone thinking, oh, I'm in this team, I need to expect to perform a certain way, which they don't want to do.
Yeah.
We put them in with like-minded people, and there's 30 of us.
So there's plenty of room for
You know.
I imagine, because I do see that there are some universities, both at the 24 and BUKC, that bring an unbelievable amount of team. I mean, Reading this year brought a load of teams to test day, trying to get as many license holders as they can for the BUKC season. So it's pretty standard tactic, I think. But I think we see like obviously names like Coventry, Oxford Brookes, Reading tend to bring an unbelievable amount of teams, both to qualies and then qualifying very successfully, very high up as well. So you do get some kind of universities that have quite big motorsport sites. Obviously, it depends on if there's one already existing, if someone wants to start one. These for lots of different reasons, especially your relationship with your university union, your athletics union as well, can play a big part.
They do, and I was at DMU for my tenure. We were lucky enough to have our fees paid. I know not every university is that lucky. You know, it is an expensive sport.
Of course,
at the end of the day, and we were struggling uni students.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to find that time, especially when the races are midweek as well, and depending on your lecture schedule.
Yeah, quite a lot of mech eng students in motorsport, so
exactly.
quite a lot of key lectures missed for some.
Quite a few key lectures missed.
Yeah.
And if we're going all the way down to Kent for Buckmore.
Exactly, it's a bit of a trek. Yeah, exactly. Well, it just shows the dedication of everyone that does BUKC, but also here today as well, to be losing an unbelievable amount of sleep and energy.
I've taken 2 days of work for this.
Exactly. A lot of grad teams as well.
Yeah.
Exactly, got a
PTO.
I know, you don't get, not many of those when you start work. Got to keep those, whereas the uni students tend to take a bit of skiving, I think.
A bit of skiving.
Exactly. So I was looking at the timings now. Not too many carts are very close together on track at the moment. Probably the closest I can see in the top few are Pod Hub, are just slightly behind Imperial B. But apart from that, not too many on-track battles for position. But as we can see, very busy areas around the track. Again, quite a lot of got a solo kart going down that into the back as well. So we've got quite a few karts going around together. Again, lots of following, lots of learning that can be done. A couple of karts going into pit lane as well. So it's just about making it efficient and getting past people. I'm going to try and look out for the leader and see how they're doing. So that's kart number 20 still. Polgo Cartney again. Best lap still staying at a 1:21. Dead, so I assume I don't think that will probably be beaten. Unfortunately, I've just spotted we do have a kart that's had a little bit of a spin, maybe a little bit of a stop as well. I think it was kart 28, touching the tyre barriers on the inside as well, just getting that kart rotated, but staying pretty clear of that traffic. Caught up in the back of it now, but pretty safe rejoin. So
they've
karts
just
will be
lost
glad for that.
The engine when they spun it again. It's part of the process of spinning, and what we tell our rookies as such is there's no point fighting for that extra tenth if you're just gonna go and have a spin that lost you 5 seconds and then another 5 restarting the engine. It's consistency at the end of the day. Exactly. I know that mistake from anyone out there, it's never intentional.
Of course. It just happens, you know. Yeah. It's a long race. There'll be many reasons that things happen.
Do to minimise any mistake.
But once it happens, the best way to deal with it is to stay calm, deal with whatever situation, but also learn from it. Because we've had some drivers taking the curves a bit too much there on that corner, but we have seen that some drivers do end up making the same mistake multiple laps in a row, and that's just crushing. Because not only mentally that is quite frustrating, but you got to know that you shouldn't be doing that. And sometimes it just happens. It can happen for a number of reasons, and we've just seen someone coming way too hot out of the pit lane. As we were talking about earlier, I know it's very hard to see it, but that was way too hot. Had a little spin. Luckily, no karts involved and straight out. But that was quite a bit too hot and not a lot of looking.
They got a little spooked with those already on track. And I don't think they had felt that they had been noticed by the on-track drivers. And I think they were going to slot in quite fine, actually.
Yeah.
But again, just maybe a bit of panic or wanted to be on court be cautious and not be involved in the incident a little too overcautious.
Exactly.
And yep,
And
everything cools down. Even though you're in the pits for a minute and a half, it's still enough time for heat to dissipate off the brakes, off the tyres.
Yeah.
You know, you do need to do those first 2 laps to build all the core temperatures back in, and then you can start pushing again. So maybe, and again, tiredness. It's
exactly.
still
fatigue.
only 5 a.m. Even though it's like a normal summer's day and it's nice and bright now.
Yeah.
It still is only 5 a.m.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So still early, and I think definitely coming out of the pit as well. It's a balance between obviously the racing line on that side, but also keeping aware of the pits as well. Little spin in that back section. I think that car was completely fine. Yeah, both ends are still on, I believe. So yeah, just bouncing it. Oh, that's a lovely shot that we've got on the video now. The sun
There
just peeking through. That is absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, I think we might see some tinted visors maybe coming out soon, but
It's
that's
certainly
very scenic shot.
As soon as
from
that
our
sun
live
peeks
stream.
over the trees, we're gonna get into a little world of hurt for anyone coming down the back stretch. It will glare on the left hand side of your visor, and depending on the shape of your visor and how curved it is, it can refract, whatever the technical term is, in a bad way. Looks like we're being shut out here in the commentary box. No light for us. We don't get to see the glorious sunrise. But it is, now that the clouds have cleared from about an hour ago, where it was, a bit of a cloudy night, wasn't it? Wasn't too sure we're going to get a nice sunrise, but it's coming our way.
Looks great. Some very scenic driving over here. So yeah, just under a third left to go. So wow, it always feels like it goes so quickly. Like you get here because it's a 24-hour race, but it's longer than that because you got to factor in obviously travel. Getting here at 7:30.
We're all here at 7 at least. Aren't
Exactly,
we,
and then getting back as well. So it is much more than 24-hour race, but it's very exhausting, but it's also rewarding at the same time. It's a lot of fun. Only once can we do this every year, and it's nice that there is an event like this that is pretty accessible to university students as well,
obviously,
which is really nice.
Wild cards here and there.
Yes.
But, the core is a university group, all those who have at least raced in the BUKC at some point. It's nice that you can have the legacy drivers.
Exactly.
You don't have to be a current driver to maintain your eligibility as such without becoming a wild card. Big old pack forming on the back stretch.
Yeah, a lot of bunching back there.
Too happy to be in that.
Ooh, there's some pretty clean actually. Not too many dives yet. I imagine that on the next successive laps there will be. Oh, just seen, someone squeezing past a couple of the drivers very far. I think that's a very fast.
It's
car
so
there.
easy to do over and unders in the 2 hairpins, the first lot, and then the second lot after South Bank as well. It can be a bit frustrating when you pop it down the inside of someone, and then they just reappear. And it's sort of a not frustration, but it's a come on, let's move. You get the taps on the heads and all that sort of generic karting anguish.
Anguish. That's a good word. Oh, quite a few. Oh, too wide into those is a bit risky with I think one of the Liverpool drivers backing off a little bit, probably for the best. Almost seeing an overtake from the Leeds grads there going into that corner.
It's a bit unnerving going too wide. I did that about 2:08 or whatever it was this morning. Coming too wide, and it's sort of like you look at the person and just say please.
Yeah, please. Yeah,
with
please.
Your
Can
eyes,
we?
like,
just don't do it.
This is happening. Make it easier.
Exactly.
For both of us. Yeah, you do have to find a level of not forcefulness, but you've got to be firm with some of your actions. And again, with some of the people, this is their first ever endurance race. My first one back in 2018, I'd never done a 6-hour or 12-hour. My longest stint was about 45 minutes.
And you went straight to
Wilson Mill.
Wow.
And someone put on Facebook, "Oh yeah, we need an extra person." I went, "How hard could it be?" Turns out quite hard.
Quite difficult.
I keep on coming back. So many people keep on coming back. There's good reason for it as well. As strenuous it is, and everyone's going to wake up Monday morning feeling terrible and go, why did I do that? When the call comes around from your team captain in March the next year, you're going to go, yeah, I'm going to do that again. Why not? It is, as you say, it's fantastic that we're able to do an event like this with so many karts as well. 52, it's always around the 50-odd mark, but to have 50 karts out here, it's pretty good. I know, as you said, there are gaps here and there, but most people are within touching distance in front or behind of someone else. the faster drivers have always got something to do. Slower drivers always got something to do. Those in the middle thinking both ways, something to do. You know, you got to keep on your toes here, and yeah, it's pretty fantastic to be out there. And now that the sun is coming up, I'm sure
Yeah, it's
we're
gorgeous.
going to have some pretty happy drivers.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, just looking at the time again, not particularly anyone too close on track, apart from a little bit of a battle that might go on between P11 and 12, as we were speaking about earlier. But yeah, quite some gaps lead to position. But again, traffic continues to form on track still. So yeah, quite a lot of bunching still happening. Probably quite a lot of driver changes as well have been going on over the last little while. But I'm pleased to say, not been too many warnings or anything at race control for the last little bit. Last warning that we saw was about 10 minutes ago for the Miles Shelby squad, who are returning. We see their name popping up most BUKC entries, 24-hour entries, very well last year. They came 4th, I think.
Yes.
So they smashed that. A little bit further down this year, I think. Starting to find their name.
Yeah, Miles Shelby. Well, to be fair, the team names and the people within the team names aren't reflective. They swap about.
That is true.
Quite a lot. So I believe it's been Senna's squadron, which has been the primary team as such this year. But again, trying to remember the name, the colour, and the number of all these 5 has been.
I was going to say, you've got quite a mix there.
I just know my own.
You just know your own, and that's all you need to know. Exactly.
It's number 9.
Exactly. So we've got quite a few. Sorry to interrupt. We've got quite a few coming into the pits now. P7 of Coventry A, and P9 of X Icons also making their way into the pits, as well as P19.
I wonder if they're worried of a full course caution, which seems like the Marshall here plus driver combo are just
working a dream.
Managed to get it out, but maybe they saw that and gone, that's beached.
Yeah.
Maybe we were going to go full course.
Exactly.
Marshall's done a good job there to get the driver out of a stranded position. Hopefully they can actually get themselves off, because they're not fully on the tarmac yet. I know they don't want to be on the... they're quite
exactly
far away
on the
from
racing line. We do have some Marshall running.
We also have someone off down here. Down at the
first hairpin going to middle section. Unfortunately, we've had someone
they're trying to get it off, but the grass is going to be damp from moisture overnight.
Oh yeah, it's going to be
racing shoes do not have grip.
Exactly, you'll be slipping and sliding.
You cannot move even in the best of times. But it looks like he's found traction by using the actual vehicle as opposed to his feet, which is more ideal. Find somewhere safe to rejoin. Away we go. Just another classic moment down at hairpin 1. Again, easily done. And yes, I think we've had a few barrier removals here, haven't we? I think I saw a few of those.
Those barriers are truly putting in a shift at this 24-hour race. Being moved around quite a lot. There always seems to be a favourite though at every course of that tend to get
someone always ends up there, don't they?
Absolutely sent across the track, and I think those I've got to say have got to be a favourite. But I think that and that gravel trap down the bottom has been a
bit of a hot spot.
Seen some favourites again. We did during my first commentary stint have the marshals very kindly remove some of the gravel that had ended up on the track because so many people have been going off. It's obviously very safe, and we're very grateful for that as well, because bits of gravel can cause a lot of issues, not only for the car but for the safety of the drivers themselves, but also the marshals.
It's not great to run over a patch of gravel from the driver in front of you. It flicks up into some unpleasant places. And also the dust cloud as well. There's little shards in there floating around, and it's not ideal. Not at all.
Exactly. So thankfully that was removed. So but unfortunately the reason it's there in the first place is people do go off. So you do end up seeing some sort of dust clouds over the track, and you kind of look over and see what's been happening there. Exactly. Yeah. All quite big train just going in front of us in the commentary box here. Wow, probably about 10, 15 carts going through there. Very clean though, so keeping it clean here. I can't say they've been doing that for the whole race, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Well, I think they're about to extend the gap. The two they're chasing on, but again, if they start fighting it all gets muddled as we go 2, 3, almost 4 wide into turn 3 and up through 4.
Wow.
It's a bit frantic in this pack, and again, you just don't know who you're fighting, and all you can think about is getting past them.
Exactly.
But if you're in such a pack, you go for a slightly wider move or a wider line, trying to do a cutback on the person in front. The person behind you goes, oh, there's a gap, and they come in front of you instead, and you're going, no, hang on a minute. I
Hang on,
want
yeah.
to get in front of them. Give me a moment. Let me get in front of them first. But they've navigated both hairpins now successfully. But yeah, bit of a train. As one goes.
Definitely. Well, we've got a yellow in just in the final bit before the start finish. Just a little spin from someone. Pretty quickly recovered, so that shouldn't affect the train behind. But wow, really bunching up there. Hopefully somebody,
Bit of a pack, isn't it,
yeah,
now?
somebody starts breaking away or at least falls back because it's a big pack. But again, very, very, pretty
Well
much. I
behaved.
assume they're lapping pretty similar times to be
Oh,
keeping like
we
that.
say
Oh,
that once gone
sadly,
around.
someone had to fall. Someone had to fall.
Got themselves spun pretty quickly. I think, is that the number 4?
Been
Is that
spun.
the number? Oh no, it's one of Mars. Dear, it's number 8.
Oh dear. Oh
What is
dear.
it? It was the setter.
No,
Our
dear.
leading cars at the moment, which I think are in P7.
Yeah.
Alas, we have a bit of a gap at the moment, but I think we're all in pit stop phases again as we try and count backwards now. Once we've done the first half, you try and go backwards
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
on your fuel and your time. Full cost
Exactly.
yellows and things like that tend to throw a spanner on that, but yeah, we're all counting backwards now, trying
Exactly.
to figure out the fuel loads.
Oh, sun is basically fully out of the tree line now, so very, very pretty. I'm like, yeah, sorry, my eyes are sort of over the monitor. We've got the sun just coming over, but I don't want to really shut the blinds because they're very nice. But obviously, just getting your eyes off the rolls. Can't imagine what the drivers are feeling like as well. But yeah, still quite a bit of traffic, especially in that bunched up lot, which I imagine will continue to keep going around. But again, quite a lot of clean air as well. So if you're lucky enough to have a bit of clean air, I've seen one of the carts just going through the middle section. There, 50-something is having a great time. Completely clean air, both front and behind. And we've got the cart behind them, actually. It's that cart that we saw their engine cut out and they pitted. Seem to be back out, seem to be doing a bit better. Nice, we've got a bit of clean air. Good space to come out. We've seen that train zoom past us again. Wow. Again, very respectful. They must well be lapping very similar times, though. I doubt many or any of them have position, really. So just interesting to see
No,
some...
that's the thing. Out of those 15 cars, I doubt any of them
Yeah,
are actually full
yeah.
position.
Exactly.
Let alone on lead laps, you know, you could be +2, -5. You don't have a clue. But that's again part of the beauty of it is they make their way out of 5 down the back stretch and they then start fanning out the bit of 2x2 as we go into the chicane, and
just trying to
slightly
keep
side by side.
Just trying to keep an eye out for kart
out.
52 and 41, which is P10 and 11. They are the closest battle on track at the moment. We have 0.6. So maybe they are in that pack somewhere, or they're
Within
definitely
it.
together. Yeah, let's look out for kart 52 and 41. We'll see how close they are, but they seem to be...
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they are in that one, actually, judging by
Yeah.
the predicted tracker from
Let's have a little look.
the timings. There's a black flag being displayed for some unfortunate driver. I believe that's the 46 car. Was that Edinburgh B?
Edinburgh B, yes. Oh dear, that might need some re-education. Oh, bit of...
Indeed, so
Bit of
52
contact there.
there.
Yeah, and that's 41 just there. So
fine,
they're
so they
very...
are.
So yeah, they are, and that is for position.
And the thing is, they may have no clue.
They may not. They might
But
not
they
have
might
radio
have radios,
comms.
or they might have.
I mean, they
enough-
also, but some radios, some radio comms choose not to tell their drivers that.
That's
There
true.
could be also both that it's
could
also
be
what do you
withholding the
tell your
information.
driver, because sometimes it doesn't always help, to be honest, because if your driver's going to be fighting regardless, they'll fight as hard as
Anyway,
they want
but if they
get
know
over.
that there's a win out of it, i.e. we're fighting people for the sake of fighting people,
Exactly.
whatever, if they're 5 laps down,
Yeah.
get through 'em. But we know, that's a
Yes,
key goal there, there's
exactly.
a position. Their mentality changes ever so slightly. It could go in the right way, it could also equally go in the wrong way. And at that point, they're overdriving the cart, sending a few risky lunges.
Exactly.
And what was a 2-second gap was now a 12-second gap for
Exactly.
whatever reason.
Interesting. So that's still, that's exciting to see that within that pack. So I did just say to update, we've the black flag for Edinburgh B, and they've got a further contact warning a minute and a half later. Okay, well, we've just been updated that the black flag for Edinburgh B was not meant to be shown. It was just instead a contact warning. So still a bit of a bum and pass, but not quite a black flag. So good for Edinburgh.
No, but a little
Hopefully-
slap on the wrist of don't do that again.
Exactly.
Otherwise
Yeah,
it
that was
will
a bit of a
become black
warning
flag.
there with a
Yeah.
potential black flag. I assume they didn't pick, so that would be pretty gutting.
And again, and the warnings for contacts and curbs, I felt like I've been not forceful out there on the curbs, but I've been been using some.
Yeah.
So again, the T-side squad here, the employees here, they know the line between normal racing line and normal sort of driving etiquette.
Absolutely.
And what's just
what
beyond
deserves
that
a little
line.
mention.
We're all going to have a little tap and a rub of side pods out there. Fine.
Exactly.
But if there's actual contact that makes a sound, I guess you could say something that may not have been deliberate but avoidable, I think is the key word.
Exactly.
Then we're going to start seeing those warnings pop out, and hopefully now that, again, it's still only 20 past 5, we're still in sort of sleepy time.
Yeah, I mean, I've just said, as we're talking about contact, we've sadly got a warning for our grad team, a little contact warning as well, just like Edinburgh B. So yeah, they'll have to maybe lean off a little bit. But yeah, imagine they'll learn their way. They've just gone past the digi flag there, so I don't think they'll be doing that again this stint, hopefully. But well, we'll see. Yeah, as you said, yeah, it's a bit of an early morning, so people might be.
We're still slightly scrappy out there.
Yes, definitely. I
mean,
I don't really know when it'll pick up, actually. Well, if drivers get, decent night's sleep, I imagine 8 o'clock in the morning, start getting up. Maybe,
7, 8.
yeah.
Well, uni students, say.
Yeah,
more like 10 near the end,
exactly. Yeah, maybe not even before the race ends. Who knows? Sleep
They're
pattern
not
shifted.
functionable without their coffee or whatever.
Yeah,
like
and Red Bull,
One
Monster.
Yes, the amount of Monster cans I've seen around the place is mildly unsettling.
Yeah, a bit concerning, to be honest. I think we did have one of our drivers a couple of years ago only took energy drinks basically the whole night, and they felt absolutely terrible. Like, obviously, you're going to feel terrible.
Yeah,
you
you're
need
gonna
actual
have a
food.
fantastic stint.
Exactly. So
Until
now every briefing that we have, we go, please bring actual food with substance in it, because if you try and last off energy drinks and etc., you will not
slow
last.
releasing energy as opposed to the instant.
Exactly.
Instant
So whatever
fix,
crash
and
and
halfway through the stint, it all drops away, and you
exactly,
you fall off a cliff.
and your concentration goes. So yeah, looking at that battle we're talking about between P10 and P11, 3.2. So 10th is pulling away. Cat's cut 52. 10th is pulling away with 42 falling behind a little bit, so they might be able to make it back up. But then from on that as well, all on the same lap, we have Yuki Spinoda is catching Pod Hub in P12 pretty well. So we could see them. We could see them manage to gain some more time, and that pack we were talking about.
It seems to have dispersed.
Yeah, dispersed a little bit, kind of reforming at the back it seems as well, but definitely dispersing a bit. So yeah, forming towards the back, which is pretty natural. Obviously, the fast drivers will make it through, slow drivers fall back, so packs tend to disperse. And I've just seen unfortunately a curb warning for Kart 16 Metal Gear Box Solid. Quite a big fan of that name. Fortunately, didn't make it that far in the poll. But yeah, I quite like the name. But unfortunately, a curb warning, again, could have been anywhere. But you don't, again, for the longevity of your car, you don't really want to be touching those. And a warning is just a bit of a cherry on top. So you don't really want to be getting too many of those. I've just actually thought, I believe the Bigfoot entry for Best Bigfoot has ended. So Jacob will be putting those together and seeing what we'll see. But have you got any predictions before, regardless of what anyone has said, what do you think?
There are some good ones out there. I mean, there's the classics, like there's the Lightning McQueen one, the Dynaco one.
Classic.
I think there's also a Chick Hicks one out there as well. So not sure which team they're from, but they're the classics. There's a Jeremy Clarkson face out
I
there,
did see
which
that.
is
Is that what it is?
fantastic.
I did see that. I thought it was very
Big
funny.
fan of that. But then again, the one with the fur and the eyes, creative like that. The one with the Squirtle or whatever it is, taped to the front.
I do want to look out for that because I haven't seen it in a while, so it might have.
Sure
I can't even remember what cart it was on, to be honest.
It's probably out in the abyss
yeah, it's
somewhere
it's probably in a tree by now. To be fair, at the end of the night.
So
but
yeah, there goes the Chick Hicks one. But yeah, there's some good creativity out there, which is what we
yeah,
we
exactly.
wanna see. There's a few people out there with just a generic black Bigfoot. It's like, come on, you could have got a pen.
You could have got some electrical tape or something.
Like chalk pens or something.
Yeah, because I think it is a bit tricky because you do have to pick it up. As T-Side have brought in this, you just pick up your transponder on Friday. I'm not sure about the Bigfoot, but you do have a little bit of time if you do want to decorate it. Yeah, exactly. You've got plenty of time.
I say some members of the team spent.
Decided, yeah.
Spent
you've got a bit
Friday,
of time. No complaints for an empty
stencils
Bigfoot.
Out, a bit of sort of
exactly.
art attack going on, Mr. Maker or whatever.
Oh, we did a sticker bomb for Leeds C last year. Big fan of a sticker bomb. Ours was a bit crazy because our team captain, who had to go to the briefing with everyone else, said, "Okay, Molly, I'm just going to give this all to you, and you're going to do it." We did it in 10 minutes, and it was. I'll try and find a photo shoot, and it was absolutely glorious. And I've seen a few other sticker bombs this year. Simple, effective.
Yeah, bit of tape.
Big fans. Yeah, we put a bit of tape over it. It's base waterproof. On the other side of the spectrum, though, you do have these teams that get, which again, not dissing them at all, very professionally printed, cohesive ones, which do look very nice. And obviously, if you're running A and you want to win, you know, you want to be, you want to be running those.
Yeah, happy with what our team's been able to.
I
to
did,
figure
yeah.
out.
I thought those might have been
So
yours.
on ours,
those
we've
are
got
lovely.
caricatures. So I believe it's Georgiana from the team's taken a profile picture or a picture of everyone in them in a cart and then redesigned them in Photoshop or Illustrator and made little arts and crafts. And
that's spectacular.
We're all there. And then again, we've just got highlight colours for each.
Yeah, no, it's really that's good to see though. So just for reference, looking at cart numbers 5 to 9, as you can see them on track, beautifully neon, very easy to see. With all caricatures of all the teammates on it. I'll try and find. See, now I'm going to show you mine, and you're going to think that was really funny. This cracks me up. It's kind of like
you set the bar quite high now. On that.
Come on, let me try and find a better photo.
But yes, as you say, like the 21, you know, their suit matches the Bigfoot.
Yeah, very
I think
cohesive.
DMU actually have kept the same design for a few years. I think Loughborough as well have the purple sort of
kind of purpley
kind
white
of vibe going on, and it's a professional standard
very
clean
sleek.
cut almost, and then you get the Jeremy Clarkson's massive face. But
Yeah, it's actually a bit like this was ours last year.
Oh my days.
Covered in horse stickers, fairy stickers, dinosaurs, all of our faces from the team as well. I think there's some Peppa Pig stickers as well. And also some like fire extinguisher and no drinking water signs. So basically whatever our captain found.
What have you felt like?
And it was, I mean, you know, not to say that it did, but it looked better than the other team's Bigfoots, and one of them was made quite nicely. But yeah, there's lots of different approaches that we have today, so it is interesting to see who will win
it's
Best Bigfoot.
personal to you, because
Of
I'm
course,
sure
yeah.
all your team's faces, all of our caricatures, you know.
Exactly, it's a nice
relevant
touch.
to us,
It's a
and
nice touch.
Exactly, and then although the professional ones look nice and clean and they do look good.
Exactly.
What a bit of
I
flair.
mean, it's a bit of fun, isn't
bit
it?
of-
And
bit of
people
something.
will remember those, and they do. And it's nice if they're different every year, because we do get some teams pretty consistently that have the same people come every year, but new names.
Yeah.
Never overtake Sheffield. I've gone to, this is now my third 24 race. I think I've seen it 2 times before, so they
It's like, yeah,
a
let's-
bit of
let's do
reusing.
Let's do something new.
Exactly, and I think it's nice to do the same with the Bigfoot as well. Switch it up a bit. But yeah, I do wonder who's going to win. I gotta say the googly eyes is amazing,
Googly eyes is
especially with the
your
LEDs.
I really liked
the
it at
LEDs
night.
are a lovely touch.
I was quite happy with it, and then I saw it at night. It just went up.
It's went up even more. I know exactly. So I
Sort
think
of
that
like
gets big bonus points.
Sort of secret trick they could. deploy.
Exactly. No, I think that's a lot of fun. Fluffy Bigfoot though, I imagine that is absolutely vile after this. Sorry, little spin in that middle sector, so having a
See
chat.
if they get their engines. Ooh, and an
but
avoidance.
unfortunately,
slide. I guess
yeah,
you could call
bigger
it.
slide.
Hopefully they're going to go. Oh no, they're going to go for the free or the 180 and come back
Yeah.
around. Other
Maybe it's a
drivers
York
lost their engine. The
suit.
marshal's going straight
Yeah.
back to them, and he's
Maybe-
switched on as always. Knows exactly when to
Exactly.
deploy himself to the engine. But the cart that went off in avoidance, they're back going like it never happened. But good avoidance themselves.
Yeah,
They were stranded pretty much in the middle.
Yeah, good
And-
avoidance, you know, and I think maybe that other car either spun completely by accident or got a little bit spooked by that car, and that's why they went off. But
you can
smooth
see that the
recovery.
brakes were locked and they
Yeah.
decided to go forwards as opposed to commit to the apex.
Exactly.
It was probably the wise choice on that
Yeah.
one. Rather that than actually hit the car.
Exactly, yeah. Just about being aware, you know, and
Yeah.
better to go off the track than to hit someone.
Oh yeah,
of
I mean you've
course.
always got to be alert, haven't you? Because you never know what's literally around the corner.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've seen some incidents like that today, but the flags here are usually very, very quick, so not too many instances that you'll have to use your eyes to avoid. Usually the flags are out. And obviously people are very good as well. It's not official rule or anything, but a lot of the times you will get cars in front if there are flags that aren't quite out yet. They'll tell you to slow down or just put up your hand, be aware of an instance. So it does help keep an eye on the driver ahead as well to look for instances if they've not quite been flagged yet. Magic, yeah, so I was saying about Bigfoots, the googly-eyed one is lovely, but I feel, at the end it might be, well, unless they've stayed completely on track, which they might have, but maybe if they've gone off a bit, they'll get some gravel and some dirt in the white fluff. The Bigfoot might not be so white fluff anymore.
No, and I want to know how they attached it as well. Is it a bit of rug and they've just sellotape, or a little bit more to it?
Like hot glue or something on the back. It's probably not great for the Bigfoot either. Hope they're purchasing it from T-Side, although they had it, or else I don't think T-Side would be happy to have a fluffy Bigfoot returned to them.
No, certainly not. They're just gonna. I wonder what they do with all these Bigfoots. They just go, lovely design, rip it off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do. Yeah, because obviously there are certain rules if you do hire a Bigfoot from T-Side without the intent to purchase. There are only certain things you can do, obviously, because other teams will need to use that. And if you start spray painting it, not great for next year.
There's another race in about 6 weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
Start of August, the British 24. That one's quite important.
Yeah.
The karts also go over to Le Mans, and they also do Spa as well. So
a bit more important than what we're doing now,
not
maybe.
Not just today, or not just this weekend. But of course, if you really want to play with fire, you can just buy the Bigfoot, and then you can do what you want, because then it's yours.
Exactly, yeah, it is nice. I mean, Bigfoots are tricky because they are a bit of an investment, especially if you do want to start decorating them, and especially if you want to get the custom vinyl stuff, and that will set you back quite a bit. But they are definitely an investment. Unfortunately, sometimes you do get, fortunately, if your drivers do have a bit of wear and tear, the Bigfoot can come off. I think in my first 24 RC team, the Bigfoot entirely came off, and our driver was carrying it while steering the car to go into the pits because the bottom had completely snapped off. So you do get a bit of trouble now. I do think that they drill the Bigfoot holes a little bit further inward now, which does prevent snapping, which is good, because I watched, for some reason, I do store a lot of the Society kit, and I have 2 broken Bigfoots, which I don't know why we still have.
Right, yeah.
We have tried to repair them, and I still have them. And you can see the holes are quite close to the edge and they have snapped. We tried to repair them to no avail, so I still have them. Should probably get rid of them. But we've got some working ones now.
Casualty of a broken engine. So again, Marshall
back on
first
it.
hairpin. That poor right arm's going to be feeling it. I'm sure. It's come
Put a
tomorrow,
shift in.
Quick work for the Marshall, and the driver's once away again.
And back to the post. Yeah, it's pretty classic place. Unfortunately, for us to lose an engine. So, yeah, lovely. So we've got, oh my gosh, it's almost under 7 hours to go. This is crazy.
Almost 3/4, eh?
Exactly. Wow.
But you can start to see now where, what I was talking about earlier with the track lights up in certain places. So as we're moving into the D chicane or coming through the quick chicane on the back stretch into the first hairpin, light is now starting to appear. And as you come into hairpin 1, that light's a bit painful for the next 20 minutes or so. Bit blinding, so hopefully people have now switched on to tinted visors, or at least a clear visor with a visor strip at the top. Something just to minimize that glaring effect as they come into hairpin 1. It's going to be like that for about 10-15 minutes before the sun completely rises and all the track remains in the same state. But it is a bit fun going into hairpin 1 where it's very bright, going into South Bank where it's still not dark, but there's a noticeable light difference over there, and then you come back out into daylight as you come out of the final hairpin onto the dogleg.
Yeah, you can see on the, I think you can kind of see it on the live stream a little bit. Some of the wider shots, you can definitely see that the sun is hitting certain areas of the track a lot stronger than others. So drivers obviously be able to see that. But again, time with tinted visors or not, I'd probably get a tinted visor right about now. Yeah,
yep.
Yeah, I think most drivers will probably be running that. Obviously,
which reminds me, I need to do that switch when I go back.
Yes,
yep.
Remember to do that, because I think from now we're going to see. I mean, I'll check the weather now, but I think it's pretty much bright sun.
We're clear to the end. I believe.
Yeah, touch wood. So no rain, as we were speaking about earlier, probably for the best.
It's a shame because we were looking about 2-3 days ago, and it was
say
just
that.
all of Saturday was just whitewashed with rain. All of Sunday, and every day we looked, it got slightly better.
It got slightly better, and then eventually started being really good.
All
That's
things considered, our team was at least prepared for a lot of rain.
Exactly. No, that's good. I think we did look a few weeks ago and it said the same thing as well. And I just thought, oh, please do not let it be another soaking wet 24. I think that might break my
Not
spirit, to
again.
be honest.
We did enough of that last year.
Exactly.
I mean, and I really enjoy competing in the rain. I just don't like the bit after where you have to get out of the suit and deal with
Yeah, and
just
you can't really
everything
hang them
being wet.
anywhere because it's still raining and
then
it's
you got to
cold.
get back in it, and it's just
Yeah, I think thankfully Teesside do offer some suit drying services,
do.
which so many people utilised last year.
it was helpful. Yeah.
Yes, a brilliant initiative, to be honest, and definitely worth it rather than getting in a
Good
freezing
money maker.
cold, heavy suit to get back in your car.
And the last thing you want to do is just get back in.
Yeah, and
that.
you just it just feel
It's not
freezing.
fun.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you do get obviously you are warm in a car because you are working hard. But if you're
Mm-hmm.
freezing, wet race suit,
Yeah.
that's not going to do you any favors.
No, not at all.
How's it going? Again, I'm kind of seeing a pretty clean race control. We did have some instance. Again, I think we mentioned the curb warning for Metal Gearbox Solid, and then after that we do have another curb warning for Kart 17 and Kart 18 as well. Both curb warnings. So we thought this was a sprint and pod hub. So, but yeah, not doing too badly. Looking at the times for on-track battles now, again, pretty sparse differences. Again, apart from that P10-11, still very close. But, oh, no, never mind. Communism did manage to make that overtake, I think, on this lap just been. So let's see if they'll be able to keep that. But looking down the order, not too many close on-track battles. But, again, still a challenge for fast cars to get round back markers, or also back markers to put up a fight though, because again, here at Teesside there are no blue flags during this 24 race, so people are free to race. But I think it's nice because sometimes you do end up with some teams that have had mechanicals or had some other issues, and they can be really fast and they have fast drivers. So I think it's nice that there's no official thing saying no, you can't race. It's like no, absolutely go for it. So you do get some pretty good battles and some people that ends up lapping quite far down the order end up putting up some good battles against top 10 and 20 drivers.
Exactly, and if we were to use blue flags, you might get the other issues of people not respecting them fully. If you go with the procedure of no blue flags, everyone's in the same boat.
Exactly.
You get past the person in front if you need to get past them. It's a normal overtake.
Exactly.
And it's a much simpler system, whether or not people around you are cooperative in terms of battling. Some people just are out there to have fun and have a battle, and that's fair enough. But when you're yourself, you're in the top 10, you're trying to fight for the next one, or you're 11th trying to get to 10th, and you can see them, they're just there, but every time someone just sort of creeps in your way, and you're like, come on, just gently coax them out the way.
Yeah, exactly.
It can get frustrating, and I know we're only 7 hours away, but you're not going to give up time for free.
No, of course.
You're going to keep moving. We've got another contact warning for 5.
Oh dear.
Oh
Not good
dear.
news. Not good news for you
That's
in
the
the
Iron
commentary
Dames
box.
out
Yeah.
there, or the Dams.
Yeah.
Dams at the moment. Bless them, not had the best of 24s. A couple of
I did see
fuel
the fuel
issues.
running out was pretty
Yeah.
gutting. I did see that, and obviously when the fuel runs out as well, it's a lot of time for recovery. Obviously, we have seen that if the car is damaged, they do end up having to get the full truck and lift it on the truck. But even for running out of fuel, you got to get a recovery cart, which does take a significant amount of time. Usually, and then full course yellow sometimes fight can bring 5 minutes to it. That's a lot of time to be losing, especially that early in the race. But hopefully they'll be climbing up a little bit further.
No, and whoever's in that car at the moment, I'm sure they're having a fun
Yeah,
time.
exactly. They thought,
Sounds
you know
good
what,
fun.
I've seen that warning, and I promised I won't do it again. And then they
Yeah.
won't. It'll be great. Let's have a look if anyone's gained. I'm just looking at the gained positions as well on the timing grid. So yeah, we do see that. Wow. So Never Overtake Sheffield gained 40 places. I do find it's Sheffield either qualify really high and drop down, or qualify really low and climb up. And I think that's kind of how it goes.
So they might have been in the rain lot then, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so they might. Yeah, I guess so, because that was so. I remember just because we were watching our driver do it, and he was on his out lap, and we just felt the rain, and we're like, "Oh, please no!" And then literally chucking it down, whole lap, in lap, no rain anymore. And I was like, "Oh, great! Thank you, Teesside Microclimate, for that. For that very fun, moment. Slightly ruined our quali." But mind you, for the teams before that though, one of our teams had a not so great lap, but because of the cut, but completely managed to put it very high up because everyone else was in the wet. So, it's very, very interesting dynamic that we've got
you win
going
some,
here.
you lose some on that.
Of
and
course.
Naturally, with with a super pole, you're lined up as you come into the pit, so as you cross the line, a lot of people try and play the game with it. They'll slow down a bit, try and let others overtake so they can be in a later batch. Ideally have better track conditions, not that it's going to change much, but you want to go at the end if you can. You just don't expect it to rain for a minute and then stop.
Exactly. That's very strange. Very strange.
So those in that 1 minute group, yeah.
I think there was, I did read there was apparently some weather warnings for thunderstorms and things.
There was meant to be, yeah.
Yeah, I did see that, and I was like, again, please, flashbacks to last year, please do not do that. I don't think I could take that
Some
anymore.
great photos from our resident photographer from that last year, though.
Oh, well, people just in hoods, umbrellas, everything. A little bit miserable, but...
A little bit miserable, but...
Yeah.
Great British weather.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we can't always kart in the glorious sun, so you've got to have all kinds of extremes.
Karting on slicks in the rain there's a fun art to
Oh,
it,
of course,
you know,
yeah. Entertaining to watch. Watching a lot of people,
Go
lose
off,
it, spin, etc., get stuck. That is a lot of a laugh. Maybe not. I personally would like to be in the kart, maybe at a really, really wet TSK-24, but some people do. Some people are very good in the rain and would probably treasure that. So we will see. Yeah, looking at the order again, so I'll go through the top 10. So in P1 we have Paul Gokani. Stayed to the front now for, when did we start this? So that's at least three and a bit hours. I don't know how high they're running before that. Followed by BUKC, which is 2 laps down. Never Overtake Sheffield, Rexy Racing, X Swansea, Brumdog Millionaire, Senna Squadron, Coventry A, X Icons, and Team, I don't think I can say that on stream, so Kart 52. I'm not sure I can, so I'll leave that there. But yeah, that rounds out the top 10 for us. But yeah, so some reasonable gaps, mostly laps or like a pretty solid chunk of the circuit. So yeah, not too many close battles going on in the top 10. But for the top 10, we do have Convenism have lost their place that they gained over Kart 52. So they'll be trying to take that back. We've been watching those for a while now. So we'll keep an eye out again for Kart 52 and 41 and see how their battles go on. But yeah, definitely more gaps now kind of occurring. The packs are dissolving a little bit.
Yeah, the pack that once was is definitely dispersed and gone elsewhere. There's a couple of small lines of 5 or so, 5, 6, 7, but certainly not the rather large line we had of 15 or so.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. Again, pretty clean actually. I don't really think any or many warnings or anything came from that, so that's pretty impressive.
They were apart from I think one.
Oh, little sacrifice up there,
little
unfortunately.
In the final hairpin.
Exactly.
Hairpin 4, but everyone's been well behaved. Obviously, if there's a few contacts and curb warnings out there, but it's nothing to be unexpected at this sort of stage of the race.
And getting through traffic, obviously you're going to try and be as clean as possible. Isn't always possible though. It could be things happen that are out of your control. Driver makes an unpredictable move. Goes a bit too hot into a corner. So these things do happen, but I think most of our drivers are obviously experienced enough to make it through without any issues. So I'm just keeping out for 52. So 52 just went past there. And I guess Communism was basically behind them, but I must have misread the number. No, I thought an 11, so I guess it probably was a 41. Yellow in the middle hairpin. Just a little cart going off.
Come to a stop and they're re-moving again.
Let's see. Lost an engine, or are they all right?
Nah, that's going to be an engine gone. And once again,
and back on it. Yeah, exactly. Working overtime.
Straight to the scene.
Exactly.
Again, that right arm's getting a lot of work, but effortlessly.
Yeah,
Darts away
beautiful.
once again.
Back.
It's nice to have a lifeline, you make the mistake into hairpin 1, engine dies, you only have to go.
I know you got to go a couple of meters and it's going to be restarted.
Exactly. To get you sorted.
Exactly. Lovely. So couple cuts in the pits. So we've got Edinburgh Napier, DM Useless, Brumbercar, and Nottingham Smith Racing are all in the pits at the moment. Hopefully offers scheduled driver changes or at least scheduled fuel stops. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, no one looking too panicked at the moment. Pretty chill on track. Sun is up and it's just out of my eyes, which is also great to see. So I can see the commentary now. It's just gone behind the pole in the corner of the pit box. So that's good to see as well. So yeah, everyone's in their groove at the moment.
Everyone's just trying to be consistent now.
Yeah, it's key in these kind of morning stints as well. well. Just to, I mean, during the night, I think a lot of things happen during the night that kind of throw people off. You know, if you've had issues, mechanicals, if your scheduled mechanical doesn't go very well, these are kind of the key hours where the sun is out, temperature starts going up. People start building up that pace and building up that consistency. And obviously, as drivers will be waking up, maybe completely rested throughout the night, they will start getting back on the track and putting in some pretty decent laps.
That's the theory of it, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess the reality
you
is,
put that on paper,
again,
that
Red
sounds
Bull,
lovely,
fueled
but-
of Red Bull and Monster, probably less
The
likely,
breakfast
but
of
we'll
champions.
see.
I'm sure there's going to be a few
Cli-
hot noodles around the place and all that.
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
maybe if people are lucky, do a Mackey's run. You know,
Ooh.
you never know.
Could have done with one of those, to be fair, a few hours ago when it was freezing.
Oh
Could
yeah.
have warmed.
Well, that's a really funny story actually. I found this. This is probably one of
We
the
had someone, I think that's the number 4 that's gone off in quite a big way.
dust cloud into that middle.
But they've
They
maintained
seem
engines.
fine.
And I think by
Is
the
it both?
pace, they've got both
Wow.
engines going.
Spectacular. Nice recovery to whatever that
about
car is.
going.
Didn't quite make the number. Yeah, again, having a little bit of dust cloud. Yeah, a story I heard earlier, which I can't believe this is so funny. Someone they have a motorbike helmet, and they had a in-helmet comms, and they were trying to call their pit communication, and instead of calling their pit communication, they called a pizza takeaway place that like began with the same letter of their second name. So mid-stint, he obviously does it because you can press the call button, presses it, and they go, hello, da-da-da, pizza, and he goes, what? And he just is so confused. And obviously they would not have known on the other side, but imagine
What was
saying
going on,
someone's called you during a karting race. But that's made me giggle. That's probably one of the funniest radio stories I've heard in a while. But
It's quite impressive to even manage.
Yeah, because how does that even? I don't know how their intercom works, but I did think that was quite impressive. Another thing, it did happen to us though, is our 2 leads carts that are running 12th and not 12th. I think no, we're not that far up. Number 12 and number 13. Those are the radio channels we've been using, and we did get on this morning. We were doing our radio checks, and we bumped into, I believe it was Swansea on channel 13. And the person who was on the radio at the time, who was our team captain, went radio check, and then Swansea, I think, said, hello, you on the radio? And it's like,
yes.
oh, were you 114? And then our captain said, dibs, you can go on to another channel. And then they did.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't know what we've ended up on. I think we're on like 4 or 5. But
Yeah. I mean, just do it with your car number.
Yeah,
It does sort of make
that's the thing.
sense, doesn't it? That requires everyone to do
we've
that.
been on that, and all of
Exactly.
Saturday morning, people would just go radio check, and we'd go, who's this?
Are you? Yeah, exactly. You're like,
Don't
oh,
recognise
you
that
don't
one.
quite sound like
Yeah,
how
not-
I thought
not
you were
who
going to
we expected.
sound. Exactly.
And then they'd say a name, and we go,
No idea who
Don't
you
know,
are.
mate.
Get off our radio
we're
channel.
on this one. Off you go.
Exactly.
go
Yeah,
find
it's
the
kind of
next
that little
channel.
argument,
Yeah.
isn't it?
It's hard when there's only so many frequencies, and when so many people run radio.
Yes,
quick,
exactly.
you know,
Yeah, because obviously it's not just. I mean, if you want to keep channels clear as well, you could start running on different ones.
Yeah.
Outside of that, and they do start to get a bit cluttered. If you want to have separate lines to both your driver and your pit and your watchers as well, so it gets a bit complicated. But if done well, it can be good. But again, good old-fashioned pit board also works.
Pitboards, bit of waving.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
I was we couldn't get one of our drivers to put. I took my hoodie off and I was waving the Leeds Motorsport logo
Yeah,
to
there
get him
you
to come in. It didn't work because he wasn't looking, but
Obviously,
maybe it
yeah.
would have, So yeah, you got to try everything
Every little
to.
helps.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You got to get your driver to pit if they're not pitting.
And yeah, there's nothing worse when a driver's gone 5 laps beyond and you're worried about fuel or
Exactly.
their just general health or whatever. You're trying to get them in, and that window closes so quickly. And we always put a 10-minute board out.
Ooh, bit of spin for one of the. Sadly, that's Leeds B
He's
driver.
going to get out of the cart. Bit of a.
Maybe they're used to.
He knows that the engine's cut.
Ah.
It looks like.
I'm going to see who. I can't remember
choice.
which driver that is that's out at the moment.
Marshall's running over to go assist and hopefully get the driver back in the cart so that they can start the engine themselves, which he's going to guide them to do. Yep, there we go. Looks like both engines went on that. So that's quite impressive to lose both engines.
Yeah, recognised very quickly though and jumped out of the cart was probably good. Pretty good restart now.
Yeah, and they should be away. I've had my summons to reappear in my cart in about half an hour.
Wonderful.
So I shall depart, but
Lovely.
thank you for the company for the
No,
last
thank you.
hour
It was lovely having you. So
And,
I hope you have a good rest of your stint, and I hope
yeah.
your teams do well.
Don't look out for cut number 9.
No.
I'm not in that one.
No, won't mention that anymore. No.
We're going to do all right. We're going to hit a lovely mid 123 and call it a day,
Yeah,
pretty much. But,
lovely. That's
yeah.
the aim.
Thank you, everybody.
Beautiful. Good luck.
See you all soon.
See you. Bye-bye. So just as we are saying goodbye to our other commentator, I am seeing a yellow just in that final couple of hairpins. Seems to be a kart that's just gone off a little bit. Pretty good recovery, though. Just a yellow for a little bit of time. But yeah, we got... wow, just under 7 hours to go. It's been taking on for a while now. Been going on for a while, but yeah, we've got some good racing, and the sun is out now. Again, kind of covered by the clouds now at this point, which is kind of what we weren't hoping for. But yeah, still out, no complaints, and as of yet, no rain, touch wood. So yeah, we're doing quite well. No contact warnings too recently. A couple of teams in the pits, notably P4 Rexy Racing is hopping into the pits, I assume for a scheduled change. And also Biblistas is also in the pits as well. Just those two teams at the moment. And I'm now joined by my next commentator. I think I've had... It's my third. Yeah, I think I've had about 5 more commentating. So if you want to introduce yourself, I don't know if you've commentated so far today, but go ahead.
Yeah, if anybody was with us around the 8:30 to midnight mark, my name's Etienne. I was on for 4 hours straight.
Wow.
So very, very tired.
Yeah.
And I'm here for the next 40 minutes before I'm needed back on track.
Magic.
So almost like a little short sprint. Not like the endurance we got today, but happy to be back on the microphone.
Magic. So you're racing just after this. So what team are you racing for?
I'm racing for the number 27 car, what's just sat in 29th place. I'm not going to say the name.
Yeah, please for the broadcast, please don't. But yeah, car 27, car 27.
It's been
on theme, but yeah, maybe not for the broadcast.
It's been a topsy-turvy race.
Yes, yeah. How has it been so far?
We were running as high as 4th at one point.
Wow.
And then I went to go have a little snooze and came back and our engine had exploded.
That classic, yeah.
So we've been running since then. That was about 5 or 6 hours in. We've just been running in around 40th, 30th. We're slowly climbing our way back out. And we've got Callum out there doing a double stint now.
Magic.
So hopefully he's by far our quickest driver today. So hopefully he can climb a few positions, and then it's me in the car.
Magic. Nice. And then are you doing single stint, double stint?
Single stint.
Single, yeah. That's probably for the... Have you been out today at all yet?
I've been out. I was out at 2 a.m. this morning.
2 a.m. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I must have commentated over you then, because I've been here since about 2:30. Yeah, so, yeah, very exciting. Well, you see the conditions have been changing, and you'll see that the sun was going to start coming up and things, so it's a bit nice to have a bit brighter weather going on at the track today. Yeah, so are you with the university? Are you with your own independent team, or...?
No, we're from UCLan. We got 2 teams
Nice.
entered from UCLan this year.
Magic.
So it's my second attempt at the 24.
Cool.
With the same team. So
Very nice.
yeah.
Got a good thing going.
Which team are you racing for?
So I'm not racing for a team, but I am sort of team principal for Leeds B. And unfortunately, every single Leeds team, which is Automobilistas, Spin and Tonic, and these gentlemen, which are our grad team, have had the most horrific time. It's my 3rd time at 24, and I've got to strongly say, if I scroll down to the bottom, you can see that we're not running very highly. We've had an unbelievable amount of mechanicals and other problems. They've of course to be stopping on track quite a bit, so a bit gutting at points, but I think we're all here for a bit of fun. We're not really fussed about. I mean, last year I can't remember how well we did last year, but we did pretty spectacular last year, so I don't think we are... Yeah, again, Leeds coming in 10th last year. I think that's probably one of our highest ever finishes for our A team, so that was really nice to see. So I think this year it's like, we can sort of chill out a bit, so we're not too fussed about the lower ends now, but I think everyone's having fun, and that's the main thing.
You shouldn't forget as well, with them in that position, they might be a contender for the wooden spoon, so they're not going.
That is true. Oh, see, we're not even far enough down for that. That's the problem, isn't it? Yeah, maybe I'll call in a favour and say, why don't you stop on track for 10 minutes and we'll see what we can do. Maybe we can win something. Yeah, so lovely. For reference, the team that comes last in the BUKC, so that is kart 50. 52nd place. It gets a lovely wooden spoon with some blue Sharpie written on it that says BUKC 2025. I assume that's written by Jacob and his artistic skills, as he has done with so many of the other prizes. Handed out earlier today, we did hand out the prize for best spreadsheet.
I believe so. It went to Birmingham.
Yeah, it went to Birmingham, and the prize was a single bed sheet, and Jacob had drawn on it the XL logo, and in blue Sharpie, best spreadsheet winner 2025. So yeah, it looked interesting. Yeah, not the most useful thing, but definitely a prized possession, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I remember last year we won best Bigfoot. And we got a packet of digestives.
Oh, that's pretty good actually. That's pretty good fuel.
It was very tasty.
What was your Bigfoot? You can't say. That's absolutely fine.
I'll load a picture.
Yeah, you can show me.
The audience can.
I probably would recognise it from last year. But yeah, looking at the order now, we've got both P30 and P31 going straight into the pits together, so they'll be going consecutively. But apart from that, pits are empty. Not too many contact warnings either, so pretty clean racing here in the early hours. Oh my gosh, of Sunday morning. Yeah, everyone's, the previous commentator was saying quali yesterday, and I don't think it's quite set in yet. I just see it as like one day. It's kind of weird saying yesterday because I think it's just the same time, really.
It feels kind of unreal that it's 6 a.m.
Yeah,
the race has flown by.
Gosh, it is 6
in
a.m.
my opinion.
Yeah, I've been. It does go quite fast though. Actually, sitting here in the commentary room, I've been here since 2:30, and I kind of feel okay actually. Yeah. So not too bad, but yeah, definitely does go. I mean, I can't imagine for the drivers it feels like it goes particularly fast some of the time. Depends how it is. Oh, bit of a yellow in middle sector, probably just a little spin.
Yeah.
Someone joined very quickly. Pretty quick recovery there, unless of course one of your engines cuts out.
Would you like to have a look?
Yeah, you can show me the Bigfoot. I remember that from last year. Yeah. Yeah, I won't say it was on it, but it does. It's a knockoff of the famous Martini Racing thing, and that's all I'll say for now. But yeah, very, very deserved. I do remember that.
I could say the acronym. It's not that acronym.
It's not.
It's Man, I Love Fast Speed.
Yeah. Okay. I see. Yeah. Of course. That's the only thing it could mean. Of course.
Yes. Obviously.
Anyway, well, I'll discuss previous in a minute. Oh, that is pretty gutting.
Yeah.
I think that is a black flag for P3. Never overtake Sheffield. That is not what they want to be getting at the moment. If that is true. ABC. Yeah, unfortunately, they've been a bit naughty and they've gone ABC. So that's not what they wanted to see. And looking at the times, that could bump them down a bit. Yeah, they definitely don't want to be arguing back with that, and definitely saying apologies to the marshals and making sure that they don't make any other mistakes. But that's pretty gutting for P3, so I guess we'll keep following that and seeing whether Rexy Racing will jump up, and maybe even some other cuts as well. So
that's pretty gutting for them as well, because they're only 18 seconds behind BUKC Motorsports in second.
Yeah.
And now they're going to lose 30 seconds plus in the pit lane. So what will look like to be a silly mistake by the 30 car is going to cost them, and Rexy Racing should be licking their lips because they could move into a podium position. Exactly.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on the outcome of that, but yeah, I imagine Cut 42 will be looking really, really good. Oh, unfortunately, just in front of us at the commentary box, just coming out of the forest area into that first chicane, we have, I believe, a Liverpool driver. Unfortunately, who's completely stopped. Not sure if it's an engine problem or is it a fuel problem, but not sure if the marshal is attempting to restart or not. Seems to be rolling the cart, so we'll have to wait and see. But oh, that's unfortunate for that Liverpool driver. We'll have to wait and see what team. I can't quite see what number they are, but they are definitely wheeling the cart into the middle of that section near the marshal post. So yeah, that might need some recovery. So we'll wait and see. That could be some very good time. Unfortunately, if it is a cart recovery, that could have been, and there's some more yellows, that could have been quite good for Never Overtake Sheffield, but I think it's just unfortunately fallen outside of that. But I bet some other teams will be looking to make some amazing pit stops and take some time off of that with the yellows.
It looks like, from what I can see, might have a bit of damage at the front. The steering column
really?
Steering column looks a bit funny.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. It could just be the angle, but if it was an engine issue, I imagine that car would have attempted to be restarted
Yeah,
rather
exactly.
than rolling across the track and waiting for a pickup. So that's going to be a serious amount of time lost for Liverpool driver. Can't confirm the number just yet, but I imagine we'll figure that out from which drivers have stopped on track.
Could be Ringo Kart, 'cause I know that is a Liverpool one, and they've fallen. They're the only kart that's fallen. So it could be that. I'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on that. Yes, I was on. Yeah, so we're just waiting for that kart to be recovered. And I think we're just waiting for the confirmation, but I think there is also another black flag for the lap dancers. Unfortunately, the very, very strong team that were running first for a long while, made up of some very strong race, unfortunately got a black flag, so not good for them either. They are P21, so not as gussing as Sheffield, who I believe are now in the pits, getting their re-education for their ABC. But yeah, we'll see. And that Liverpool car is unfortunately still waiting in the middle. Just pretty going for the driver. Yeah, so we'll wait and see. I assume it is Ringo Kart, but I'm not absolutely positive. Yeah, that's pretty gutting.
It looks like he's about to get the tow now from the safety car who's come to retrieve his car.
Yeah, that'll be straight into the pits for that car, and we'll have to see if they can make any kind of recovery. The recovery car is actually quite speedy, going through those corners. Like they're very speedy, so not bad sector times, even though you're being pushed a little bit. So not terrible.
I think you've got to commend the driver in front as well. Surely you're thinking, what do I do here?
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit scary, isn't it? Yeah, I guess they don't tell you what to do when you're being pushed in front by a recovery car. Yeah, there's been quite a few of those recently, from ranging from fuel running out to engines cutting out. Could be a numerous number of things. Obviously, damage, if they are being towed, can't be too bad, or else they would get the very big heavy duty one. I think I saw this morning of, I don't even know what team it was. I think it was even during practice. Yeah, it must have been during practice. Managed to completely ruin all their wheels on the car, and visually the wheels were facing up, and obviously you don't want to see that.
No.
So yeah, that kart 21, which is Ringo Kart, is coming into the pits. So they were P18. Still saying they're P18, but they might start dropping down quite significantly once other people have casted. But hopefully it'll be a quick fix. But you never know these kinds of things.
Seems to be quite a few cars that are coming croppers. That's what you mentioned with the wheels. There was a driver on my stint during the midnight where you were going down the back straight, and all of a sudden you just saw this car with a tyre right next to the track and facing the other way down the back straight. And you just wonder how they get themselves into that situation, especially in the dead of night. But now with the drivers able to see a bit more, able to focus up, knowing that there's only a quarter of the race left now, we might see a few less of those mistakes, but it could swing the other way. Drivers could get a bit chaotic out there.
Yeah, it can definitely go either way. And we were saying earlier about bunching as well. That especially after yellows, the more mistakes people make, more yellows there are, the more bunched people are, especially if it's full course as well. Obviously, I don't think that one was too bad, but we'd have quite a lot of gaps earlier in the track and quite a lot of bunching, but it seems to be a little bit better now. Some kind of natural packs forming, usually about 5 or 6, and then obviously some natural pairs as well. But yeah, I think for on-track battles, nothing particularly close. Again, apart from this continued battle between P10 and 11, usually it's got up to 10 seconds now, but it has been fluctuating quite a bit. So that's really the only closest on-track battle we've seen. Most of the other ones are either multiple laps ahead or over 20 seconds or so. So not particularly close, but we'll certainly keep an eye on those. Oh, hold on, we have Automobilistas very close to Edinburgh A, so they'll be looking to close that gap of 2.3. So we'll keep an eye out for that. But again, lots of traffic, and just because, even though it's for position, it is very important, just because it's not for position that we can see getting past those back markers, both for the fast drivers and also for the slow ones making it through safely, is absolutely key to every single team's race here at the 24.
Agreed. I feel like a lot of teams have been quite sensible this year as it is. I've not experienced traffic. I've not experienced problems with traffic. I don't think a lot of other drivers have. So being able to file yourselves into little groups, being able to work out who's quick, who's not, is very important, because you don't want to be slowed down by lap traffic, and in turn, those lap cars don't want to have their race ruined.
Exactly, yeah. And it's that balance of finding the faster driver and being able to figure out what the slower driver is doing, predicting kind of their moves as well. But, I mean, the best thing you can do is work together. The best thing is if you know that you've got a fast car behind you sort of approaching, if you can give it a little signal, that's always very helpful, you know, gets rid of any ambiguity or any struggle that the driver ahead might have at deciding your moves. And then also, you can learn from them as a slow driver. You can follow them, get some more tips, you know, follow your braking. If they're pulling away in that bit, why are they pulling away? It's because you're braking later, braking too early. You know, there's lots of different things you can learn. So it's again, it is an endurance race. There's a lot that can be learned. Even if you've been here before, you can have someone in front of you that's doing a line that you've never even thought of before, or they're braking different places. So yeah, lots of different approaches. I mean, I think most people follow similar racing lines here, but obviously you see the difference in lap times people are doing now. We've got all the way 121s, all the way going down to kind of 125s, 126s. So big gap here. Obviously, most of the top teams running quite fast laps with, Paul Gulkartny just on a 121.9. Very impressive lap. And I think the only 121 done of all of them on my screen on the last little bit. So clearly very speedy. Good thing that Liverpool car wasn't Paul Gulkartny. That would have been pretty gutting for them. I think Ringo Kart is still in the pits, though. Yeah, that is gutting.
As well as Late Breakers Anonymous. And they might not lose as many positions, but they're still at risk of falling behind. I still have trouble Reading and the lap dancers.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see, and especially that's with the lap dancers black flag as well. We've got a couple other teams further down the order also in the pits, but also we have P6 of Brumdog Millionaire going to the pits. Now they've been a very strong contender recently. When I was last commentating on the yesterday evening, they were running P2 and 3, kind of swapping with Gaslight Gatekeep, Go Fast, and just actually noticing they have fallen down quite significantly. I'm not sure when that did happen, but clearly something must have happened for them to have lost decent amount of time and positions.
Looks like they might have had a mechanical around the 686 lap mark.
Yeah.
They dropped 8 positions.
In literally one lap. Yeah, clearly, wow, that is pretty rough. Yeah, again, things happen. You got to be ready for anything. But yeah, 6 minute 53. So yeah, they were running really confidently. Gaslight Gatekeep and Brumdog Millionaire running very close together, literally lapping identical lap times, bumper to bumper for I think at least 40 minutes, if not an hour. It's very impressive, but clearly they know they need to work together. If they were lapping the same time, there were some like cheeky dives and things, but obviously they were getting through traffic and they were getting on with their race, so did a very good job.
If you've got a car in front of you that's doing the same pace as you can't get by. There is nothing harming your race if you stick in behind them, learn their lines, begin to work together, because it will just kind of flow. If you two cars are at the same pace, you're going to cut through that field together, you're going to get lapped together, so it's not the end of the world being stuck behind someone with the identical pace.
Exactly, and yeah, again, you can work together, and even if it's an unspoken thing, I think if you're lapping the same pace, obviously, you would love it if the person behind you span out, but if that's not going to happen, you don't want to keep fighting, and fatigue starts happening, and then errors happen, you could both spin each other out. Yeah. So yeah, definitely better to work together, and that was an amazing bit of teamwork. Unfortunately, they were, I think, going to be back together in the order, but I guess they've had some sort of mechanical or slow stop, unfortunately, for kart 14, which is now in 16th position, so pretty gutting. They did qualify a little bit higher, I think that's P11, so it did make up quite a bit of time. Maybe got caught in a little bit of rain, that's why they qualified a bit lower down, but yeah, unfortunately, P16 for now, but we will keep an eye on that.
We got some good news for the Ringo kart. I don't think they've actually lost any positions.
Wow, you're right.
They've got a massive gap to the car in front, but they had a 4-lap lead, I presume, over the nearest car.
Wow.
Because they have come out in P18 again, so a very fortunate situation. Obviously, you don't want to be losing 4 laps at this stage of the race, but done very well to maintain their position. Yeah,
wow. So looking at the timings here, despite some quite hefty laps there in the middle because of coming in for their mechanical, very impressive. So yeah, it does just show though that it is worth trying to get as far ahead as you can, because even if you think you've got a 4-lap lead, if anything can happen, as we just saw, means that they managed to get ahead and they stayed ahead. So it is very good. I have just seen a contact warning as well, for I still have trouble Reading or Reading, who are also coming into the pits. I assume that will be for a scheduled stop more so. And then in P14, Pod Hub also hopping into the pits. And Gurney's gang slightly further down as well. Yes, we've got quite an interesting race here today with 6 hours and 23 minutes to go. Seem pretty static at the moment for the top few. Couple of switches here and there with pit stops and things, but not too many changes. And no one's dropped down particularly drastically, apart from Gaslight and Gatekeep, which sadly were running a little bit further up, but have dropped down a little bit. But yeah, Ringo Kart still managing to hang on to that P18. Very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. And that's a shout out to the mechanics as well, who've obviously managed to get the car off track, identify the problem, fix that car, get it out. They've only lost 10 minutes, and they haven't lost a single position. I think with the racing becoming a bit more static at the moment, I think teams will want to consolidate their position, and begin to, understand that they've got 6 hours left. They don't want to be losing significant positions. For example, the number 30 were very lucky not to lose a position to Recti Racing after their black flag. So, that top 6-7. Although Senna Squadron is now only 0.4 seconds behind Brumdog Millionaire.
Oh, brilliant. We'll be following that battle on track soon. So Brumdog Millionaire is kart 1, Senna Squadron is kart 8. So we're looking out for some closely following karts here on the track. But yeah, that could get very interesting. So we'll keep looking out for kart number 1 and kart number 8, which will be battling pretty soon. So yeah, 0.4 is the gap now. We're just watching them, decent bit of distance between them, but I imagine they'll be battling that out for the rest of the lap and time to come.
Well, Senna Squadron has actually just got by.
Wow, they just managed it.
That overtake must have happened a bit earlier on in the lap, because there was a decent gap between the pair.
Yeah, that's 0.3 now after that overtake, so they've made up quite a bit of time.
You can see him here on the stream coming through the court screen now. Brumdog Millionaire obviously wanted to get that position back. They were fighting earlier on in the night as well. These two cars have been paired almost like twins. So when they come together on track, it gets a bit fiery. You can see he's coming up the inside now as they go into the flip-flap chicane, and we'll see outside our window. Brumdog Millionaire has got by again.
I fear this might be a little bit of switchbacks for the next few laps until one of them pits or anything really. Oh, but Get Motorsport got a contact warning, currently running in P2. So yeah, they got to be careful for that. But again, never overtake Sheffield Tilt in P3. Yeah, we keep following that P6, P7 battle because I imagine that'll get pretty heated.
Looks to be just watching. They've hit a bit of traffic, but Senna Squadron has got by again. As they look, oh no, sorry, Brumdog Millionaire is still in the lead, but they're nose to tail as they went round that lap traffic. I believe it was actually the 30 they were going by there to almost unlap themselves, but I'm not sure. We'll have to wait for them to come round again.
And have a look, yeah.
No, it wasn't. My apologies, the 30's just gone by.
No, it's fine. No, honestly, it's so hard to see when they're going so fast. Even though the font is actually pretty, big and you can see it, and it's obviously neon yellow, it is actually quite difficult to see when they're going quite fast. You're trying to keep track of many different numbers, though, swinging past.
There's a little squabble going on here. I don't know whether the stream will be showing it, but between the red and the black-footed Bigfoot here, it looks like the 17 has managed to get that move done.
Yeah, definitely some natural kind of pairs forming, which I imagine will do some switchbacks, have some on-track battles. Yeah, there's going to be some pretty close battles, I imagine, coming up as well. But yeah, there's quite a lot of air on the track now. We can see some space in between the carts, but again, some natural bunches is coming up down in front of the commentary box from us as well.
There's quite a few areas. We watched Brumdog.
Yes, that's 1 and 8 now, trying to just managing to get by Lee's driver without any contact. Thank goodness. Yeah, and then we have a contact warning for I still have trouble reading or Reading. I do think that's so funny. I mean, I guess it is Reading, but it is quite funny. That's a bit of a trick. I do understand, though, that one more contact warning, that's going to be a black flag. They will not want to be getting that.
They must be having trouble reading if they've got 2 warnings. In
Yeah,
the
they
space of
can't
10
read
minutes.
the digiflag. Come on, guys. And they're currently running in P22. So yeah, that definitely would put them down if they did have a black flag. So they'll be, I'm sure their radio team will be telling them to slow down, and the digiflag as well, of course. If you've got 2 in the last few minutes, that's not something you want to be keeping up.
There is a small battle beginning to develop. I expect the 18 of We Thought This Was a Sprint. They are only 1.6 seconds off the back of the Portsmouth car. So
Yeah,
we
this
might
could get
catch
heated
that.
very quickly. So that's Portsmouth is car 23, and We Thought This Was a Sprint is car 18. We had this discussion earlier that I think Portsmouth is. Oh, we've got a spin just in the final section of the track. Can't quite see the kart number.
You can just see it if you look right to the right of your screen there. You'll be able to see the car that's gone round.
Just taken off now, so no engine cuts or anything. So just a little spin and background. The kart started, but yeah, just on the corner of your screen, you might have been able to spot it.
Wonder which car that was.
I think it is maybe
think it was the
kart
40?
Yeah, but well recovered, so absolutely fine.
That would have been the DM useless car. The DM
What was
useless
it?
car that was round
Oh
at
yeah.
the final corners there.
A little spin happens to all of us. That's absolutely fine. And again, we're saying early hours of the morning, concentration dips a little bit. Obviously, we're going for quite a while now.
A little spin
So-
at the end of the day doesn't really hurt anybody.
Yeah, it's an
especially-
endurance. It's 24 hours. As long as you recover from it, no problems.
I had quite a scary spin when the full course yellow was withdrawn at about midnight. I was
Yeah.
coming down the straight here and into the first corner. All my tyres were cold, lost the car completely. Fortunately, I had someone who hit me and pushed me back around, so I
Yeah.
lost only maybe about 5 or 6 seconds. But that brief moment, it was like you've got about 20 cars coming the other way towards you. It's
Exactly.
a terrifying sight.
And it does sort of, you just have to pray that all the other drivers are obviously with your foot on the brake if you do end up spinning, but also all the other drivers are aware, and hopefully if yellows have been managed to get out, but obviously if you've people around you sometimes don't get out in time. But yeah, I don't think there's been too many incidences or any really
No.
of that happening so far. So very good marshalling from our wonderful Teesside marshals, but also driver communication. It's not just your drivers communicating and reacting to these things, but also communicating with each other. You can see the drivers doing like that,
Yeah.
and other things as well. So yeah,
There,
very,
seem-
very
there
good.
seems to be a need, especially on this back straight, where slower drivers are getting passed by faster drivers, and they're just letting them go because you don't want to have an incident especially going into that flip-flap chicane. I had a lot of experience doing that as well during the night. It was really helpful having drivers just say, yeah, go ahead, I'm not going to battle you. It just fills you with a bit more confidence.
Wonderful. So yeah, so to go through the top few that are running, we have Paul Gokartney in Kart 20 running first, now by 2 laps. Wow. So doing what the lap dancers did earlier in this race. Unfortunately, they fell down. But yeah, so they're lapping quite far ahead, followed by Baguette Motorsports, Never Overtake Sheffield, Rexy Racing, and X Swansea. Then rounding out the top 10, we have Brumdog Millionaire, Senna Squadron, Coventry A, X Icons, and Kart 52. So yeah, pretty solid lineup. Not too many changes. There was a bit of a scrap between P10 and 11, but Kart 52 is strongly maintaining its P10, which is great to see. Never overtakes Sheffield, despite getting black flag, still managing to maintain podium position. So very good for them. And they are making a pit now, so I assume that'll be a scheduled driver change. So we'll see if that benefits them. Rexy Racing still pretty strong, but can't quite make it into the podium, so we'll wait and see. And Brumdog Millionaire, some insane lap times throughout the entire race, so they're very strong. So maybe they're still hoping for a podium. Maybe that's what they came in to get. So only time will tell if they can manage it.
Attached still to that Senna Squadron car. You
Still doing it.
Look
Wow.
at the time. Look at the time. They're 0.087
Yeah.
between them. These two are going at it for this position. They must know that it's for
Oh,
6th and
absolutely.
7th place, which it's still so important in a race like this. You don't want to be finishing 7th when 6th is right there. So I presume we're going to see quite a few more overtakes. I'm just trying to keep my eye out for him.
I believe they'll be coming, those two cars will be coming in these final sections in a minute, yeah.
Ah, yes, here they are. Brumdogs managed to gain a little bit of time.
Yeah, a lot of traffic coming up ahead though, so we'll see how they manage that. Now, a little bit of contact warning for the Miles Shelby squad. A little bit of contact warning. Maybe I think they were actually at the front of that stack there. So that's as we had our previous commentator Dom. I think that was one of his carts. Unfortunately, got a bit of a contact warning, but again, it's just traffic, so that is not surprising. So they've just got to keep off that. Unlike I still have trouble Reading, which managed to get 2 contact warnings and 1 more will be a black flag. And we have another contact warning coming through. Wow, they're coming through swift and fast now in the early hours of Sunday morning for Imperial A. So a couple of different warnings for them. I think most recent Emma off the top of my head was a mechanical several hours ago. Yeah, 3. Oh god, I actually remember that. 10 past 3 in the morning, they did get a mechanical, which I assume is switched up now. But yeah, a little contact warning for Imperial A. Do I want to be doing that this late in the race?
No, especially considering Brump and Pass are only 18 seconds behind them for the battle for 39th position. So any sort of we just got a spinner there down at the left hairpin. Can't quite make out which car that is. Presume he just lost it on the braking going into that corner, which is quite easy to do, to be fair. You see quite a few cars doing it. As long as you spin the right way, facing towards the track, you're not going to lose that much time.
Good recovery is really the key. Like, little spins are fine. Obviously, in the same place, a couple laps in a row, you've got to recognise that you've got to switch up your driving, braking too late, turning in a bit too sharp. But yeah, if you fix that, then and recover quickly as well.
That was the 46 car that had the issue there. The Edinburgh B.
Yes.
Which now Automobile lead star, the 12 car, has actually tailed off a bit. They were running nose to tail not so long ago, and now there's already a gap of 18 seconds. So whether that Leeds team also had an issue, we're yet to know.
I can tell you that sadly that Leeds team, I can say, has had many issues this entire race. But yeah, they've definitely climbed. I think they were. Did they qualify? Yeah, they qualified, I think, last, so close to last. So for them to go that far up, very, very proud of them to be doing that as well.
Look at this gaggle of cars.
See, and they're going to be hanging on to that after not losing too many positions, after gaining a little bit of a pit stop to fix their car. But yeah, pretty quick pit, as you said. Mechanics must have been absolutely on it. Whatever is wrong with the car, they've completely fixed it. So interesting. So they'll be leading that pack and trying to stay ahead of all of those carts ahead. None for position though, so they're just going to be staying ahead of all of that traffic.
Just trying to stay out the window here. You're drawing us with the same view that we've got. For any other battles on track, there seems to be a train of cars just emerging. If you look at the centre of your screen, led by the 37, we're off there now, but the 19, 14 and 35 cars are going to be coming into the D chicane here. Let's see how they resolve their conflict. They all run there pretty uniform, to be fair. Just another testament to the drivers' behaviour today, because while some people have been picking up black flags and penalties, a lot of drivers have been quite stellar.
I've just also seen that, I think this is from a few minutes ago, we have a contact warning for Brump and Pass, who I believe we were just speaking about, because as Imperial A also got a contact warning, so I imagine they've had a bit of contact together on track now as well. And I believe that just went past us in the commentary box was P6 and P7, very close with a back marker in between them. So, yeah, we'll have to...
That was my team in front of them.
Was it?
The number
oh, very nice. You've got to stay out of trouble there. You do not want to be getting between them.
Sorry, just to interject, we had a piece of debris there on the hairpin, so whether somebody went off and something's broken on the car, I don't know.
Well, it's not on the track, so yeah, at least it's safe. But I think that probably is, if that's missing from someone's car, I imagine that is quite important. So we'll have to wait and see.
I think we might. Don't know what the marshal's
we
doing
might be getting a mechanical for whatever car that was.
We'll find out. Yeah, technical defect for the number 20.
So that must have come off that George Harrisbin. Unfortunately, that must have been one of the Liverpool carts, cart 22. That must have, led to a mechanical. That is unfortunate. Hopefully, it can be fixed quite quickly. So we just heard from race control that was actually the exhaust of car 22 that came off with the marshal retrieved from the grass. So of course, a vital part of the car, and they'll have to make sure that they come into the pits to get that sorted. So I believe they're coming into the final parts, just onto the start-finish very soon to complete the final parts of the track. I wonder if they'll know that they will need to come in. I think you'll notice. That you'll need to come in, so we will find out.
It'd be interesting to see how they react to this as they come round. What is the final?
Yeah, just
corner?
that one there. Yeah,
straight
they
in
must.
they go.
Yeah. Good. If they didn't, good spot. That's the exhaust. That's very impressive.
More bad luck for the Liverpool teams though. There.
Yeah, definitely. So sadly, that's both Ringo Kart and George Harrisbin falling down. However, Paul Gokartney, spectacular. So we can't complain. And they have just pitted as well. So good luck for them in their pits. There'll be 2 Liverpool teams in the pits. So I'll be fair, I hope, in friendly. But
they obviously want to hope that Paul Gokartney in first, because if what were they called? If the car that's just come in with the technical defect is in front of them, then they are.
Oh, of course, they will. I mean, of course, as a lower team, they will definitely want their higher team to do well, regardless.
Yeah.
Of course, running in P1 is unbelievably impressive, and they would not want to impede their teammates, I'm sure. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on them. Currently still in the pits. I have no idea how long that would take to fix, but I can't imagine it's a quick super glue job. So yeah, it might take a bit longer than expected. So we might be seeing their name in the pits for a while.
Unfortunate for them. Just looking at more battles, I believe there was one brewing between the 20th place car, which is the lap dancers, and the 26th car, which is a Jack Doohan related name. A gap of 1.6 seconds between the two, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Then it's the 52 and 26 cars that are beginning to do battle on the track. As we just keep watching, that is a great view of the circuit. It really just gives you an idea of how many cars are on track at the moment, especially in this part of the circuit. The back end of the circuit seems to be a bit quieter at the moment.
Yeah, I was just thinking that as well. I mean, that's a lovely view, but there are quite a few too many carts maybe in that sector for the other cart to be separate. And we can see you've got one of the, I think maybe cart 10 is running pretty much alone by itself, and a couple of pairs in the back. But yeah, a lot of clean air for those carts, whereas some bunching up in this sector as well.
And obviously that preference depends on what kind of driver you are. If you like being in traffic, then you're going to love this side of the circuit. Whereas if you prefer clean air, prefer running your own race, then you'll be screaming to get out of this traffic. But it'll begin to spread apart anytime soon. The biggest gap looks to be between the corkscrew and the back straight there, and even then, that's just 2 corners.
I think we have just had an overtake. I believe this was on track from cart 51 getting ahead of cart 26. So I still have trouble. Reading managed to make that stick. So we'll try and keep an eye on them and see how close they are. But gap seems to be only 0.8. So we'll keep an eye on that. So that is
that
cart
might have been
51.
a little error, because I just mentioned that the 26 a little error from the 26 car, because they were right on the back of the T-Mode block related car. So if they've had a little issue, lost 10 seconds, then that position.
Yeah, let's have a look coming around. So I imagine they'll be quite close together unless they really have trailed off.
I can see the 26 here just beginning to work his magic. I do know the driver in that car, Josh. Mm-hmm. I think he has an issue.
Oh, really?
I think the 26
Oh,
has
you're
an
right.
issue.
Yeah, you're right.
Because he's really struggling to get that car around the corner.
I'm not sure if it's slow enough for what. Maybe it is one engine. I'm not sure it's going quite slow for that, but yeah, definitely an issue.
Yeah,
so I imagine
you can look at the car behind him coming up.
Yeah, that cart will definitely be pissing.
So the 26, that is the U-Clan car, has an issue, which is unfortunate.
That is a shame. They they'll be running into the pits, I imagine. I'm just having a look at
Yeah, here he comes. He's got the signal up.
Yep. as expected. Oh, it's the googly eye Bigfoot as well.
Yeah.
That's pretty gutting. Hopefully that'll get sorted out, because not as bad as your exhaust falling off like Kart 22, which we have seen. So I'm just trying to look for them in these in the standings now. How full? Yeah, so understandably, Kart 22, the one that lost his exhaust, is still in the pits, currently down to P29, but I imagine that will continue to fall quite drastically.
It's been a lovely short time with you, but I do need to depart.
Are you off? That is absolutely fine.
My tent has actually just vacated, so I do believe I have to go on watch duty now. But
yep. No worries.
Lovely.
No, it's lovely commentating with you.
Good luck with your Leeds teams.
Thank you. Best of luck with yours as well.
Brilliant. To all the viewers, thank you for listening to me. It's been a privilege to be able to commentate on this event, and I hope you enjoy the next 6 hours.
Check. Thank you. Wonderful. So it is now 6:30 in the morning. I can't believe I'm saying that on the Sunday, and we have just over 6 hours left of the BUKC 24-hour race at Teesside, with currently top 5, top 10, pretty standard over the last 4 hours I've been commentating for, with Paul Cartney leading in first. Unfortunately, their teammates not doing particularly well, but in second we have BUKC Motorsport. In third we have Rexy Racing. Fourth, Never Overtakes Sheffield. Fifth, Swansea. Sixth, Bromdog Millionaire. Seventh, Senna Squadron. Eighth, Coventry A. Ninth, X Icons. And 10 is Kart 52. And you can see on your screens now we're going through the rest of the order as well. Too many names for me to read out as well. But yeah, some very strong times being put in here as well. Most karts, basically all of the top karts doing 122s this last lap, so pretty consistent pace. And as we can see on track, again, some kind of clean air in some parts of the track, but also some battles to be bunching up, as we can see, getting into the early hours of the morning. So that's the final, so that's a 50-second kart that's flashed on the screen. And unfortunately, I think, as we were discussing this morning, with the sun, we did say the sun was going to be out. Unfortunately, I think the clouds has covered most of the sun. I don't believe that means rain, so no one has to worry about that. But yeah, definitely does mean that. Unfortunately, not complete sun. Yeah, thank you. As we can see on the commentary, yeah, as we saw, for those of you that might have been here earlier this morning, maybe not, there was a bit of sun. Oh, we can see that there's a yellow in the middle sector. Unfortunately, just in my blind spot in the commentary box, someone has put it perfectly in the barriers. I believe they've able to recover the kart successfully, but still a bit of yellow in there. Lovely. That might be kart number 4. I think I recognise the Bigfoot, but I'm not positive. But pretty quick recovery, given they were buried quite deep into the barriers. And I'm joined by another commentator after we just said goodbye to our last one. So would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. I am still Zed. Sorry, I just came from the medical tent after my third stint. As you do in insurance karting, 4 hours in a kart is not for the faint-hearted. As we just cross on over now with 6 hours to go here at the BUKC 24-hour 2025. To run you through the order as it stands, Paul Cartney currently lead by a lap, followed by BUKC Motorsport and Rexy Racing, who are a little bit distant but on the same lap. Never Overtakes Swansea 6 seconds behind them. The Swansea team that we haven't been able to say their true name of in 5th. Bromdog Millionaire, Senna Squadron, Coventry and X's Icons, and Team OC, as we've been calling them, for the last 18 hours, wrap up the top 10. As we follow the track action now, I think it's gotten to that part of the race where everyone is just a bit too tired. Mistakes are popping up. There are a few accidents happening here and there, but if there are, it is between, it's either just a self-inflicted mistake or an accident that happens just by the tiniest of bumps, sending them into the grass or gravel, as it was for me.
Yes. Yeah, I've got to ask then. So have you done your 3 stints so far?
So I did 90 minutes at around 2 p.m. yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I did another hour yesterday evening, and I I had to cut my last stint just a little bit too short, a little bit short. My apologies. So just after the rib bend, is that what we're calling it?
Yeah, sure.
Just after rib bend.
Yeah.
Taken out by somebody there and sent into the gravel.
Wow. Less than ideal what you wanted.
Not the way I intended to finish it.
Yes.
But how it became nonetheless. Currently the pits, Imperial B and Minecart. The number 19 cart just being given a curbs warning there. I believe, is that is that a second warning for them? No, not
maybe
for
a while ago. Yeah, maybe a while
ago.
ago. Yeah, but not recently. But yeah, I've not seen them too much.
So everyone kind of spaced out on the track at the moment. We haven't had any big battles. There is a plethora of cars coming down the main straight now. You should start seeing them on your screen shortly. A few moves. They're currently single file. There is a mechanical flag. One of the marshals getting ready to wave that. We don't know who it is. It hasn't come up on the board yet. The last mechanical flag was about 10 minutes ago. He has now put that down. My apologies for that false alarm. All of them currently heading through the field single file. Not many moves being made as we are now in the final 6 hours here at Teesside. I think everyone is just a little bit too tired and a little bit just that bit exhausted to start making moves. I think now it's maintain position, maybe have a little bit of defensive action. There is a train forming on the back straight there. However, all in single file and all somewhat evenly spread out there. And then some drivers having a little bit of a lonely race. Of course, now the order on track is completely jumbled up as you get this view from the top of the huge hairpin in the third sector. We have one of our commentators leaving now.
Yes, so thank you for having me. I don't know if anyone has actually been here for the entire time I've been commentating, but I've been here since 2:30 in the morning, and sadly it's time for me to say goodbye. But thank you everyone for listening and watching along as well. It's been such a pleasure to be commentating here. And yeah, I hope the rest of the race goes well, and I hope the rest of your commentating stint goes well as well. So I'll speak to everyone soon. And yeah, have a great rest of your day. Can't wait for the race to be over.
Well said. So we are now 6:37 in the morning. As mentioned, everyone is still a little bit spaced out. At the moment, it is just about maintaining that track position, maybe defending a position or two. We have made our commentary switch, as the teams have made their 14th, 13th, some 18 pit stops. Welcome along to the commentary box.
Thank you, Zed. Yeah, I'm back on commentary. Jacob here for what might be to the end of the race, to be honest with you. The comms plan at this point got a bit, okay, someone's going to want to do this, someone's going to want to do that. So, at what point did you join? You just come in, have you?
Should turn these off. Should turn them off.
Tell. Fine. Okay. So yeah, I'm looking at the schedule. Molly having done the 4 hours means that I'll cover the next 2-4. Reeves coming back at 10:30. Will wants to go at some point, and I think Dante was supposed to. But we'll figure it out. We've got plenty to get through as well in the schedule. Live on Instagram at the moment is the best Bigfoot competition. 4 have made the final, 4 as handpicked by myself. So we were going to give that award out ASAP in half an hour's time. We're also going to put the voting up for the best team name. We are looking at Doing Your Mum. And the other finalist is Brumblecart. We've got a wooden spoon to give out. Prestigious wooden spoon. And we've also got a special award for we're going to have to figure out a name for it, but most special pit stops, should we say? When we say special, we mean terrible. So we've got a little surprise for those teams as well.
Yes, so there is a chance, given this year's names, that we won't actually be able to tell you live on stream the exact name of the winning team. It is a public vote about the best team name, if I'm not mistaken. Or is that something that we make?
I think both were able to.
Okay.
Just about say.
Okay. I think we could pick one of the safe ones and let the public decide who.
The public will decide between kart number 26, named after Jack Dewitt, and kart number 3. Brumber kart is.
That's a good one. We've spoken about it a lot before.
We quite like Brumber kart.
It's a good one.
Yeah, the votes are coming in on Instagram. So tell me, Zed, what have I missed overnight? I've been asleep. I will admit, I don't stay up for the whole 24-hour anymore. I'm far, far too old.
So you joined me 6 minutes into my commentary stint.
But you were out on track, right?
I was out on track. I think it's got to the point now. People are exhausted. People are making mistakes. For those teams with fewer drivers, such as ourselves at Royal Holloway, we're all just we're exhausted. That is 52. Black flagged, 52 being the kart of Team OC. They're going to have to come into the pits to serve that in the next lap. There is a kart that was stopped on track. They seem to have continued now. In terms of on-track action, there are a few overtakes being made here and there. There in goes the 52 of Team OC. I had to cut my last stint short, and my commentary, I was actually a few minutes late for it. I was in the medical tent.
Oh, no. What happened? Oh, your thumb?
Not thumb necessarily. This was just tape due to blistering. I think I was out there for about 4 hours, and I think I was okay to do just that little bit more, but there was an accident. I got hit from behind on the little uphill section, just behind the trees. The camera's now switched, but that last shot that you saw just behind those trees is where I ended up. So that cut my stint short.
Oh dear. And I want to say this is your first 24-hour, am I right?
It is my first 24-hour. Last year we didn't compete, and year before that I wasn't at the university.
I'm not sure we had a Royal Holloway team.
No, we haven't.
How have you guys found it? What's it like doing it for the first time? Anything unexpected? Anything you enjoyed?
Well, it's the first time we ran these karts. So in between our socials at the various team sports of London, our most common being Reading and Edmonton, and the Club 100 karts, it's a different type of kart. Different to brake in, different to accelerate in, different to steer. So getting used to that, it did take a little bit of getting used to. Nonetheless, we all got used to it pretty quickly. And I guess the track as well, it's a completely different type of track. I believe I've heard it's the longest outdoor kart, or does PF just beat it?
I think with the extended bit, it's a bit longer than PF, but I can check that for you now, actually, on the admin system.
We'll get that through. But I think the bumpiness has just sort of taken that last breath out of a few of us, especially that last part of Sector 1 that you are seeing right now. That last bit, if you just look at the karts going through that, it is so incredibly bumpy. The camera shot doesn't actually do it justice, but going through there, it is like being put, it's a horrible thing. I can't even figure out an analogy for it. This is the exit of that little section. As they come through. Some races do have a little bit of a lonely race. As I was mentioning earlier before we made the commentary switch, the jumble is completely, the order is completely jumbled up now. So some drivers are 47 seconds behind others. Team OC have just come into the pit, so that leaves Yuki Spinoda with a 1 lap gap behind and a 47 second gap in front. So lonely for them. I do see the mechanical flag coming out. There's a marshal getting ready to wave it. There is only one number on the pit board, so it can only be the numbers 1 through 10 there is a chance that is Brumdog Millionaire, Senna Squadron, X's Icons, and a few more further down the order. We'll find that out soon. We still haven't got a confirmation of that. In terms of on-track action, while we wait, everyone seems to be just too far apart. It is the number 4 kart of Edinburgh Napier, who I believe is in last place, unless they've made positions.
Last but one.
No, we are in last place at the moment. I think we are going to call it. We don't actually have any drivers remaining, so one of our drivers had a huge accident as well, apart from me. So there are only 2 drivers. And is that rain I see on the screen?
Kind of spitting when
It is spitting.
when we got up. It's similar to yesterday, round about the start, when it wasn't properly raining, but there was hints of moisture in the air, and a little sprinkle every now and then is likely to hit us at the moment. As you said, people are getting tired and making mistakes, and a little bit of damp certainly won't help that in that respect. So could see a few hairy moments on the live stream. Could see some of these 1 lap advantages being reduced to less than a lap. Out at the front, it's still quite close, considering we've got a quarter of the race to go. BUKC Motorsport's just a lap down on Paul Go-Kartney. Never Overtake Sheffield doing well as well. They are, I believe, just a lap down. It's currently showing 2 laps, but I think they will come round and make it a lap or a lap and a half back to them in 3rd place. Rexy Racing are then on the same lap as Never Overtake Sheffield in 4th, and the Swansea grads have recovered up to 5th, still with a reasonable shout at this stage, but they will be hoping for a little bit of misfortune as the slippery flag comes out.
Yeah, I have also just received confirmation from the Royal Holloway team. That is it for us. We just do not have any other drivers to drive. So our car is in the garage. If anyone does want to take it in the spin, I don't know if that is against the regulations.
I can sort you someone out. Let me have a text around. I'll see if you can get you ahead of Edinburgh Napier.
We just don't want to win that wooden spoon. It is the one award I think we want to avoid. But yeah, there is a little gaggle of cars forming as they come down the pit straight. That's the 43 of Coventry are pulling into the pit. It looks like it might just be this little spit of rain. It doesn't look like it's going to hit too hard, although it does say there is a 100% chance of rain in the next 10 minutes, so that could blow this race wide open. That is the beauty of endurance racing. Paul Go-Kartney a lap in the lead. Never Overtake Sheffield's 2 laps down, but that could all change as there is a rain cloud heading our way. Let's see how long until that hits and what that's going to do to the drivers out there. There is a train forming here. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3 coming down now. The rest of the drivers just behind the tyre barriers there. Currently in the pits of the top 30 is Coventry. The timing board has just changed. Cambridge is in the pits at the moment. Brump and Pass currently in 40th. So currently not out on track. Coventry are. The Iron Dames Racing, and we thought this was a sprint, not a stint, as we follow the cars down the back straight now. There just isn't that much racing action, and as the track gets damper, there's just going to be less and less overtakes. As I say that, is that going to be a move? That is, it looks like a double overtake. I don't know who that was. They'll come down the straight now. We'll be able to figure it out, but they lost 2 positions in that corner. It would be the driver on the inside there, which is, I can't see who it is. We'll be able to get confirmation as they come down.
That Leeds car.
It might be the Leeds car. I just can't see the number on the front, but they did lose 2 positions there. We'll be able to figure it out when the timing boards restart.
Right. I've got good news for you, Zed.
Okay.
You're a driver.
We've got a new driver.
You've had a driver added to your team.
Brilliant. I'll text the group chat.
Where do you want me to tell him to meet the group?
So we have a green gazebo. It is right by the pit exit.
Green gazebo by pit exit. Meet the Royal Holloway team. And I'll say, P.S. You have to beat Napier. Job done.
Brilliant. So
So
at least we're not ending last.
We will keep an eye on that battle.
The
for
rain.
The wooden spoon.
The rain is also getting worse. You can now see it on the live stream, getting just that bit heavier. I think we're going to be in for a good few accidents. Not that we're hoping for them. We hope everyone is safe and keeping it on the black stuff. But I do have a feeling that it is going to get a little bit treacherous out there.
It looks worse on the live stream than it does out the window, or at least the window to our right. I'm starting to see it now, but
can
then
see
the
it just a
window to
little
our
bit.
left, you can see the spots on it. But yes, this is going to become a wet track very, very shortly, I think. It's as long as it sustains for a good minute or two, I think we'll see lap times start to tumble. I mean, they're doing 124s at the minute at the front, which isn't quite wet pace, not quite damp pace. We see the slippery surface.
So if you
again.
are joining the Royal Holloway cart, I believe it was Douglas Smith.
It is indeed.
If you can hear this live stream, our cart is in the service tent. So Alex will be waiting either by the gazebo or by the service tent. You'll see him at somewhere.
Doug has a 20 lap deficit to make up. Edinburgh Napier were in the pits when I messaged him, and
the track gets wetter, but there is a huge amount of cars all very close together, so I think we'll start seeing some action soon. Oh, and there goes. There's two of them going off at the first corner. I believe it was the number 1 going off there.
from Dog Millionaire. It's certainly getting slippery out there. The lap time's still.
I think one of the marshals
decent.
is calling it a day as well. He's had enough.
I'm sure they've been replaced.
Yeah, they've been working very hard over the last 20 hours as well. But it is getting wetter. They are getting more tired. In goes the number 6 of... I'll get confirmation for you shortly. The number 6 of the Miles Shelby squad.
One of our
They just went
mixed
into the pit.
crews.
The damp track warning is coming back up, and it is not going anywhere anytime soon. There is a yellow flag on the board. I don't know what's happened.
Some sort of incident in the
some-
first part of the lap. Oh, it's the concrete blocks on pit entry are being replaced. So there's no cart spread out at the minute, but there is a marshal on track replacing those concrete blocks. Someone must have
That's
plowed
a
straight
heavy
through them.
hit.
Yeah, they must have missed that.
That
But,
could very well be a mechanical for them if they're not lucky. Yellow flag is being waved, so we're not seeing any action from outside the commentary box. They are all heading through single file, although some of the carts, I think that was the 32 getting a little bit squirrely with the driver in front. Maybe wasn't expecting him to break. The number 40 will be pitting in one lap. I just saw their pit board, their very Welsh pit board. Number 40 being the car. Number 40 is
4040, I think, is Cardiff.
Cardiff.
With the
It does
Welsh
make
flag.
sense that it would be.
Yeah. It is
Oh no, it's DMU, De Montfort University. Maybe I was
interesting
making a
choice
mistake.
of flag for a Leicester-based university. But,
Maybe it
if
was.
it gets you in, it gets you in. It gets you in.
Maybe they've become friends over the course of the race. It is a long time to be in one place. 24 hours. We've been here for just over 18 hours and 20 minutes here at Teesside. A lot of people haven't actually left the track. I left for a McDonald's at some point before my second stint.
Valid reason to leave. Yep.
Yeah, it was actually the first page of our strategy document. Even before the race order, we had the directions to McDonald's put out there. The rain seems to have eased off just a little bit. Maybe
it's still going.
it is still going, but it's not as hard as it was about 3 minutes ago.
Lap times are down. Paul Gokartney, 1 minute 30 last time round, which is about 8 or 9 seconds off the pace. Second and third doing 26s. Interestingly enough, at least I think, for Never Overtake Sheffield, Cannon Barnett's out there at the minute in the Sheffield car. And I think he's taken a lap back on BUKC Motorsports. So next time round, and it was previously showing 1 minute 20 on the deficit to BUKC Motorsports in second place. I've not seen the BUKC Motorsports card since I've got back, so I wonder who's in that one. I'll keep an eye out for the 47. We got 2 carts off at the hairpin off. They're still on the track. That's misspoken. 3 carts spun out at the hairpin now. 1 Reading cart, I believe that is, spinning out in sympathy of the other 2. So not ideal, getting slippery down at the hairpin. People finding themselves out under braking.
Of course, it is the fastest part of the circuit, and the curbs there just make it that little bit more treacherous. The curbs are absolutely brutal here at Teesside, so you might not really be able to see it on stream, but it is not a flat curb. It's more like speed bumps. let's face it, they are pretty much speed bumps. So there is a little bit of a camber, but then it just goes flat down. So if you hit those bumps, if you hit those curbs just a little bit too hard, you will be jumping up and down. You'll be losing time, but most importantly, if you hit them in the wrong way, they can destabilize you as well. And coming into the fastest part of the corner, it has been a hotspot for mistakes. People either locking up, slamming on the brakes too hard or too little, and going off into the grass and into the tire barriers. Looking at the radar, I have just had a look. It looks like it's currently 6:57. We'll give you an update of the race order in 3 minutes. But this rain cloud it looks like it's about 10 minutes out. So while it has seemed to ease off, it looked like they were safe for a short while. The drivers out on track at the moment are not going to be happy. But thankfully, they can't hear us, so they'll have to find out the hard way. There are some drivers now going into the S's 3x3. Just looking down towards the hairpin. They're all going single file. Everyone's still maintaining a small gap from each other. However, there has been an overtake. The number 6 cart, they're making an overtake. You can see the rain now a lot heavier than it was just a few moments ago. There you go. Look, not spinning out, but just sliding the back end on the exit of that corner. If you watch it, it's not as stable as it was about 5 minutes ago. You can just focus on the car coming out of the corner, and there's a camera there. You can see the raindrops on the lens.
Yeah, getting tricky out there. Again, lap times still staying reasonably quick. The front runners now just about starting to feel the pressure, I think. Not the easiest of conditions. If you're out there driving around in the dry for an hour and then it suddenly starts raining, grip conditions changing lap by lap, corner by corner, it's a bit of a task for our drivers. So
just to update, it is a shame because there is a lot of cars really close together. There is an overtake from the man in the orange suit and the pink nose cone. We will be switching streams. There is also a black flag for cart number 49, mine cart. So we will be switching streams, which means we will be down for approximately 2 to 4 minutes. But we will be back up on the TSK Motorsport Media channel, the Teesside channel, back up and running shortly.